Alright, should be live over here. Alright, cool. Did I change the logo? I have no idea what latency this is on. Alright, let's get some stuff out, but we are, good morning to everyone. We're talking about the stock market on Wednesday, May 8th. Gonna do some live trading. Gonna talk some stuff here in the first little bit to help you get ready for the day, and then we'll see where we end up going from there. Let me get a couple of this stuff out right now, though. We're going to open up the spaces in a minute. You're going to hear some music. And yeah, there should be a good little chat that we have going on. Let me get everything started here. Looking at the market. I can look through some of the biggest news stories that we have too. There's a bunch going on. That was the last thing I got out. Let me get some stuff going. But good morning, everybody. If you're listening to this after, it's been a great day for you. And yeah, give me a minute. You should skip forward to 5-10 minutes if you're in here listening later. And we'll get more excited then. Uber. We had some earnings this morning too. Uber and Shopify. Reaction, business, food. And there we go. That music right there, if you can hear that, that is the spaces getting started. All right. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me make sure I'm getting this out everywhere right now. Up here's where I'm going to need to do this.
I thought so.
Ooh, Siri, don't listen. There you go, live on Space. I'm getting my Siri coming up. Good morning, good morning, good morning, whoever's in here. Oh, come on. There we go. If you're in here, say hello, say hello. Let me get this in here. Nope, gonna have to do this, and this, and this. I always spell YouTube wrong. Notifications. There, boom. Okay, that's out as well. All right, let's get started. Good morning, everybody. I hope we are excited and ready for another great day in the stock market. Hopefully the market moves in whatever direction that you want it to. It's been an interesting morning here. We had an earnings or two, which I'm excited to dig into. Uber and Shopify and a few others. We had a bunch of those earnings that came out late last night, or I don't know how late last night. But a couple of those mid and other kind of random companies that people do care about and enjoy watching. We had a Coupang, Arista, Rivian, Lyft, etc. A bunch of earnings come out. We even had an Upstart. So it's an all-over type of afternoon and morning. This morning we had a couple interesting news stories, including, outside of those earnings, which we will dig into a little bit more. There was something around the U.S. eyeing curbs on China's access to AI software behind apps like ChatGPT. There was a headline for Microsoft investing $3.3 billion into Wisconsin. There was a headline yesterday that we have Kevin coming up here. And now we have Kevin up here. Last night on our spaces, Kevin brought up a headline from the Financial Times talking about how a couple chips might be getting restricted, and we saw it, and it looked like it was an Intel and a Qualcomm specific story. And Intel came out this morning, and they gave some lower guidance. Basically, they didn't change their estimate of $12.5 billion to $13.5 billion of expected revenue for the year, but what they did do is they said that they now expect to come in below the midpoint of that range. So Intel was down a little bit in pre-market trading. I haven't continued to look at it. Uber was up on my screen. Ooh, it's moved back down to the lows. Uber almost down 10%. I'll get that tweet out in a minute. We have Intel down 2%, and then we also have Shopify. I want to look quickly as well. Shopify was down pretty big before. down almost 20% now. So not the best day in those arenas, but we will continue to keep an eye out on them. Uber and Shopify earnings this morning. Quickly, actually, Uber the headline numbers came in at EPS of negative 32 cents, missing expectations of positive 22 cents. I wonder if there was anything deeper into that one. Kevin, I'll ask you about that. But their revenue was 10.13 billion, slightly beating expectations of 10.11 billion. And then Shopify's EPS was 20 cents, beating expectations of 16 cents, and then revenue of 1.86 billion, beating expectations of 1.84 billion. Let me quickly pull up this Uber and see if, just as I'm looking here, Uber says we continue to monitor near-term category challenges and remain confident that freight technology, shipper platform, and marketplace flywheel will drive long-term cost advantages and profitability. Uber falls on Uber falls short on gross bookings in Q1, guides Q2 below consensus. So I guess it's that forward guidance, which I'm actually looking at right now, which I'll put a post out on. But yeah, let's continue this conversation. Kevin, good morning, sir. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well today.
Doing pretty good. About yourself?
Yeah, no, I can't complain. It was an interesting morning. I'm testing out the live streaming again, so currently on YouTube, and without even really tweeting it out and putting it on some different places, got off to a decent little place. So that was exciting. But no, I'm ready to kill this day. We have a bunch of earnings coming up. We also have a Dan Niles interview, which I'm looking forward to. So should be a good one. Anything catching your eye this morning? I wasn't able to see the chat before now.
Well,
What's
I
up,
mean,
Gui?
from a technical standpoint,
What's up,
S&P
Vadim?
is
What's up,
falling
Paul?
here, down about 0.4% in the session so far. You know, we hit a technical level yesterday in the S&P 500 at the 5,200 level. It's not surprising that we did see rejection there. I mean, I think pretty much every technician out there was looking at that level. A lot of gamma at that level as well, with the individual selling calls at the 5,200 level. So that did kind of potentially force market makers to kind of push back a little bit on that price advance for right now. And we are seeing a little bit of a pullback. Now, I think the question is today, are we going to retest the 5,200 level, and do we break through on very strong volume? These markets have still, I mean, we've had the price advances, right? But the volume's been fairly light. So price trumps volume, but volume does give credence or leads credence to strong trends to the upside or downside. And so I think we're going to need to have an event, some form of news or what have you, and large volume, and break through that 5,200 in order to really wash out the bears. That 5,200 level is also another area of resistance that we saw when we hit the 20-day moving average, I want to say 2 weeks ago, and we tested it around 5 or 6 times and then rejected it. So technically speaking, not surprising that we did see that rejection, seeing some follow through here this morning so far, and then also yields are going back up. And I believe we talked about, well, we didn't talk about it on the space yesterday, but I talked about it in Power Hour and on the network. You know, that 4.4 level, 4.40 level around there for the 10-year Treasury was going to be a key area of support that we could bounce back off of, and we were only like 2 basis points away from that, and then we started seeing the yields move higher again. You know,
Yeah,
we'll see how
Paul.
long that actually lasts or how high the yields can go, but we do know that we did see some buyers coming in and purchasing up Treasuries, driving yields lower. That has an inverse relationship with the S&P 500 so far, and that's really what people have really been trading on. The dollar index as well has been, for the most part, stable. Now, when I say stable, still, you know, small ranges, but we're not seeing trending markets to the upside or downside when it comes to the dollar after it kind of retraced from that 106 level, 106 and a half. So that's another key area that I'm focusing on. We had some commentary coming out from the Bank of Japan last night stating that they did not want to confirm the intervention measures that they've taken because if they do so, then it could actually impact them later down the road. That's an idiotic statement to even make. It seems like that just weakens your ability to be able to control the yen. And so once again, it's kind of a situation where we have to keep our eye on it. And if we do see weakness, it's going to probably show up within the Treasury auctions, probably not this 10-year. But if we continue to see the yen hitting that 156, level, 158 level, what have you, maybe they're going to have to take action. And that could also be the result of selling U.S. Treasuries or lowering their purchasing when it comes to the auction. So we're kind of keeping that out on the radar. Defensive sectors continue to see positive inflows. We did see some nice inflows going to utilities again yesterday. Had some decent earnings when it came to Duke Energy. And then also with yields going down, utilities look a little bit more attractive. We also had consumer staples seeing some positive inflows. And then also healthcare. I actually saw the most amount of inflows yesterday. If you're looking at the Spiders sector ETFs, the XLV saw about $309 million worth of inflows. And actually, tech yesterday was down on the session. We actually did see a little bit of outflows there. I check that on a day-by-day basis. It's nice to kind of see what the trends are, where institutions are putting money, where institutions are putting dollars at, as well as retail traders, where they're putting dollars at as well. 10-year Treasury auction is going to be today. Check out my page, and actually I'll probably post it to the top. I do a weekly market prep, shameless plug, but in that market prep, I do have a chart that shows you the previous auction and the dealer takedown amounts, the bid to cover, and then the high yield. High yield, guys, does not matter with these auctions, right? The high yield is going to pretty much, for the most part, coincide with whatever the secondary is trading. And so the key is really figuring out where the secondary market's trading before the auction, right before the auction, and what the high yield is. And that spread's going to really tell you what the tail is for that auction. So comparing the high yield compared to last month is completely useless. But the bid to cover comparison and the dealer takedown comparison is actually a really key measure. So if you're ever interested in that, check out that. I'll post it above here. And then outside of that, I mean, we see crude continues to break down. We had the API reports that came out yesterday, saw a buildup of around 1 million barrels, close to 1 million barrels. Market was looking for a little bit of a drawdown. So that was a little bit bearish when you're looking at the crude complex and the oil complex in general. There's also conversations or rumors going around that Russia's refinery output is actually better than expected. And that's something the market did not price in. So we are seeing some pressures.
Listen to Kevin right now.
Technical breakdown right now, and we'll see if
Kevin is really smart
to be something that remains. From a technical standpoint, you can continue to see crude oil move to the downside. I think from a fundamental standpoint, I would be a little bit cautious on that move. Make sure you have some tight stops, because there are some things that I think the market is really discounting. Geopolitical fears, consumer consumption levels, things of that nature that can turn crude around. So that's kind of where I've been looking for in the market today, Evan. What do you got on your agenda?
Yeah, first of all, in my live chat here, we had someone talking about that Tesla DOJ lawsuit for wire fraud and some other stuff. I only really kind of saw the headlines and only started looking into it. Do you have any thoughts on that one? Was that a story that saw for you, that was on your headline? I do see Tesla moving lower in pre-market, down about 3-4% right now here. But I mean, Tesla gets a lot of headlines like this, and I kind of felt it was similar to some of the previous ones, and probably won't lead to much, but wasn't a good headline. You have any thoughts what you're seeing with that Tesla thing as I'm pulling it up in front of me right now?
I'm going to be honest with you, man. I actually did not see that news report for Tesla and those accusations, so I can't really speak on it. All I can say is that Tesla has had about a month and a half of just really bad information hitting the wires, right? It seems like every day we're getting a new news story, even though we had a nice little pop for earnings. So I think it's kind of, here's what I will say, right? The pop after earnings was nice. It was definitely a short covering event. For those that know, institutions do like to target this for a short sell. It's not surprising for anybody. So we had a short covering event. Maybe some new longs got in. We had a technical resistance level at $200, which it did reject. We are moving kind of lower. There is a channel that has been in place literally since June of last year. Really, I mean, when you're talking about a textbook channel, we saw a little bit of a breakdown, and then it recovered. So if you're looking at it from a technical standpoint, could it go back down to 150? I mean, it could off of that channel line. And this is more than a flag now, like a bull flag. This is actually like a downward channel. So you want to be able to have no news or good news when it comes to Tesla. And so they're kind of, they're in a rock and a hard place right now, but there's still people that do believe in the future vision of the company and continue to buy at these levels because they do believe that stock is maybe a little bit oversold. So, it is what it is. It's just kind of, once again, unfortunate that it seems like the data dumps every single day has something that's negative for Tesla. You have one positive news and then three, negative items that hit the wire. So, but I can't speak specifically to those particular allegations or that was.
Yeah, I do have it up on my screen now, and I see we got Jaguar up here, so we will shift the conversation a little.
What?
I know, right?
Dude,
Maybe
I
this.
haven't been on with Jag in like a month and a half, and it makes me so sad. I tried to catch him a little bit yesterday, so I'm so excited to hear his thoughts
All
and
right.
commentary. I'm sorry, I had to cut you off because
No, I'm excited too. It's
he's
been a
a
while.
great follow.
Great follow. You know what? We'll skip the Tesla talk. Jaguar, good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? Or good morning.
Yes, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Kevin, it's been a while since we talked. Evan, we just talked about Berkshire over the weekend, so hope you guys are all doing good.
Doing fantastic. I'm
Everything's
excited
good
for the
on my
market to
end.
be open. What are we watching today, Jag?
You know, I just finished doing a podcast, my morning podcast with clients that I do each morning. And in this podcast, I was pointing out to everyone that this earnings season has been very punitive. And it's been broadly across many sectors. I try to look at things in a very objective way, to remove my biases or any of that, to basically let the tape tell me if anything. And there was a piece that came out from Bank of America, and this is from late April, so it's already about a week ago, in which they pointed out, and I'm going to quote this word by word here. I quote, companies that beat on sales and EPS outperform the S&P 500 index by 1.1 percentage point the next day, which is slightly lower than the historical average of 1.5 percentage points. Conversely, companies that missed got penalized much more than usual, underperforming the S&P 500 index by 5.1 percentage points versus the historical average of only 2.4 percentage points. End quote. That was when this was at the end of April, when 228 of the 500 companies, or 57% of the index, had already reported earnings. The mix is much bigger since then. Now, I don't have the latest data yet, but now I'm looking at how Uber is getting shot this morning. Shopify is getting shot. Tesla is an entirely different story. It's not driven by, any kind of earnings reaction. It's the story on routers about an investigation about on self-driving, full self-driving. But then aside from that, it's not just look. If there was a risk of, high multiple stocks on even the slightest weakness on the earnings guidance, we're seeing multiple contract and the stocks coming in much lower. I would probably take a pass on that, right? Like, okay, that's to be expected. Or if it was some sort of a shitco, like, I don't know, Upstart or something crap names like this, just rolling over, right? And getting shot on earnings, I would take a pass on this too. But what I'm seeing, and as Bank of America also pointed out in this quote, is when you get names like Exxon Enterprises, AXON, report a great quarter, stock falls. BWXT, which is the nuclear submarine maker, that stock collapsed big yesterday. Huge sell-off. Huntington Ingalls, which makes for the U.S. Department of Defense these for naval, for U.S. Navy, the destroyers on the ocean. That stock sold off sharply last week. I mean, one of the ugliest days I've seen in that stock. Disney was down 7-8% yesterday. Ferrari, RACE, sold off. Jacob Solution, which is another name that I was long going into earning, and that thing got smacked down 6.5% yesterday. I'm not sure if Kratos defense, after putting together another really good quarter last night, is going to be able to maintain any kind of momentum today. We'll see where that stock opens today. The point is, this is not just in one area. I'm seeing these kind of reactions in industrials. I had a post out about trucking companies where we saw 13 trucking stocks all gap down and had bad things to say about the intermodal, right? And so it's in transportation, it's in industrial, it's in discretionary, it's in defense contractor, which is in one of my favorite space, right? And it's in many areas. Far more penalizing action during this earnings season than rewarding action during this earnings season is something to notice. And it's happening this morning again when you look at Uber and Shopify. These earnings are not necessarily bad, they're actually decent. I mean, objectively, when you look at them, but the reaction is far, far worse. But conversely, what's been working? Utilities. Utilities are making a new high. Staples XLP yesterday is breaking out to a new 52-week high. So the most defensive areas of the market, if you look up the chart of Nextera Energy, NEE, a utility, Duke Energy, DUK, these are some of the biggest utilities in the country, most defensive of the markets.
Good morning, user
They're reporting
groups.
earnings and they're being rewarded. So you have to take, you have to take into account what the market is trying to tell us. One last point, and I'll pass it on to you guys. The last time when I saw bifurcation like this, where the most defensive parts of the market were being bid up post earnings, while the rest of it were weakening, was in April, May of 2021, which was after the first quarter earnings were rolling in 2021. And coincidentally, that just happens to be a large topping signal for the market as well after many months of sideways, and then 2022 happened. We don't need to go into that.
Go for it, Kevin.
Yeah, just to kind of capitalize on that, I definitely called out utilities a couple of weeks ago. Look, so there's a couple of things that are happening with utilities as well, right, Jag? I mean, we from a fundamental standpoint, we know that a lot of these utility companies have been able to continue to push pricing pressures or hike prices for their customers. And you see it within the CPI data, like every single month, for at least the last 6 months, right? But their input costs are also going down for natural gas, which is seeing a little bit of a pop right now. There's, obviously there's a little bit of a war premium that's going on. There's weather expectations of a little bit of a hotter summer than usual, which could put, demand out there and things of that nature. But when you're looking at all of the industry data, it came out to be, look, they're going to be able to expand margins. And when you're looking at Duke Energy, that's exactly what they were able to do. Yes, their expenses went up, but their expenses went up, I believe, 3% on a year-over-year basis, while the revenues grew 17%, right? That's margin accretion right there. So that's not a surprise that we are seeing utilities move to the upside because of that fundamental dynamic. You also have a situation, too, from a technical standpoint, where utilities have been in a downturn, right? And like at the end of the day, they were battling against interest rates. And even though we did see them catch a little bit of a bid before interest rates started to fall here over the last couple of sessions, interest rates going lower or at least stabilizing is going to be a tailwind for them. There was a really long downward trending line that you could see for utilities, as well as the 200-day moving average, which was a headwind for utilities for last year. We've recently just broke above that in early March, consolidated a little bit, tried to push higher, touch that 200-day literally on April 17th. And from there, we've had green days literally ever since April 17th, except for one single day, every single session after that. So from a technical standpoint, too, it also aligns. And that 200-day moving average is a very key area of resistance that has now turned into support. We are seeing it move to the upside. What I will say, though, from a technical standpoint, utilities, if you're looking at the XLU, which is a horribly, horribly constructed ETF by all stretch of the imagination, NextEra is way too heavily weighted in that index. But it's what people trade, right? So
What's
if
up,
you're
Ollie?
looking at that,
Listen to Kevin talk right now.
A resistance level that I'm keeping my eye out on at 71 and a half I'm sorry 71 and a half. It's $71.60, but I call it 71.50 to be mindful of that. We could see maybe a little bit of a rejection and the consolidation before pushing higher, but I'm right there with you. And even if you look at consumer staples, and people have been freaking out, look, consumer staples, they're seeing, their margins are compressing, things like that. Look, if we're in a reflationary inflationary environment, which we are for right now, but I do believe at the latter half of this year, we actually will see disinflation coming back into the market just because of base effects. And I talk about that literally every single day. I won't go into that so much. But from a staple standpoint, the reflationary environment, yes, it's going to hurt them in the near term, but they are still able to pass on prices, especially if we are seeing a little bit of a slowdown when it comes to the economy. And based on the ISM data, the Fed regional data that's out there, everything that is pretty much out there except for the BLS data is kind of showing that fact. They're going to still have to be able to have pricing power. Consumers are going to continue to consume staple goods. So that's going to be a tailwind for them as well. Not surprising, right? And you're looking at institutions that obviously want to have maybe a little bit of a lower beta going into some of these murky times when it comes to the data. And right now, the lower beta names, lower beta sectors, the utilities, staples, and even when you're looking at industrials, one thing to also kind of note here, and I'll kick it back, one thing to also note with industrials are actually doing fairly well. The problem that you have with industrials, especially when you're looking at the XLI, once again, a horribly constructed ETF, is that the top two companies within that the XLI is Caterpillar and Deere. I talked about this about a month ago. Caterpillar was going to have a bad earnings announcement. That was just a given. There's way too many headwinds with the dollar being very strong, grain prices being fairly low, and construction demand for the most part kind of was waning for the most part when you're looking at China, right? So they were going to have headwinds anyway. John Deere, Deere & Co., I believe they report either this week or next week, is also going to have a very tough earnings announcement. I would be very surprised if their guidance moving forward actually exceeds the street's expectations. Once again, dollar headwinds, grain prices fairly low, and we do have a huge amount of supply that's coming from South America that's kind of in jeopardy right now, which is why you're seeing the grains kind of move to the upside. But for the reported quarter, that's already going to be factored in. So they probably are still going to see demand being a little bit lower. But you X out those two, industrials for the most part have been holding up, especially small cap industrials and mid cap industrials. So there's a way to be able to play it. You just got to be able to pick and choose, and maybe not utilizing a broader sector ETF that might see some headwinds. And even though we saw that pullback from CAT, XLI still has been doing fairly well, holding up for the most part. So wanted to kind of provide that context. Wanted to see, Jag, if you had any thoughts on any of those areas I just covered.
Yeah, there is I will go back to specifically on Caterpillar late last year. It was the third quarter of 2023 earnings report that came out.
So, Jonathan,
I remember reviewing that earnings report, in detail. It was in November at some point. And I was looking at this, and I had pointed out that Caterpillar had reported at that time 2 consecutive quarters of new orders being negative. That's new bookings for earth-moving machinery being negative, right? The first time everybody gave it a pass, then it was the second time that everybody gave a pass to, pretty much at that time. But that's a leading indicator that you may be posting whatever the revenue growth today, but if you're taking a less number of orders in your hand today and the growth rate in the new booking is negative on a year over year, ultimately with lag, there will come a time that it's going to impact your sales. The sales will turn negative too. And market was simply not focused on that yet, because most people simply look at what the sales and EPS is when the data comes out, rather than digging into the details to see what's happening to the actual leading metrics that are in the report that are often buried in the commentary section, in the earnings call, or in the SEC filings when the 10Q comes out. The trends have been weak, is what I want to say about Caterpillar, for a couple quarters now. And I think now maybe we are reaching a point, as you rightfully mentioned, that perhaps it will start to show up with the clear-cut sign on a sequential as well as year-over-year deterioration on the sales number. Last quarter maybe was the first hint. Going forward, unless wheat prices and commodity prices and overall capex trends in mining space sharply pick up, I think you will see further softening in Caterpillar. And you're absolutely right that Caterpillar and Deere are the 2 bellwether names that pretty much drive the performance of XLI, right? The industrial ETF. And then there are a whole bunch of other mid caps and small caps that are tied together to their performance. If they go, the rest of the group goes. So something to keep an eye out.
Jaguar, on your talk about stocks getting hit pretty hard off of earnings, what do you think's behind that? I know the expectations for this earnings season, when we look at it from more like S&P 500 earnings, were pretty low. So I know a lot of the focus was over onto the kind of forward guidance. So do you think it's the forward guidance coming in weak? Is it because we're talking about decent quarters, and a couple of those things did have a little weak forward guidance? Do you think it's partially just strong recent performance? We saw geez, Tesla moving higher off of some weak numbers, but as where most of the market has run recently, Tesla has pulled back. So getting a little bit more of a relief bounce than a coming into earnings up 40% type thing. So what do you think's in some of this kind of violent downwards move off of earnings? It really is probably either the forward guidance or expectations coming into it. What I
It's
think, but
most definitely its guidance. And I mean, we have been internally in JAG, we have been doing a lot of research on this one, me and my entire team, as we go through all these earnings calls. It's guidance. Because you're seeing the companies simply report underwhelming guidance, either versus the consensus or just sequentially, from Q1 in terms of year over year growth rate. What is the Q1 growth rate and what they're guiding for Q2 year over year? You see a step down. Or what they're guiding for the full year 2024, you see a little bit of a step down. And the thing is that previously market didn't care about this as much because the market would read into this sort of stuff as being just conservatism. But the thing is, the stocks have gone up too much, right? I mean, since November, NASDAQ is up 25%. I mean, if you do the percentage change, the S&P hit the bottom around 4,100 and change in late October. 6 months later, we were at 5,300. What is the percent change there? 25% for the S&P, roughly, right? And so you had a very high bar of expectation set. So then when the corporate America reports earnings and goes conservative on the guidance, which suggests a step down in growth rate, you're seeing multiples simply start to contract. The S&P is not cheap either at 21 and a half times forward earnings. So it's the guidance and the valuation. It's a mix of those two. And I think that, I made a comment to all my clients in webinar yesterday, and I'll just put it over here too, and then let you all chew on this thought. I could be wrong, could be right, but from a trading and investing standpoint, right, the momentum is the heartbeat of the market. The bulls can do very, very well in strong trending charts on the upside. The bears can do very, very well in deteriorating charts, right? Both sides can win out. But then there are times in the market where it becomes a giant month after month after month long chop fest where both of them get killed. Hence the common saying, don't be a pig, pigs get slaughtered. And recognizing when you are going into that phase early on, and then changing your strategy of how you want to construct your portfolios, or if you're an option trader, how you want to the type of trades you want to take, can prevent you from giving up many of the gains you made year to date, in strong trends. I think what's going to happen, in my opinion, again, I could be wrong. I feel like this market is going to be sideways chop fast all the way up until elections. I mean, I think, would it surprise anybody if we spend next 6 months until we have clarity on the presidential election? Until November, the S&P is still in a chop fest near 5,000. Let's call it within 5 or 10% range. The market could just go sideways, but underneath that price, there's going to be a lot of bears and bulls that are going to get slaughtered along the way, trying to pick bottoms, trying to pick tops, when the market actually isn't going anywhere. And it's going to become very frustrating environment for traders as a result. I don't want traders to basically be in that position. So you have to change your strategy. And that's precisely what my message was to my clients yesterday in webinars. Like, okay, as option traders, we always bet on the direction, calls or puts, right? Because we have the momentum in our side. But at some point, you need to give up on that, and you have to change and start doing structures such as bull put spreads, bear call spreads, or other forms of neutral trades such as iron condors. Because that's precisely what's expected from in my opinion, from now all the way up until elections. And it's going to be a very frustrating environment for a very long period of time, and for many subscribers, or many traders. So let's avoid that and change our strategy, and that's exactly what we're starting to do in JAG.
Appreciate you as always, Jaguar. I got a comment in my live chat saying Jag's daughter, Def, has a better year-to-date portfolio performance than me, and she just started investing this week. I saw the tweet about the first position. Is she in a second one already, or we're hanging in that one? Forgot what it was.
It's funny because, I told my daughter, I said that, we're going to do this exercise on a weekend. She's 11 years old. I mean, she's technically not even a teenager, right? And so, so when I had her, I printed the research that my right-hand researcher, Jay, put together on the weekend about Crocs. And I printed all of that, a couple of pages long, and I gave it to my daughter, and I said, read it, take your time. There's a lot of acronyms in here that you will not understand, like even simple things as YTD. What does that mean? Well, that's year to date. And what is EBITDA? You don't know that. Come and ask me. We'll talk about this. Take your time, read it. And so she did. She came back. She had a couple of questions. I answered that question. And I gave her 4 stocks to read about, all from our weekend research on Sunday. And I said, you pick one you think you find the most interesting, but read all 4. She came back to me naturally because she wears Crocs. She said that this is the one. Okay, let's go with this. And then I bought the stock in her account. It's actually, it's my account, but I gave her access. And, so she executed the trade herself. And very simple trade, right? And it worked out very well. She also asked me about buying Disney, and I talked her out of it. That's another one that any teenager at that age would naturally be familiar with, right? They can resonate. They can easily remember, know the company. I talked her out of that. Said, nope, that's not what my research is showing. We're not going to do this trade. I'm like, okay. So the exercise between me and my daughter every weekend will be that when my team puts together the weekend research, we'll go through it and we'll find out whether it's worthy of buying it in the portfolio, and then I will let her do it. The fun thing, and I encourage everyone do this. Everyone. If you have little kids, it takes only $1,000. That's all I did. $1,000 in Robinhood account, and let her manage it with your direction. This accomplishes many things. Number one, naturally, it's going to improve her knowledge over time. It's going to help her appreciate how to construct portfolios, what kind of things and risks to think about very early on. But more importantly, and this is the qualitative side of it, is going to create a bond between you and your kid that no other way you can build. Very good bond. And the last thing, most importantly as well, that this will make her rich. Remember the power of compounding, the 8th wonder of the world? Imagine at 11-year-old, if you start compounding your portfolio at 25% each year for the next 50 years, even if you start with $1,000, where does that take you?
I love that, Jaguar, although I gotta say, I know Disney did move down off of earnings, but let's talk her into Disney in the future, not out of it. All I'm gonna say, I'm a fan. But I'm glad you're obviously listening to the research and everything you're doing. Should be an interesting one. I actually bought my first stock around 12 to 14, around that age. So, and I bought Apple, and I still hold it, and that's kind of the reason it's my largest holding today. So, I have definitely benefited from my dad doing that with me. It was an enjoyable time. Kevin, let's bring it back to you and do a little bit of a back and forth. And I got Jaguar with more questions. I know we talked about that 10-year yield that we have coming today. How did the 3-year auction go yesterday? I guess I wasn't watching the market. I don't know if we had too much movement. And What are you kind of expecting for? How big are the stakes for this 10-year note that we have coming today? I know these release at 1, really like 102 is when you start, 101, 102 is when you start to see the movement. That's Eastern time zone. But Kevin, what are you watching for with this 10-year note auction coming today at 1 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, so we had the 3-year yesterday. The 3-year is not a popular auction that people watch, right? But it was actually a pretty decent gauge. And actually, it was a really decent auction result, to say the least here. I mean, when you're looking at the bid to cover came in at 2.63 versus 2.5, which was the previous primary dealer takedown was at 14.87%. Previously, it was 19.31%. So you want to see the dealer takedown be low. Right, and you want to see that bid to cover being high. That shows that demand is out there, and then the win issued market compared to what the secondary was showing was it actually had a lower yield. So it was a good auction, right? And you want to see that translate into the 10-year. 10-year is obviously going to be the bigger focus. Last month's 10-year was god awful. It was one of the worst ones that we've actually had on record. Just horrible bid to cover, horrible dealer takedown. Indirects were very low. I mean, it was god awful. So what are you looking for today? Obviously an improvement from what we had last month. I think that will be the case. I think there's also the situation where the Fed has adjusted their quantitative tightening stance, which will actually provide around $35 billion for them to be able to participate in auctions. That's going to start in June. It's going to be spread across all of the auctions. So, like, it's not going to, like, fully, like, really impact the auctions. But I think the sentiment around it, or the psychology around that particular move, is actually bigger than the quantitative dollar amounts or the quantitative adjustment that was actually occurring. So I think that we will see a fairly strong 10-year auction here today, hopefully. And if we do, I think that we will, I think the market will actually eat that up. Now, if it's not a really good 10-year auction, and then we'll probably see the other end of that. And then also, too, when you see the results, you want the results of the auction, you want them to come out quicker and quicker. If they're coming out 7 minutes after the auction started, that's usually a bad sign. It means that there's a tail end there for the dealers to be able to clear. And then we have the 30-year, and then 30-year, we've actually had some pretty decent auctions on the 30-year. So people have been going out on the long end of the curve here. So that's kind of like the setup when you're looking at the treasury markets right now. All right. Powell, right, wrong, or indifferent, last week really discounted the fact that the Fed could hike rates if inflation got, out of control. And I think that also kind of put in that Fed put type of scenario that we've seen in the past where the market felt comfort in that. And that's why we actually saw the market catch a little bit of a bid. Now, that same day that we had the Powell presser, there was definitely a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. But I think the 10-year is definitely something that you want to be able to keep your eye out on. And I would not be surprised if we actually have a pretty decent auction here today, especially if yields before the auction continue to rise. That provides you a little bit more of a slingshot effect if that auction does come out fairly well, right? So where yields can actually retrace pretty healthily, and then that's where you can get the slingshot effect when it comes to the S&P 500. So just kind of going back to what Jag was talking about, can we see a consolidation? Yeah, I mean, we can see even if you're looking at that pullback that we had, valuations are still fairly high based on the 5-year trailing average that we have right now. So yeah, you can make that case, and we have had companies that have provided very weak guidance moving forward. I mean, especially on the top line side of it. And so you have to ask yourself, okay, well, what's going to impact the E number on that forward PE, right? The earnings power. What can they do if they're not going to drive top line growth, if they're not expected to drive top line growth? And that's going to be expense management. That's the only way that you can do it. There's only a couple of things that you can do within a company to be able to churn out profitability, right? Drive top line sales, or you cut expenses. And so that'll be the way that we could actually have this renormalization of the forward yield right now. And I think that's going to be the case. And I think that's also going to come at the hands of being able to cut workers. And that's not a trend that that's a trend that we've seen from larger companies that might start being a trend when we're looking at mid-cap names here in the near term. So I'm kind of right there with him. From technically speaking, I know this is kind of, I don't know if it's a bold call or something like that. Technically speaking, seeing that 50, 20-day cross, yeah, like we're still kind of near all-time highs. I think we're only about, what, 2 0.8% away, maybe 3% away from all-time highs. But if you kind of look at the past data, that cross, we typically get a little bit of a bounce, kind of try to attempt to hit those recent all-time highs, and then we fail again. And so that's what I'm actually expecting. I'm a really big proponent of Elliott wave theory and Dow theory, and I do believe things come in waves to the upside and downside, especially in threes. I think we just saw that first wave, which was actually a smaller that's a smaller dip, right? And so we don't really have to have all of those dips be 10% or anything like that. But I would not be surprised if we do touch the 200-day moving average, and I don't think that's where the moving average is going to be right now. Like if you're looking at the E-mini S&P 500, it's sitting at 47, 42. I don't think that we get down there. I think the moving average is going to continue to move up, as you talked about, consolidation. Also, then you can have a time consolidation that creates a time to pull back, if you will, right? So I think the 200-day moving average will continue to rise, obviously, because of the construction of that simple moving average, and I do believe that we will eventually touch it before trying to make new and retain new all-time highs. And that doesn't mean that I'm like super bear on this market. I just think that's just a healthy correction. And if you talk to anybody out there, not anybody, but if you talk to a lot of people out there, right, they're waiting for a pullback to be able to put money in. And that 200-day will be, for the most part, in my opinion, a springboard for a lot of individuals that may have missed this rally and starts to put money to work. And so that would be a sentiment booster, if you will. All else being equal, if we can get inflation to be tamed. And once again, I think that will actually happen at the latter half of this year. I think what we are seeing right now when it comes to heating oil or diesel, and I talked about this yesterday, but I bring it up because it's a very big point. That violation of 200-week moving average is a very big deal. And if you go back and look at the relationship or the correlation between that breakdown of that moving average and then the results of equities, and then just kind of compare that to GDP or even the personal consumption expenditure number, not the prices, the PCE, the actual number, you would see that there's a very strong correlation with that. And so either we recapture that 200-week on diesel, which would signify stronger demand coming back in the market, which we're not seeing, as Jag talked about with transports, or with intermodal trucking companies, or I think that we are most likely probably seeing the start of a slowdown. And it doesn't mean a recession. It just means a slowdown in growth, which would also coincide with potentially inflation starting to come down as well. And we're kind of seeing that with a fair amount of goods that are out there, especially in the energy sector. Grains are going to be a little bit something different. That's being, it's traded on weather right now. And that's also just based on what's going to happen in South America. For the metals, copper is actually a physical supply situation that's occurring, but I do believe that we're overdone. A lot of speculators have gotten into that trade. I think copper will actually fade here over the next 3 weeks. I don't think it's going to completely retrace its move, but I would not be surprised if it goes back and hits $4. And then I would say the same would actually occur for silver as well. So there's a kind of a method to the madness there, and that's kind of like what I'm looking at over the next couple of months here as we traverse this market.
Awesome, Kevin. I appreciate you as always, and obviously during that the stock market did open. I was seeing SPY move a little bit to the upside just when the market opened, but it wasn't anything massive. Yeah, still down about 0.33% on the day, but it's been literally a minute or two. So we'll give ourselves some time to wait. I do want to give a major shout out to Jag and Kevin for being on the spaces and sharing so much info. They're both fantastic. Everyone should make sure they're following them. I see Kev's pinned some posts up in the nest above. He's on Schwab Network a lot, so if you enjoy hearing Kevin, if you're following him, you'll see a lot of great articles, and you'll see a lot of some cool other live stuff that he's doing. And Jaguar, we know in the Jaguar Analytics group, a lot of heat is being posted, just nonstop, just content and a lot of really great plays. And Jag's one of my favorite people to have on the spaces. So this was a great morning show. Jag, we're doing this every single day. I'm trying to do this, and I know you talked about your morning call, but if you're ever free after, pretty much.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of it. So is this morning show every day this time around?
Yeah. So going live, if there's data on the day, I'm going live at 8:15 a.m. Otherwise, probably 8:45, sometimes 8:30, and that's Eastern. And then it's really just me, Kevin, Emperador comes in, AJ has come in a couple times. We had Lily coming in a little bit, and we're just talking about stuff to help you get ready for the day in the market. Sometimes there's a lot, sometimes there's not so much. And yeah, that's just the concept of going here. And
I
if
can't I can't commit just
no, nothing. But
because
if you're free, come.
between 8 and 9 every morning Eastern time, I'm also doing a podcast for my client. But I'll see. Once I'm done with my podcast, if you're running the show and if I can contribute in any meaningful way, then I would just jump in.
You know what, Jag? Even if it was like a 2 minute segment with Jaguar, get ready for the day, and it was just one or two things catching your eye. The second you came
I'll
up here,
just
we
come
went
in
right
to
to
say
you.
good morning to everybody. How about that?
Good morning. Listen, if we do, if my portfolio goes up after that, then it might become a commitment. Just saying, you can't miss a day, or else my stock going down. But yeah, Kevin and myself co-hosting this, and it's becoming a really exciting show. So yeah, everyone should be excited about it and following the speakers. But Kevin, you were unmuting there.
Yeah, no, and I was just going to say, Jack, like we're definitely bringing the perspective of like what's happening in the markets for the day, right? And then also talking about some of the macro stuff that's out there, some of the logical stuff that's actually occurring in the market too, right? Like we're not like it's no fluff here, yeah. And I think it's a really good space for people to kind of just start their day off and kind of hear perspective from all angles, from stocks to straight up just economic data to what the indexes are doing to what Powell's doing. I mean, it's a lot that's there. So I feel like it's very constructive. So would love to have you come back at any time by all means. Like reach out. And I love being on spaces with you, man. We're able to bounce ideas off of each other. And then also too, like sometimes we have disagreements, right? And so I think that's kind of what the premise of this space is. It has been and probably is going to be moving forward here. I do want to call out just one more thing, Evan, before we chop this thing up real quick. So, Jag, did you hold your net gaps position that you opened up a couple of months ago?
My net gas. So I've been long two ways. Natural gas. The first, I bought leap call options in UNG, specifically the January 15th strike call options in UNG. That was more than a month and a half ago. I still have that position. But then separately, taking advantage of the overnight price action, I went long natural gas futures. When we started to break out above, my trigger was $1.82. And so I rolled that position one time, on the expiration, but I've been long since then. And I just keep there's a trailing stop. I just keep raising the stop right behind it. There's a gap on the natural gas futures that could potentially send it to 250 to 260. We're already at 225. That would be even better. But so for now, yeah, I'm long natural gas futures and I'm long UNG call options, and with trailing stops in both of them, and so just riding it higher and higher until my stops are triggered.
Appreciate that update, man.
But the thing is, Kevin, it's the day I pitched this idea to go long natural gas, and at the time it was trading around 170-ish, 170 roughly, and then the futures when they rolled, it was about 6 to 7 cents gap higher. So, but there has been so much negativity around natural gas. And that and on Twitter and in the street research and everything, and and for the good reasons, to be honest.
I see why you say
there's
that,
a very
user.
big glut of natural gas inventory in the country. It's going to take a long time to basically clean through that. The prices could remain depressed for a prolonged period of time. But what I also know from the history, looking at 20-year chart of natural gas futures, when you get down to these 140 to 170 area in natural gas, you're at the bottom. The news can be as bad as possible, but it has just never gone below that unless somehow people think that you're going to start to get free gas in your house. It's just not going to happen, right? And so the reason why I started to like natural gas when we got down to that 170 area was that because I then saw the earnings reports from Chesapeake Energy, from Apache, from Antero Resources and a couple others, including the big integrated oil companies as well, where all these managements started to finally acknowledge that the industry as a whole needs to cut capex in order to stabilize prices. There's the first step in solving every problem in the world is recognizing there is one. And here, the first step is the industry recognize the problem is too much inventory, therefore need to cut capex. And now it's going to take time for as that capex cuts start to filter through the system, and then you're going to see the inventory depletions will gradually begin, and you're starting to see that being reflected in the price. I'm not going to be surprised completely if natural gas rolls over at some point with demand slowing down at 2 and then maybe come right back down to below 2 at some point. But I think generally speaking, the healing process has begun. And I think over time, the price action will be stable to slightly or firmly, it's going to firm up from here over a long period of time.
Awesome. Appreciate that conversation there. Kevin, if you have any other points you want to get in on that?
I was going to say I'm right there with you, right? Like the CapEx cuts are definitely something to kind of keep in mind there. We are going into injection season, right? So there should be a seasonal period where we do see some compression in price, but we were only 15 cents away from all-time lows. So yeah, not surprising. And then also there is going to be some geopolitical like war premium that's there, and it's not from Israel and Hamas and Iran. It's going to be Russia, Ukraine, which it seems like there is going to be a little bit of a doubling down there, and that's still a lever that Russia can pull as far as supplying natural gas to Europe, because they still do that, and actually they ramped up and provided more gas flows last year than even when we had that first year where things were getting kind of crazy. So I'm right there with you. I'm just always cautious because of the injection season and the abundance. But once again, it's also a trade that everybody kind of neglects. And then you got shorts that are getting covered. Shorts are getting squeezed out. You got new speculators coming in, these decent pops. And the last thing I will say is too, this is not a it's not a front month type of trade right now, right? Meaning that the further dated months are not seeing this type of action. It's actually happening across the overall curve, right? And it's still in contango at this point because of the inventory levels that we do have. But it's also a green shoot. You're not seeing spreads between front month and the next month really widening out. It seems like they're, for the most part, staying pretty stable. So that lends a little bit more credence to the bull case. But I would just kind of watch out. Maybe just come back to nearly aggressive and so many times.
Station one more time quickly, and then we can maybe do whatever, see where we're at there and see how the conversation is flowing. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the stuff that we're watching for today. A couple of events we have a couple macro and I guess whatever economic reports. We have wholesale inventories at 10 a.m. Eastern. And then we have at least three Fed presidents speaking. Jefferson at 11 a.m. Eastern, Collins at 11:45 a.m. Eastern. Then we have Cook speaking at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. We also have Costco reporting their monthly sales data after the close today. That is expected, and a few other things on that front. But that's the big macro. And there's also a Philip Morris annual shareholder meeting. And then after the close today, there's a good amount of earnings, including Airbnb, ARM Holdings, Trade Desk, Robinhood, Instacart. I know IIPR is a popular one in the weed space, which FinTwit loves to talk about, and a couple other stuff. So there's a lot going on today, and that 10-year auction. So this actually is should be a busy day for the traders. Jaguar, maybe I'll start with you, and then I'm gonna throw it over to Kevin after hear what you guys are watching and thoughts for today. But Kevin, Jag, do you watch Costco at all? Is that a name that you're interested to see how that sales report comes in? And then just anything else for today specifically, any catalyst on watch for you that you're keeping a radar on?
Yeah, absolutely. I watch Costco. This is this is it doesn't really move as much when it reports its monthly metrics, the same store sales growth, um, but it does give, you know, it does basically has the impact of street then going back and then fine tuning its projections for the quarter based on how the trends are developing. And so I don't expect much after hours action in Costco on this report, but it's a bellwether name. It's very, very important for the economy and for the markets, the read throughs, and all of that. It is an incredibly well run company. It is one of the top 10 stocks in the S&P 500 index by market capitalization, all that fun stuff. And so, yeah, it is a very, very important name. Funny thing, I just remember, didn't at one point on Sunday, Warren Buffett said that one of the biggest mistakes he did was not recognizing the opportunity in Costco when he had it. And he would have taken a big stake in the company when it was a much smaller company at that time, and then just hold it forever. I think he referenced it at one
He
point.
did. He did.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I love Costco. In fact, the dinner we had was meatloaf last night. It was from Costco. And I was telling my wife, because, she goes out like maybe once every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, a trip to Costco just to fill up the pantry and all that. And each time she makes a run, it's $500-$600 gone, And so what she does is, because we don't do it often, maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks, but importantly, when she was there at Costco, she would always buy these, prepared meals that are very tasty and it's very easy to cook. You just put them in the oven and they're done. But every time she does that, maybe just only one or two meals for next 1 to 2 days, so they're fresh. I ask them, like, how much was this, right? Um, and I'm just shocked every time she tells me how cheap it was. Like this full meal from Costco of meatloaf and mashed potatoes and gravy and all of that, and then we just cook some vegetables on the side at home, was $16 and change. I mean, and it fed a family of four. You cannot beat that. You just cannot beat that anywhere. The other day, like 2 weeks ago, we had fettuccine alfredo, fettuccine alfredo. That was also from Costco. Perfect meal for the full family, and that was $21 for the full meal for everyone. So, it is really the America's retailer when you think about this. Nothing can beat in prices, and it's a very, very well run, managed company. I love Costco.
Kevin, you equally as much a Costco fan there? You watching those March sales or April sales data, shall I say, coming out? And then any of those other news catalysts? What is wholesale inventories that we got coming out here in 12 minutes or so, 14 minutes or so? A lot of questions coming your way, Kevin. I know you're prepared to answer all of them.
Man, we are a Sam's Club household here.
Ooh.
And that is only because we do not have a Costco near, and honestly, we don't really even utilize the Sam's Club because we buy everything from farms and buy cattle.
Oh, I knew the answer to that one. It was actually I knew it was going to be a cool one. You're right. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't do too much, but Costco is a really really good and well run company, as Jack was kind of talking about, and their ability to open up into new markets. And I think something that we're not really, a lot of people don't talk about is their expansion into China and the opportunities that can go there.
Yeah, that video, Kevin, that video that came out like a couple months ago at this point, I think it was their third store in China. It was their first one in southern China, I believe. And it was a mob scene outside. They had it looked like it was a Disney ride you're waiting 3 hours in line for.
Yeah, and so I think that could also be a tailwind for them that I don't think the market's really realizing. So, wholesale inventories, it shouldn't be that huge of a market mover, but we are expecting a contraction of 0.4% on a month-over-month basis. That would actually match what we saw beforehand on the previous. And this is just the value of goods that are being held in inventories, basically. So when you see a drawdown in goods, that the assumption there is that demand is increasing, right? And that's a good thing to see. Also kind of keep in mind too, the GDP numbers came in fairly low. But that also was the result of inventories going low, and that's kind of a negative drag on GDP. So, what we would like to see for wholesale inventories is it to come in pretty much in line with the street's expectations. Anything that's like a 0.2 or 0.3% print to the upside, positive number, I think would be a little bit more bearish for the market. But it's not going to be. This is not. It won't be a number. Watch it. I'll say this. It'll do. This won't be a number that'll move the S&P 500 60 points, right? Like that's just not going to be the case. But it's a really good gauge as to sentiment and demand out there. So contraction numbers decent when it comes to demand. Any type of buildup is not really good when it comes to demand. That also could indicate prices are coming down in order for wholesalers to get their inventory out. So really decent gauge, but once again, it's not going to be a huge market. But Evan, I do have to. I have to jump, my man. I always appreciate you, Jag. Appreciate you as well. And then next time, Dave, he's up here. Like we'll get you up on the stage. I meant to invite you, and I forgot, man. So always love hearing his commentary around the charts and macro as well. So I hope everybody has a very prosperous day. Stay safe out there, and I'll talk to you all tomorrow.
Appreciate you as always, Kevin. I saw David emoting a little bit during this, and we'll definitely send him that invite on the next one on tomorrow morning when we're live doing this Thursday. Everyone should make sure they're following Kevin. Check out what he pinned up in the nest above. Everyone should make sure they're following Jaguar as well. Jag, any thing you want to throw out there? Any kind of final comments? Anything you're watching today?
No, just wanted to appreciate for having me here. It's fun discussion. It's been a while since I talked to you guys, so we'll look to join these morning conversations in the future. Whenever I can find time, I'll just jump in. As far as markets are concerned, look, the real bazooka will be next week. I continue to see the team forecast continues to gradually trend higher again.
That's on my end.
And so, I think that aside from the bond auction that may bring some volatility, as Kevin pointed out earlier, there's really not much except just earnings, and reactions have been pretty bad, right, so far. So there's really not much to do in the market, particularly this week, in my opinion. I think if there's going to be some new positions, new ways to look into things, I will probably begin my work from the weekend to position for next week. So that's all I have to say. I'm going to jump off as well. Thank you very much for having me. See you next time.
Appreciate you as always, Jaguar. Everyone follow Jaguar. He's fantastic. And hope to have him back on Spaces. We've been trying to talk a little bit in the back end. Jag will be on more Spaces. We'll be doing a lot more stuff together. We just got to find that format that works. But I always love listening to this guy. He's awesome. I learn something new every single time. So definitely make sure you're following Jaguar. Appreciate you, man. Awesome. All right. So that is going to be it for the Spaces. I'm staying live on YouTube. By the way, if you guys want more of this type of content, if you're enjoying this, go up in the nest above. The last tweet pinned up there is a link to the YouTube live stream that I'm on right now. I'm going to be staying live. I'm going to go and join the different Spaces, do some live trading, all that good stuff. So come join me. While you're there, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. These Twitter Spaces, I love them. Never going to stop. I'm trying to start the next project, always continue building. That's really what you got to do in this creator space. And YouTube is another platform that I'm looking to add on to what I'm doing with Twitter. Won't replace anything, won't do anything like that. But I think being able to see my screen and what I'm watching, especially around earnings and different events, is a pretty big advantage. So if you enjoy these type of spaces and you want to support, a really great free way that you can help support what I'm doing here. First of all, follow Kevin and Jaguar, who are fantastic. But go up to that link up in the nest above and chill in there for a couple minutes. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and I will appreciate each and every single one of you. But I am going to end the Spaces there. I'm going to talk, and then we're going to go over and join some live trading Spaces. So I appreciate everyone, and I will catch you all later. Oh, also, this morning show will be back tomorrow morning, probably 8:45 a.m. Eastern. Be ready for it. All right, that is the Spaces done and dusted. Appreciate everyone. I know I wasn't able to read out all of the comments during that. I saw a couple of them. Ali starting at 23 is insane. that is so early, and you're beating out 99.999% of market participants. So that is awesome to see. Happy recent birthday as well. Been going for a year. Glad to see you starting early and super passionate about it. Kevin is great. I love Kevin. Paul, that 30-second delay, I think that what ended up happening was yesterday I lowered the latency so the delay would end up being less. But I think I have to do that every single stream, and it doesn't just auto refresh to that, and I just kind of clicked through on this one. So noted for next time. It should be down to like 5-10 seconds. User group, I don't know if you guys can see this in the chat. He goes, low-key, won't be surprised if QQQ retests that 439.6 area. And I marked it on the chart, and he literally said that. Ooh, trying to get my mouse back. He said that like right over here on this candle, or it was honestly while this candle was forming. So that was an impressive call out by you, user group. It's on the chart and everything. We watched it live. What else? Kevin is great. Yes, sir. Appreciate everyone. If you guys are in this chat here from the spaces, make sure you are subscribed to the YouTube channel. Like I was saying on there, this is my big new project. I'm working really hard on this. If you look on the channel, there's a lot of other really great content on here, and hopefully these live streams are a part of it. Let's dig through the timeline for this morning and late last night, and then I'm going to end up joining Jordan's space, and we'll do a little bit of live trading. But I just want to make sure we're all level on the same playing field as we head into that. If anyone didn't see this, we had Jim Cramer saying he's struggling on Tesla yesterday. So if Tesla has a good day, that might be why. FTX bankruptcy. If any of you guys had money in FTX, they said that they amassed billions of dollars more than it needed to cover how much customers lost in the collapse. So all customers should be getting a full refund. I also thought this one was interesting. OpenAI is developing a feature for ChatGPT that can search the web and cite sources in its results, potentially competing head-on with Google. This could be a pretty market-moving headline for all companies involved. Tesla, this story has been out a little bit. They proposed to launch the robo-taxis in China, which doesn't seem like China is going to go for right away, which I guess isn't super surprising there. But they are going to allow them domestic testing and demonstration of robo-taxis, which I think is the best that you can ask for in the short case scenario there. But that headline came out last night, and it was obviously countered a little bit by this headline this morning for Tesla in the same area, right? Ooh, where is it? Donde es? Here we go. U.S. prosecutors are reportedly examining whether Tesla committed securities or wire fraud by misleading investors and consumers about its EV self-driving capabilities. One to keep on watch. I feel like there's a lot of these type of headlines out there, but yeah, probably a little too early to react to that one. A couple of the earnings from the morning, we had Uber missing EPS, beating revenue. Their forward guidance came in below expectations, which you can see here. Here is the actual range, what they said, gross bookings. Wall Street wanted, it's within the range, but when you see something like this, you take the midpoint of it. So what are we, 39.5? About, so that's the number, that's the bar that they had to beat, and it came in below that. And here's an earnings snapshot from my friend Brad. I love these. Take a look. A lot of misses. You want a lot of beats on these, not a lot of misses. As I take a water sip. Yeah, I enjoy these kind of quick references. That is for Uber, and now Shopify. Beat on EPS, beat on revenue. Still a decent year-over-year growth in a couple of these categories, although the quarter-over-quarter for a lot of them was down. And let's actually go over to Brad's page for that. Cheat sheets. Hood earnings after the close. Yes, user group. I'm excited for that one. I actually own a little bit of Hood now. Shopify's is looking a little bit better. You're still seeing more misses than you would probably end up wanting, but a lot of beats across the board. But this is an earnings season, as Jaguar was pointing out. You're getting punished pretty aggressively for any slight miss in guidance or slight miss in anything. So you really need these to be all beats for you to get a nice reaction off of earnings. Quickly. All right. Back to the page, back to a couple more of the headlines, and I'll join Jordan Spaces. We do have a little bit of macro data coming out in 2 minutes. It is, what did we have again? 2-minute data is this. Wholesale inventory is coming out at 10 a.m. I'll read the numbers and we'll look at the market reaction. I'll make sure we get down. I'm still impressed, user group, that you got this. This is close enough, guys. He literally said that like here. like 4:38:23. That comment's in the chat. We could timestamp it. That is the direct quote he said, and we're breaking through it. Nice move. Yeah, I'll make sure I read out that headline in a second, though. That wholesale inventories. Continuing on, though. We had the 30-year mortgage rate in the U.S. dropped for the first time since March. Still at a pretty crazy high level at 7.18. Was at 7.29 last week. Microsoft said it's planning to invest $3.3 billion into Wisconsin, building a new data center there. They're also going to start training locals and educating them on why AI jobs and manufacturing are good, which I think it's a pretty easy sell. It seems like those are both areas that are going to continue growing. We did have Intel this morning. So there was a story last night. Let me get it in front of me from the Financial Times. A lot of China headlines recently. This one. The Biden administration has revoked export license that allow Intel and Qualcomm to supply Chinese company Huawei with semiconductors, and that's according to the Financial Times. That came out last night. I wrote about it around 5:45. It came out around just closer to market close. There's just a lot going on. So this morning, Intel was moving lower off of the headline that they said that they're still gonna get into the range that they supplied, $12.5 to $13.5 billion for this upcoming quarter, but they did say that they're going to fall below the midpoint of the range. And like I was saying before, whenever a company gives you a range, what Wall Street does is take the midpoint of that, and that's the number they're going to run with. So if you say 12.5 to 13.5 billion, but you report 12.8 billion, you might think it's in the range. That's okay, and it's not the worst thing in the world, but Wall Street is going to take that as a miss on expectations. 12.8 billion, missing expectations of 13 billion. It's just how the world is. So Intel is expectation setting a little bit. Wholesale inventories month over month fell at 1.3%. The forecast was for it to increase by 0.8%. So wholesale inventories coming in below expectations. Looks like the market is moving higher off of that one. Wholesale inventories actual minus 0.4%, in line with that one. Wholesale trade sales was minus 1.3%. Wall Street wanted plus 0.8%. So trade sales came in below expectations. Inventories came in line with expectations. And Qs are moving higher off of this. Qs are ripping. Nice move here. Let's see how the predictograms are doing. Best latest. The Q one is doing nice. The Apple one's not so nice. All right. That was that Intel move today. USI and Curb on access to AI software behind apps like ChatGPT. I wonder if Microsoft had any downwards volume off of that one. Let's check some of the movers as well. We're on the 5-minute candles. Microsoft not too bad. I want to check some of the earnings as well. Uber, not bad as well since the initial move. It had a big downwards move and we're holding up okay. Shopify, though, has continued a little bit lower, so that one's looking a little weaker than the Uber is. What's my Apple doing? Obviously, I saw it wasn't doing well. Yeah, not getting the same bounce that we're seeing in QQQ. Look at that 5-minute chart for Apple. Now look at the 5-minute chart for Qs. That's not the one participating. That's all I know. Although, user group, we might be holding around your level. We'll see. All right. Let's get in on Jordan Spaces. The line this is what the line looked like on its opening day with people waiting hours. All right. Needed to make sure I get that tweet out. Jordan Space. This space will be a lot more live trading for anyone who doesn't know. So expect a couple call outs. I'll try and get it on the chart, but this should be a good conversation.
Wait for a better opportunity on this. I'm triggering right now for me, so.
Waiting for them to let me up.
Oh, I'm doing it.
Should get louder when I do that.
Pray for me. It's already getting that week.
I also won't lie. That conversation made me get this tweet out again.
Pray for Ace the kid it is. He was winking at him. Yeah. We were just kids when we fell in.
And now I just fucking picked her up, swept her off her feet. Oh, and now she's like
Let me up.
like toxic slap.
Let me up.
Bounce right as soon as I enter. It's all good. That's how she goes.
All right, imagine waiting in this line for a Costco.
I'll stop out if needed.
So just be impatient.
Little bitch, bro. Yeah, little bitch.
Big overnight move. I'll pick my spots today. What'd you take, Jordan?
111 puts on Carvana and like she's just winking at me.
Guys, I want your help for Predictogram. What should I do right now? Which of these stocks looks like it's in a good area for going upside?
Yeah, waiting for it to enter.
Which one should I pick? How's Meta looking? Ooh, they let me up.
Dude, you're getting
Meta's awkward, Dad.
It's weird though. We just popped up, and my cons are actually green, so there must be a little divergence.
User group, I want you to tell me which one of these should I end up putting some upside on? Just for the prediction, not actual plays.
It's Boo.
Yo, what's up, guys? How we doing?
Yo.
What's up,
Yo.
Yo, what's up, Evan?
Has the day been treating you well so far? How's the team doing?
Yeah, pretty solid. Dude, I worked for like a total of 8 seconds. It was great.
I just hear a Minx little chuckle going on in the background. Was there some good downside action going?
No, we had
A nice little gap down. I mean, if you swung short, you're fine. But now, if you're looking for short, or you looked long at the open, you did all right. And then I think now we're retesting that same level, looking a little tired.
Welcome to the chat, Bidala. Let's do it. Meta upside. Yeah, so user group, this is just Predictogram, so just like next 30 minutes or hour or so. And there's no money involved, just some fun. Alright, I'll do a video as well. Let's test it. Let's test how Bidala is doing. Vadim, fuck it, we'll test you as well. You better do good, Vadim. I have high faith in you.
Don't damp it.
Coin. Upside. 1 hour. So what have you guys been trading today?
Short Carvana, long M phase.
Oh, he's going back to the well. Some people just want to see the world burn. Other people just want to see Carvana burn. You know.
I just want to see this company go to fucking zero.
Jesus.
All right, someone needs to call up Whale, and we need a I hate Carvana shirt or something like that cooking up.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have him make a shirt specially for me that just like says like
I'm short Carvana.
Die Carvana, not rest in
Holding
peace.
over yesterday's low.
I don't want it to rest in peace. I want it to die.
No, do it like
She's doing it.
Jordan. One
M-phase
side.
up, Carvana down. M phase new high a day.
Oh shit.
Jordan. Here's what I'm picturing. Somewhere on the front, like in the smaller logo, says I'm short Carvana, and then on the back it says Carvana CVNA to 0.
Yes, I would buy it. I would buy it twice just so I could wear it more and not have to wash it. Yeah, it should say that, Bryce. Rest in pain, Carvana. Yeah. M-Phase, can I get a raging new high a day, or are you just gonna, like, blip it like this for me?
Blip it.
A little blip it, you know? A little blip.
Blip it.
Opening range highs
I like
here.
short here.
Oh, Carvana, fucking. You
Hook
lucky
user
baby.
group. That's enough for me. We're just gonna
Look
try it.
baby. You and I'll die.
Dude, wait.
I
Look at
still
this.
thought the
Look at the
pre-market
level.
was
It's just
515.
coming back to your resistance level. I guess we didn't know it. This user group comment was a resistance level.
No competition, not to mention. What did I skill those out at? 588. What a sell.
Jordan,
Yes.
good sell. I am.
Yes, sir.
I'm testing out a new little strategy over here for the predictograms. I asked the chat which one I should go long on, and the first comment was meta. So I pinned up in the nest above a little meta prediction.
Oh, heard that, bud.
Well, if this does good, this may have to be the new strategy.
May have to be the new strat. Just get the sauce from everybody else. Say, all right, we're doing it, boys, and then you all do it together. Like, good to go.
Right out.
Yeah, it's like it's a 10-point risk.
This position, I don't know.
What's happened in Snowflake? Whenever I talk with paper now, that's what I think of.
Oh, and face. I don't know what's happening with Snowflake. I haven't really been watching it, to be honest. I still own, like, 2 shares. I still own those 2 shares I bought, like, fucking 4 months ago.
Not too bad. Not amazing, but not too bad.
Yeah.
Alright, I took some short.
And finito, let's go.
CRIP TripAdvisor at the highs now. Tango Romeo India Papa.
Oh, let's go, Wattbender. Carvana about to make us rich, baby. Let's go. Oh, and face. Dirty. Love it. Love it. Yes.
I need it.
I do need it. Scaling 2 contracts from my 5, I'm holding 3. 24%. How many dollars per contract is that? We're at over $100 a contract. Bing bong.
Bing bong.
That's why I love M-Phase. Get $100 a con so fucking quick. You can also lose it so fucking quick. But it's got that risk to reward, Sean.
Come on. I'm still in my NQ shorts, so.
Dude, I love how Boeing can have a plane crash and go up on the day. What the fuck?
Bad news, stock go up. Is that a sign?
It is, man. It really is.
Copium. My cost base is 183, so we are below it.
Honestly, I don't think we got a new low.
That's a long-term position, though. Whoever that is doesn't think we get a new low. Interesting. Paper gains, paper gains. I'm surprised. Yeah?
They don't have the ticker, but I was short Boeing
Boing.
and Amazon.
Short Amazon?
I'm
What
short
the?
US a little bit.
I'm going to tell Jeff Bezos where you live.
Go for it. Amazon done really good.
Amazon did hit new 52-week highs at some point yesterday.
Yeah.
Was it just like a reversal off that big, give or take?
Give or take.
The good old-fashioned is good enough for government work.
Yeah.
Evan, I was a little late this morning, but I caught some of the end of your space.
Appreciate you, man. You sound a little sick. You good?
No, I was yawning when I said that.
Ah, okay, yeah.
I'm
No,
looking
that,
at Nvidia 870 puts.
today was a good one.
Market low.
Nvidia. What was the strike? 780, you said?
870.
870. That makes more
Scale out
sense.
some of these shorts here.
Yep.
Why it's coming back down to 9 EMA.
Let's
No.
go. Keep coming down. There we go.
Not scaling.
Hey Frank,
Yes, sir.
how about that Rangers win last night?
Yeah, it was awesome, huh?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, a bunch of cheaters is what I heard.
No, that's the Knicks paying the
Keys
refs.
rolling.
There's a lot of Ranger haters out there. I know.
Alright, I'm gonna start to cover. No, they were talking about that. Oh, I'm taking a scale here. I took NQ short here.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Taking a scale.
I'm out half of my shorts here.
This is a dump.
Scaled out as well.
I'm kind of with Mates, man.
There's that downside.
Yes, sir.
I like the previous day low rejection, but we are above VWAP now. I would be concerned of 2-minute EMAs picking this momentum up. We are at orb high, so there's a lot of good confluences for the short. But ideally, I need to see this 10-minute bearish engulfing candle print.
Print it.
Print it. How many time frames do you guys normally look at? Do you have like a core 3, core 2, core 10?
4.
4.
Dude, I sit here and look at all of them. Bro.
1,000.
I'm gonna lie. 1, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 1 hour, 4 hour, daily, weekly. I go through all of them, literally.
Me too.
At least 4.
10, 5, and 2 minutes.
I have 9 screens, you guys.
But like 5 and 15, I feel are like the most common that I'm on for sure.
Yep.
Or hourly.
Are you 5, 10, 15, 30 minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, and daily?
Was that like a in general question, or
Yeah.
just like before you take a trade?
In general.
Oh,
I look at all of them in
or
general.
for me, before I take a trade, but in general, yeah.
Yeah, I
I'll
sit
go
here
to,
and
like,
like while we're all talking, I'm
quarterly.
clicking on every time frame, like going through each stock.
I'll tell you what's saved. I got a 30-second, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 6 minute, 10, 15, 30, 1 hour, 3 hours.
6 minutes.
Getting back below the low.
I don't know, how many is that? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15.
Yeah, cool. I was just curious. Interesting.
Lots. Yeah.
Coming up at 10:30, crude, a draw of 1.43 million. Distillates, a draw of 1 million. And gasoline, a draw of 1.18 million. Expected.
I'm starting.
Just kids.
I'm starting to use like the TradingView Trend Spider for the first time, so I'm just messing around. I've kind of less for trades and more for just watching and scanning. I've gravitated towards the 5, 1 hour, and 1 day.
Do you have a premium subscription yet?
They might have given it to me. I don't know.
Yeah, you need to get like a view.
How do?
So like my main one is like there's one big long one on the top and 3 little time frames on the bottom.
All right, chat. How do I do that? Paper. I'm out here asking. How do I do that? But I won't bother you. Do you know how?
On the right hand side, right where it says, so there's a little camera button, and then like 4 icons, and then it says the name of your layout, and then next to the layout there should be a box. Next to the name of your...
bang. Okay. Every single time we figure out something new here. That's cool. All right. Oh shit. I'm becoming a problem.
No.
Oh, but they're all the same thing. How do I change it so they're not? Oh, do you have to like click in and do this? Oh fuck. Okay.
You see it?
No, we got it. We got it. Damn.
Yeah. Where it says what you can sync, symbol, interval, crosshair, time, date range, whatever.
Every day I'm gonna ask one thing to make my chart look a little bit better in my platform. That was my lesson.
Okay.
BBC still is long on the 10.
Nice
so
bounce there.
I might take a tag here. 2 minute EMA's holding as well. Probably the pullback for continuation higher.
Which one should I go for? Do we like this one? Do we not?
Yeah, 15 minute looking a little flaggy, but we are right under the opening
1 hour,
range.
it's done. I don't know how much I necessarily love this. Maybe 2, a little dual.
Anyone taking Tesla short?
Which one do you guys like better, this or this? I think I like this one better. I think I like the first one better. 1 or 2 in the chat. This is 1 right here. Do you like this one better?
Told ya.
Or do you like 2 better? Which is this one.
Okay, they're back through.
Give me 1 or 2 in the chat.
Low of day yesterday.
I think I'm team 1.
Spy's not over yet.
I think I'm team
I had
1.
a beautiful hold of the EMA 9 there. I'm still in just down to a runner on this short, but it's right at my stop.
Yeah, they're gonna get me.
What are you, Sharky?
Stay safe.
I'm gonna stay below the opening range high.
Yep, orb high here.
I agree, Crypto RS. I think one's better. I like this one. Awesome. I'm glad to see you guys
Never
agree.
make it easy, Sharky.
They never do.
Yeah, it used to be easy.
We don't want it to be easy, though.
REBN, Reborn Coffee, another pot to the highs, $4.40.
We like pain.
Over November. Shares up right now 122% for REBN on that news that they're entering into China.
Oh, I'm still alive. For now.
They rejected the orb high there.
I'm tempted to add back in, honestly. But I don't like the look of what SPY just did off the EMAs.
What is it?
Yes,
The response I got was 1-1. I'm torn. That's one. We're going one. Hey, by the way, if this is your first time in here or you're not subscribed, get subscribed to this YouTube page. Hit the bell button as well so you get notifications whenever I go live. Trying to do more stuff like this. Going to live stream that morning call and a little bit into the morning. And then I think I'm going to live stream any live earnings we have, all that after hours stuff. I have a Dan Niles interview coming later today. You're not going to want to miss that one. I always love hearing what he has to say. So get subscribed, hit the bell button, and yeah. Let's get the live stream guy back up.
Should have just waited for the flip.
Okay, they're above the orb.
ES is still right at its orb.
I would like to go long on a retest of the orb.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled.
Frank might be shorting here.
Frank is doing. Someone's doing something. That's all I know.
Frank is
Frank,
like,
it's Frank.
He's going deep.
What you know about?
Rolls and rolls.
Microsoft strong.
Microsoft is looking nice. Nice. You guys see Jim Cramer yesterday say he's struggling with Tesla right now?
I saw your post.
I'm taking NQ long, 10-minute CVC risk here. Looks like VWAP breaking base.
He also said good stuff about Palantir. Just saying. Should I use that one? Fuck it.
I'm about to slap the fuck out of it here.
Hey there.
Hey there,
Oh,
bud.
shit.
I just feel like she's teeing up a softball for me here.
And likes the softballs.
Is that an innuendo for anything, or does he just play
I'm not
softball or
sure.
something, or how should I take that?
Don't ask too many questions.
Fair.
Here's your 618 retrace on NQ.
Ding.
Netflix up 5%
10
today?
point gain NQ, I sold half. Getting some money back from the last tag.
I haven't dug into Netflix. Was there news I should know?
It's been on a ripper since it kind of started to reverse that last gap.
Oh wow. Is that all is that all intraday candle for Netflix?
No, well, maybe.
Well, we broke over the opening range high.
I think I have 570. After 570, she just went on a ripper.
Jeez. All intraday today's entire move. Started the day down like 1%.
Yeah, back to...
We're up 20 points now on NQ.
Oh, shit, back to their...
Next stop is going to be session high here, 216.
We're back in yesterday's range from yesterday.
Ooh, here we go.
Yeah, down. Nice move in Netflix.
Alright. Let's add.
You guys want to hear a crazy statement? And if anyone has a trade, interrupt me.
That's your.
Now 217.
Chat, what I was going to say is this is my first time ever using a dual monitor setup, really. And I freaking love this thing. This is awesome. I can't believe I actually am just using my one laptop normally. No, this dual monitor is insane. And I tried to live stream the first couple of times without this dual monitor. Did not work. This was horrible. But with the second one, this just makes it such a better experience. Such a better experience. Dual monitor for the win. Can't believe I resisted. Let's go back here. Jim Kramer was asked about volunteer last night. Oh, didn't do that.
Carvana.
I'm in it.
Need a trigger.
Short.
Oh, Carvana, don't do it. Chill, girl, chill.
Let's see if I have any good Kramer Palantir pictures.
Needs to stay under that 15-minute 9, which it's reclaiming. Fuck. It's definitely reclaiming. Give her a minute. Luckily, we're smashing end phase, so. What was that? 1880.
God, Jordy, M-Phase loves these morning
200 point long. I know. We're talking about it.
Crazy.
Oh, Carvana, chill.
The figure and the pivot point right here on NQ.
Coinbase is about to be in the green. Let me look. How are these predictions doing?
Coming up at 10:30.
Amazon one looking good. User group, nice job. Coinbase in the green. Let's go. That was you, Vadim. Nice. Nvidia and Meta not doing as good. So
Did Mace just say she's watching that?
1 for 4 so far. This one looks very, very close. The Amazon looks like it's gonna hit.
The 200 spike level, the pivot point right here, I'm sure.
Yeah. 10 points there.
Reel her back in. Okay. So we're just pushing.
Push it.
NQ4,
Push it real good. It's
Order
the
filled,
rock
order
around,
filled.
rock around,
Oh,
rock
you're gonna push
around
that?
this trip.
just off 40.
The opening range. I mean, as long as if we hold 440, or actually, what is this?
Order filled.
39.70.
Order filled.
41.21.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Said we will provide an AI roadmap in the coming weeks that will be translated into legislation.
How come there's always somebody I can't hear Frank again?
I will say, I said this earlier, Spaces has been better with that over the last couple days than it was a couple weeks ago. For the most part. As you say, there's a problem, but still. I've noticed it.
We're up 30 points on NQ. Manage your trade, please.
The highs now.
Yeah, 18 to 16 area at 17. Looks like the
inevitable place we're going now. Hoping we pull back to 175 for a long into it, but we're not gonna.
Hey, Maple.
Yo, what's up, bro?
When you say manage a trade, what does that look like for you? And like, I know it's different for everyone based on how many they take.
So like, we're up $600 per contract. I don't see why anyone would let this go red. At least setting it at break even, I'd like for you guys to manage it, right? So that you can ensure that you don't lose money on the trade. Ideally, you should be setting a stop loss within 10 or 20 points in profit. And, you know, let's say, hey, worst case scenario, you do get stopped. Well, you get stopped out and you make some money, right? 10 points is $200. 15 would be 300. Also, for those out there, if we're up 30 points, that's more than enough money for most traders to hit their goal for the day. $600 on one contract. For most newer traders and anyone trading funded accounts, PAs, your goal is hit.
Thank you for explaining that, Maple. Appreciate you.
Of course. Anytime.
A user, it looks like it did
We're
hit.
up 32 points.
GG.
Trying to break session high here, 216. Actually, session high, yeah, 216.
That are incorporated in England. Shares were halted.
Buy volume coming in.
Spoy volume coming in. We haven't had any Brits on the spaces today. It hasn't felt as
It hasn't felt the same.
lively.
1.362 million versus the draw of 1.43 million expected. Distillates a build of 560,000 versus the draw of 1 million expected. And gasoline a build of 915,000 versus the draw of 1.18 million expected.
What a move, man.
Yeah, SPY is looking interesting.
The bounce.
The bounce. Don't touch the boot.
I will say, the short that I took a 10-point loss on, I really should have stayed away from that trade because there was no confirmation. I didn't get a single 10-minute CBC flip on the 5-minute, nor did I get it on the 10-minute, which is my main signal. So that's something that I'll review today. We should be confirmation traders, those who react to price action rather than predict it.
Like that. Love that, Ashley.
True story.
We're gonna make it to 17 without me. Well, 7 points.
Yo, my computer is being so slow, it cannot handle this.
Just fucking slapped.
Need to get rid of some more stuff.
Yeah, I'm like, shit.
This is taking longer than I wanted to, but hasn't got over the pre-market Globex area. I closed my M phase all out.
shooting star on the 3-minute on QQQ, but right above volume pointing control on that 3-minute. So I'm not totally interested.
Still early.
What'd you say?
Still early.
Yeah. Try to NQ short here. That's all I'm gonna do on it. Small size.
Yeah, I'm down $3.
$3.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. No, I'm even.
Nice. Spy's not looking bad.
This guy stinks.
Oh, brother.
I think paper jinxed that one.
What's up, brother?
Jinxed.
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
Special
I
teams.
always say that, and now I can't say that to
Special
someone and not do
players.
that.
Special
Hey
players.
there, bud.
Yeah, I used to always say "What's up, brother?" Like normally, but
What's up, brother?
Back to
you kind of have to put that sketch enthusiasm.
Nice job, user. That Amazon one did hit.
Brother.
Sorry for cursing. Say, I won't lie to you. I didn't know who Sketch was like a month ago, and then now this guy is freaking everywhere.
There's 2 types of predators in this world: pedophiles and Jinxie.
Dude, he's so fucking funny, bro. That video of him and Jinxie golfing is amazing. He's just talking shit on Jinxie the whole time, bro. Just roasting him.
20-point gain in queue. I got tagged out. I'll look for re-entry within the 2-minute EMAs.
Okay, that shooting star is working out. I'm trimming some here for 12 points.
Carvana just
Covering some, sorry.
Oh! Jordy! Look at
Jordy's
you go!
Jordy's paid.
Wow.
Jordy paid.
Greatest traders in the world.
Dude, Jordy's getting better.
Watch that 112.50 though. It's monthly hedge. Still not
If
included.
2-minute
That was a
EMAs
nice
hold
drop.
here, we likely see high of day. New high of day.
Yeah. I don't want it to bounce really, but it kind of looks like it wants to.
Bot went long.
I went long. Casey?
It did.
Yes, sir.
No.
So the short that I had was at 1025 is the top of my zone. The bottom of my zone is around that 516.50. So we rejected the top of the zone, but as long as now it holds above 516.50, it's just going to put in a higher low, and it can just flag up from what it did a little bit ago, and then it's going to get a pop to 517.30 next.
Yeah.
Casey, ATM's long?
Yeah. So the short
20 points first.
Yeah. So I mean, risk to reward. Like I said, I want SPY closer to 516.50 or at least the 90 on the 5. It lines up with the trend line that you can draw on SPY as well. That's at 516.57. But the 200 EMA is at 516.65 where SPY just hit, and that was the short from earlier. At 10 o'clock, that doji candle that high, SPY just back tested it and held it. So it could just go ahead and rip from here and not give that extra little pullback.
Gotta lose this 112.50 on Carvana. Below that, we're looking real good for a shot to 120 110, which is normal. That's regular hedge pressure for today. And then that
Special
means we're in the
teams.
gap.
Special players. Special
I
players.
took NQ long here, 10-minute CVC risk, just scalping it at the highs. I change PA accounts every time. I don't use copier.
What's copier?
Oh, I'm the same way. I can't do those account trade copiers.
Yeah, me. I mean, I can. I prefer to just trade it one account
It's
at
just
a time.
it doesn't fit my risk parameters.
Yeah, maybe I'll play around with some evals on it, but
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah, I was gonna buy like 10 100K accounts and just freaking link them all together.
Yeah, well, when you're green, it's great. But when you're red, you're red.
Oh, yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if I can make 1,000 on each PA and then just move it over to the next account. Let's say I have a bad trade on that account. Maybe I lose 20, 30 points on that one just because I'm being dumb. The rest of my money's fine, right? I'm not shunted.
shut that account down for the day. Go to the next one.
Yep.
Make some money on that one.
That's
shut it
right.
down.
Rotate the accounts. Guys, I gotta go. I have an appointment, so I'll be
Okay.
back.
Bye, Minxie.
Minxie's going to get pampered or what?
By the way,
Take it easy.
Wow.
Yes, I am.
I just want to
I
state.
knew it.
When I need the shorts to work out.
Hey, make sure they put fresh cucumbers over your eyes, all right, girl? You need a fresh
By the
one.
way, Minx was here all day, and the market actually ripped.
Yes, so I think the way it works is when I actually come in a little bit later.
It's
and-
It's
after
when
the pampering.
Minxie just, like, sneaks in, and the market's like, oh, shit. Shit's
Yeah.
here.
Post pamper.
Yeah, post-pamper, exactly, yeah.
All right, guys. See you later.
Have a good day,
See you later.
Minxie.
You too. Bye.
Bye, Minx.
Oh. All right, Carvana, we're not in the clear yet, but she's all right. She's all right, Tori.
Oh, there goes Keys.
No.
Yeah, they're gonna go for new high.
QQQ.
I tried a long there after 9 EMA.
Damn, M-Phase new high a day. I got out. Fuck.
These are
10
open.
point gain NQ. I'm going to sell half.
Wow, worst traders in the world. Fuck.
Worst traders in the world.
We get
Damn.
over to
What the hell? I did an
17.
upside
Oh, it
prediction.
stopped out.
Oh, my 115 is about to get in the money. No. I thought that
Meta
was
new
top.
high a day.
Oh, well, meta big candle, yeah. No.
Okay, long that NQ, working out really well. Off the 9 EMA on the 2 minute.
Yeah, 2 minutes fire, bro.
Just let it ride.
I love it because I kind of look at these EMAs as like Russian nesting dolls. Like
What?
one
What?
minute 20 EMAs.
I don't know what that is.
So it's those little wooden dolls that you
Yeah,
there's
that
like
you
one
stack
inside
over,
of the
so-
other.
No, I know.
I'm scaling some of the spy calls
So
here.
look at it this way, right? The 1 minute 20 EMA is equivalent to the 2 minute 9 EMA. So when the 1 minute traders are stopping out, the 2 minute EMA traders are able to pick it up. This translates over from the 3, 5, and 10 as well. So the 3 minute 9 EMA is equivalent to the 5 minute.
I'm just gonna
Or excuse me,
stop
the 3
pre-market
minute 20
highs
EMA
here.
is
This
equivalent to the 5 minute 9 EMA. Right? So the same
is a
goes for
big
the 5
level.
to the 10. If the 5 minute 20
I have to get
EMA
back in.
stops some traders out, if you go and look at it on your chart, that's the 10 minute 9 EMA, which is a really great area for buyers or sellers to pick it up. So when I'm trading the 2 minute, I'm looking at those momentum traders, 1 minute EMA traders to stop out, picking up their buys, or their sells, and then trading alongside that 2 minute 20 EMA momentum. Right now we're at 15 points on NQ off the 2 minute 9 EMA.
I'm moving my stop up to entry on spy calls.
Yeah, I went small size on that 9 EMA tab. Fuck.
This feels like yesterday.
And what does yesterday feel like?
Like low volume squeezy, slow, but like steady chop upside.
Chop chop. Chip chop.
We have the 10-year in a couple hours.
Yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern, that 10-year auction is a good point. 30 years tomorrow as well. Just keep an eye on that direction as well.
Yep.
20-point gain NQ. Make sure you guys manage your trade, please. We just broke session high over 217.
Yep.
Qs are looking nice.
Like 25 points.
Chat, anything else specifically for Predictogram that I should be in?
All right, I'm gonna scale up.
This was supposed to be a long. I asked them about it. I was doing like an inverse of Kramer, so that was weird. I could do 30 minutes if you guys have anything you want me to put in. I'm liking that Tesla upside. Let's see.
Okay, I'm trimming some here on NQ. 25 points.
Oh, this is my level. Yes, my next level.
Type. We got that very nice, like, what's the type of analog? No, what's the keyboard that makes the noise?
Oops.
Mechanical. There you go. I said analog. You got the direction I was trying to send you in. Yeah, you got the direction.
I think it's fair. Oh god, this is my level. Wow, I screwed up on that phase.
Screwed up. What'd you do?
In the money flying. I sold my 115s that are now in the money fucking ripping.
What, did you sell them for a loss or a small profit?
I sold them for fucking, it was 3 cons, $250. It's still
Nice.
a great profit, but
so
I'd be up like $500-$600 now. With those.
You can cry about it at your steak dinner later tonight.
Yeah, I guess so. Nirvana trying to pop, dude, don't do it, you fucking bitch.
Alright, Spy's approaching my target here of 517.30.
Okay.
Going more into the strength here, moving stops
Also,
up.
for the listeners, a lot of traders are sitting there thinking now, hey, this has moved up too much. This has gone without me. I have to look short. If you are going to look short, I would be patient enough for a 10-minute candle by candle to flip. At least a 5-minute, right? So that's what I'm looking for. I'll maintain a bullish sentiment until I see that signal.
Giving back about $600 on Carvana right now. Still up great on the day.
QQQ is almost at that 441.25 area.
I'm looking for a spread. Might do 444 call spread.
517.30 on SPY. I'm going to scale out more here. Move stops up.
I don't see us going that high. I really don't see us going that high. Shit.
We need a higher in the Apple position.
I'm out 3/4 of SPY calls here, by the way.
We're up 30 30 points now in NQ. Please manage to
They're
trade
just
right
moving
now.
it.
Let's go red.
As long as we hold
Look, boom, here we go.
18,220, we're going to go to
Oh, you're ripping.
Yes.
We're gonna
30
go
Oh,
to
points.
18,
sweet
250.
baby
Let's
Jesus.
go, baby.
Shares falling here.
2-minute
Now it's
EMAs,
56.
giving multiple entries there.
Yep.
Oh my
Beautiful.
goodness. I told everybody ATM bot was long. I said that real quick, snuck it in.
You did. You did.
I
You
did. I was
did.
just sitting here chilling. I was like, ATM bot long.
40-point gain NQ.
You said I go out,
all
I'm gonna
out
get
here.
sucked out.
$800 per contract.
Holy shit. Alright, let me get into runners here.
I'm in runners. I'm up 40 points a contract. I mean,
Beautiful.
40 points on NQ.
Beautiful.
Alright, ATM bot just said target hit, so I'm going to exit all except for one runner here.
All right, I'm gonna be back in a minute. I'm gonna keep you guys with the spaces.
Right there. This was funded, guys. The real money here. Okay, I can withdraw this out right now if I wanted to. Express. Okay, this is fucking Top Step. $1,100 on that. Oh, my bad.
Oh, 1 for 2. I had a green first trade, a red second trade. I'm slightly red on the day.
So a couple confluences. I'm getting some DMs about candle by candle method. If you use candle by candle method, you'll see that the CBC flipped long on the 10-minute at 9:30. Since then, it has maintained long. What I do, same way that we drive, where should your hands be on the wheel at 10 and 2? So I use the 10-minute CBC with the 2-minute EMA confluence. So 10-minute flips at 9:30. Flip over to your 2-minute chart. Look at all the opportunities that were provided from that 2-minute 9 and 20 EMA. Nothing closing below the 20, meaning traders should 1, stay in the trade, or 2, that's another opportunity for them. So use those two in confluence with one another to give yourself higher probability when taking trades.
Yeah, we filled the gap to the upside. We had like a 65% chance of that happening. And it happened. I think late shorts got trapped.
Yeah, they got me on that second trade. Arms. Which
flying.
both my stabs at it had a small pullback into it, but buyers were just strong this morning.
We're close to VWAP target, y'all. There we go.
This is the opening range
That's the kind of
from
rip it.
yesterday.
GPN, May 115 calls trading, golf pop in November.
Keep making those lower highs, Carvana. Lower highs, lower lows. Lower highs, lower lows. Come on.
Yesterday's Zord Pie here.
CZOO has resumed now and moving off the lows. Charlie Zulu Oscar Oscar.
You know what hadn't moved today, Evan?
$4.51. Up about $1 off the lows, and shares halted again on a circuit breaker.
That's probably it for me today.
Yeah, if you guys are bearish, all I need to do is flip long. Once I finally flip,
Yeah.
it will drop.
Yeah, that's when it'll happen.
All right, I am back. Got some water. Went to the bathroom. Got the stuff I needed. All right, I went to the bathroom. Did I miss anything? Any massive pumps?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. By the way, little headline. Uber said this morning that the Uber One business, their subscription business, which, Jordan, do you pay for Uber One? It's $1 billion run rate business now, is what they said. Jordan. All right. There he is. Jordan, do you have an Uber One subscription?
I do.
Nice. It's $1 billion run rate business now, they said today.
Yeah, I just did the free one because they give me a free one like every other month or some shit.
Oh, they keep giving it to you? That's weird.
Yeah, so I just keep using it. Yeah.
Gosh, I only let you do that trial once, but hey, what do I know?
It might be. I think it's something to do with the Amex cards.
Okay. I was gonna say, I wonder if
It's like a special benefit. Yeah.
I wonder if that's counted in the $1 billion run rate number.
15-minute candle here, printing, kind of looking interesting. Spot QQQ can't get over that 441.25 yet. Needs to get over that for further continuation.
15-minute candle on Qs? Or what stock looks interesting?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, is it NQ?
It's kind of, yeah.
Gotcha.
I put my SPY chart there at the top of spaces, and then the timestamp for when I said the ATM bot went long, again at 10:34 a.m. I read on that candle when it held the 200 EMA that I mentioned and got the nice pop up there for those calls.
PLCE, Children's Place, shares are popping here on heavy volume now. Papa Lima Charlie Echo, $10.36. Shares up about 9% at the high for Children's Place, PLCE. Papa Lima Charlie Echo.
Nice.
I see some hanging mans.
NNE opening at $3.60, priced at $4. That's November Echo. NNE.
Can you guys hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yeah, I can
hear you now.
Good. Just making sure.
Ooh.
I'm watching how Nvidia never broke out during all this.
Nvidia.
Of course, the 250 pivot that I didn't try is the one that gave the best pullback.
We'll move higher.
All right, Shark, I was just going to say that. Took 2 tries and I had one small pullback.
This is the best one. Yeah, I know. We got little pullbacks, but nothing to write home about. This one was better.
Should have been a little bit more patient on that second trade, but man.
Ugh. I mean, this is a riskier long, but it is a spot. I'd much rather look for a long off of the range.
Wow, I am looking at how many frames I've dropped. I've dropped 13,000 frames. How has the quality of this been? I'm very curious. That's 2.7%, so what? 97% of the time it looks clear, 3% it looks pretty shitty on here. Does that sound about accurate to what the quality has been for you guys? I know Paul, User, Vadim, etc. You guys have been in for a while. I don't know if you're just listening or you've seen the chat for a lot, but has it been some rough quality? More than normal, should I be asking? Yeah, let's turn this back up though. Oop, took a screenshot by accident. Jordan.
Yes, sir.
I have dropped 13,000 frames so far.
Oh, that's rough.
That's rough.
I don't drop any, like, ever. But it's also because my GPU is fully, my processor is fully upgraded. You just need, bro, honestly, you need that M4 chip. I mean,
well, it's only on a fucking iPad right now. Sorry for cursing.
Wait, you're on an iPad?
No, the M4 is only on an iPad right now.
No, bro.
No, the M3 is what you're talking about.
My computer does not have an M3 chip, bro.
Does not have an M4. The M4 was released yesterday.
Wait, hold on.
You're thinking of an M3.
Oh, wait, it might be the M3 Max I have.
Okay, yep, that's probably it. You're right.
One. It might be that one. I might be misunderstood here.
The M3 Max Ultra. Ultra Max.
Let me just check. Yeah.
Victor Alpha.
No, Jordan, that sounds right. What you said.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the M3 Max. Yeah, I want to double check now. Damn, of course they come out with the M4 like 2 months after I spent $4 fucking grand on a computer. We're holding 20. Yeah, it was M3 Max. M3 Max. Okay. I stand corrected, sir. 15 minutes on screw up. We're definitely spicy on the 5. 10's a little bit robot.
CZOO, Kazoo share is at $6.56.
15:30.
2-minute EMA bounce here again on the AQ.
Being halted again.
See if the 20 EMA holds 208 area.
Share is now down about 30%.
Yeah, I didn't take that long. It's a little riskier, but I was considering it.
Interesting. Yeah, it definitely should be better quality than it is. I don't have the computer for this. Don't have the facilities for that big money.
No. White House said talks on possible Gaza hostage deal are ongoing. Gap that remains between two sides could be closed.
Yep, no short confirmation from me, and we've went high enough now that it's like right in the middle of yesterday's range, basically. A little closer to the top, but we spent a lot of time up here.
This 5 minute.
Meta looks very similar to Q's. I know it makes sense, but more than some of the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, more so than like NVIDIA for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell Apple's doing. AMD came down hard.
Apple's making a higher low. That's what I see.
Or a lower high.
Hey, you keep doing that in the range and you have a potential for a breakout or a breakdown, but we only talk about the upside.
Yep. Don't make me try it again. basically where we fell from yesterday afternoon. I mean, obviously higher, but as far as the value, this is the lows of that consolidation range at lunch yesterday.
Oh, we're getting close to the lunch hour being back. Almost but 1 hour of the day. The hottest hitting.
I get so jealous when y'all talk about lunch and it's only like 9:30 here.
It's only 11 here, so but
Oh, Sharky, they're gonna do it. Fuck.
Yeah, I hesitated.
Dirty dog.
I did too. After that. Now what?
Well, it was a crazy bounce. Way more than I was expecting to see.
Yeah.
Basically up to almost, what is that, pre-market high is 517.
Well, I'm conflicted now because this is when we rejected where we should have up here.
Don't be conflicted.
NVIDIA didn't participate. AMD came down. AMD's coming down.
I'm gonna take a break though, and I'm gonna.
Well, that's why I said I'm conflicted. That's why
I have my swing shorts on still.
Well, yeah.
But I am going.
Well, it looks like we want 195.
Resuming, and then hold it again.
Be back.
On the way down.
Hopefully, I'll make it before the auction.
$5.90.
All right, BRB. Bye.
CZO.
BRB. See if they hold the pivot point here in the figure.
Watch for a little bounce here. Or at least a college try.
China said its military stays high alert to defend sovereignty.
Just gotta try the long almost.
big stretch. All of that was just to get up.
Are you calling him old?
Take with what I said.
NVIDIA's starting to come down a bit.
Nvidia. Vadim, you don't have to rewatch it, but I appreciate you. I'll be back live later, by the way, at probably like 3:15, 3:30. We're going to have some live earnings coming up after the close, and then I'm going to be having a Dan Niles interview. You guys should look. Dan Niles is really great. I always love listening to what he has to say. A tech investor, but definitely is more on the safe side, likes to hedge himself, and I think there's some really great stuff to talk about. So if you guys have any questions you want me to ask Dan Niles, definitely put them in the chat here. But I would say definitely put it in your calendars. Make a note that you guys should be on this live stream at 4:15 p.m. Eastern at a minimum. Should be a good conversation. Appreciate you, Vadim.
6 cents at the high on nuclear energy. Right now, about 15% from the offering price.
Oh, Nvidia and AMD are being smoked.
Yeah, I'm seeing that move in NVIDIA too, actually. I was just going to say that after Shark called it out.
I almost wanted to play a long right here based on holding 200, 205 pivot, but not with the chips getting beat up. Well,
I
just
sold
wait.
some.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have.
Let's see.
That was one of those where I got caught between two thoughts, so I didn't pull the trigger on anything. Learned my lesson doing that.
NNE Nano Nuclear, $5.19 now at the high of about 30% almost, and shares are folded. Again, at the highs, NNE $5.19 at the high of the day.
Oh, I may join you, Sharky.
Nirvana slapped. Let's go. The lower high, baby. We just need one more lower low below 112.50, and I think we're like clear.
Bouncing again here, $6.49, and shares are
Well, they're sending it.
folded again.
We're at volume pointing control here.
Yeah, we're getting real close. I was just about to say we're getting at VPOC.
I have it at 198 for 5 minute.
Yeah, probably. Ultimately, I want to see a price like I'm looking for QQQ to come to like 440. Let's see. What amount? We knew that.
I honestly didn't expect them to.
I didn't think it was going to go that far.
Yeah, I know. Me either. I thought I was going to reject. They did not do that. They basically just said, fuck yo puts. Actually, that is what they said. They said, fuck yo puts.
Totally. I thought we were going to stop at yesterday's low.
Okay, we're under point control here, kinda. I want to see if
Yeah, this is the 3 minute one, right here.
I got 5 minute here.
Yeah, that's pretty much the 3. So they could bid this. Slap it through.
10-minute CVC flip short on NQ. Could see a rebalance close to 10-minute 20 EMA.
What's NVIDIA doing?
NVIDIA was looking a little ugly there. It's coming back up, though.
What the hell?
Is there news on NVIDIA?
No.
Oh.
What the hell is that?
AMD selling off.
Maybe. There was a lot of chip stuff with China and restrictions, but they weren't really impacting either of those two names.
This is previous day close as well from yesterday.
So watch TSM.
Oh, there was something with the U.S. and China on the in Taiwan kind of headlines, more military. I wonder if maybe that's impact. No.
Yeah, because
You think?
TSM's getting a nasty red candle here as well. So I mean, if TSM starts to sell off, it had a really strong morning. That can be worse for AMD and Nvidia.
Keep an eye on SMH. That's a semiconductor. That's all of them together.
Yeah, that's a weird candle on Nvidia though. It's like a $8 drop and then back up. Let's see. SMH is increasing in volume on the last 5-minute candles and all moving downside. So there is volume behind the downside move there. For the listeners, real quick, I put my SPY chart there at the top of Spaces. I took all the crazy indicators and shit off it, just left one thing on there, and it's an indicator called Orb. I know you guys hear us talk about it all the time for the Orb strategy and the Orb breakout. This was a great strategy that absolutely helped get the longs and the calls today here on SPY. So the first 15 minutes, the indicator marks the highest and lowest price point. You wait for the break and hold above or below one of those two levels. Today it was above, and you can trade the trend and price action in that direction. So that's a great strategy. I used the 9 and 21 EMA crossover as well to identify trend, which happened right when it broke the 15-minute orb. So just simple education strategies that everybody can do to help further their trading. So hopefully that helps.
Come on, let's get green on the day.
I walked away. What are you guys doing? You short or long?
I'm short, and I'm also short. I'm also in 439 puts for tomorrow on Qs.
Oh, short, Frank. I was a little hesitant at the top. I was a little hesitant. There we go.
There we go.
There's a
TSM. TSM and SMH, everything, the semis, they're really pulling back here.
Yep, I'm short here.
Yeah, I'm gonna scale some here.
I know.
175. What's the orb below this?
Hemp likes to say the market will move wherever the semis go, and right now they're going down.
I want to see us come back into orb. We're at 21 EMA right now, but I would love orb at 174. I think that's a 15-minute orb.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get the 30 at 70 something or other. I can't look at the moment.
Evan, did you get a headline for us or anything?
Not on NVIDIA. There's something that's not going to move the stock.
I'm covering half of my NQ shorts here.
I'm looking.
Up 19 points.
Where'd you sell it at?
98 or 99. I covered there at 81.50. Half of them.
Yeah, I might take a little bit more here.
I don't see any news on TSM.
All I know is NVIDIA's coming down. AMD's still waterfalling.
What is this? This daily on SMH.
There it is. There's an orb back test.
Nanonuclear energy.
All right, yep, here it is.
See if we can get inside of it.
Scaling more.
Yeah, I scaled more here too. Smart.
Yeah, NVIDIA is definitely getting hit.
I'm trimming my puts on.
For the bullish case, if you're looking at longs, if you're bullish, this could be a spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the 10-minute 20 chart. Nice work there too, Knox. Good trade, bro.
Thanks.
This is that 10 o'clock, 10:05 high on SPY earlier.
Order filled.
Retesting that same level again. 200 EMA on the 5-minute.
Order
filled. A strong bounce right here.
I mean, I'd love for it to not get under. Because then, you know.
Yeah, right.
Target one on the algo there.
Be much cooler if it just accepted.
Order filled.
But yeah, if you're bullish, got to call both sides of the market. This is definitely
Absolutely. The SPY chart that I posted at the top, the purple line that goes across the chart, that's the 200 EMA, and you'll see that's where SPY just bounced. And so far, it's getting a really nice buy off it. The blue line's 9 EMA, the orange line is 21, and the purple is 200.
All right, so here's that 440 on QQQ as well, what we were looking for there for the options peeps.
Yeah, I bought that, guys.
I'm sure you did, yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, I almost had to give it the shot there.
Well, I hate to root against you.
No, I'm already out. To be honest, I bought a lot.
Oh yeah, you just blew 100 quick out.
I had 75 sitting there waiting to be hit. Yeah. I think we pop a little and then you can probably short them.
I'm watching Nvidia's.
Oh god, we just have to take out this freaking.
Oh, it's at 900.
What is this?
4 or 5.
17170. Bulls, if Bears want anything more, we gotta break 439.
Which photo should I use? Thinking I could go with this one. The Zuck and Jensen Wong is pretty funny. I may have to use this one. Or this one. This one's good.
Find it back up right
A
at
little
the 21
conflicted.
EMA right here. This is kind of your break point.
I think they'll like the Zuck one.
Oh
god. I'm conflicted. No, I just want a cool picture of him.
Opening under the 21.
To media.
Excuse me.
Why is that there? This is as much as I thought. Let's see how just doing this looks.
Come on, Nvidia, drill.
That looks good.
Come on, Carvana. Drill it, baby. It's a lower high. Need lower low. Below that 112.50, we're looking good for 110, baby. Let's ride. Come on.
Bounce again on NQ.
Woo. Come on. Come my way.
Baby, won't you come my way?
Got something you want to say.
Nothing better than using little song quotes for the market.
But you know what song's hilarious by Drake? Fucking, what is it? BBL Love. That shit's so funny. Bust that pussy open for a real one. So funny.
Of all the like slower whatever Drake songs, like that one, the Marvin's Room or whatever.
Marvin's Room, yeah.
Are you drunk?
That's a great song.
I got
That is a great song.
You won't know if it's real until you feel one.
I think that's my favorite, probably my favorite album.
Marvin, that album, yeah, that album's great.
Yeah, it's pretty fire.
So good. Headlights or whatever it is. Oh, what a banger.
That one's a good song.
What's this album?
But the other one with 9 on it is good too.
I love Views too. The whole album
Views is really good.
So good.
I think my favorite one was the blue cover one with the side of his face, whatever that one was called.
Oh.
That was the one with Just Hold On, We're Going Home or something. Yeah, that one was on there.
The language.
And an E.
Alright, good pop on Spy so far off that 200 EMA.
Yeah.
My back testing the 9 from the bottom side.
Yeah, so now it's the tricky spot. So now it's...
When you're in between the 9 and the 21, it gets tough.
Yeah, especially with right below the 21, the 200 is right there. That's why it was a big support spot for me. But now that we're between all the EMAs, now it's just iffy on what's next.
Where's Spy's orb?
Spy
basically
pulled right
it's
at VWAP
516.50. Yeah, basically 50, 63 area,
Which
which
my level
lines
from
up with
this morning.
yesterday's lows.
Yep.
It's where opening range high is, yeah.
If we get under that orb there, oh, this is gonna get ugly. We're holding
yeah.
very well, but I'm just saying if we do get under, it's going to get ugly.
We'll go back down to 515, like low 515.
It's interesting that we're not bouncing though. We're holding, but we're not
We're
bouncing.
holding, yeah. We're not like getting a strong move.
So
And those semis.
if SPY chops here at the 9 EMA, do you see the right shoulder that it can make right here for this head and shoulders on the 5 minute?
Yes, yeah, I could see that.
So
If BenQ goes back up to like 205,
yeah.
like 20
EMD looks
points.
like it's gonna leg down again here.
So we're coming into lunchtime in 30 minutes, and then we have the auction at 1 o'clock. So seeing lower volume price action now and chop for a little bit, I mean, it can continue to do that and set up this bearish chart pattern, and then we might end up losing the orb and retesting 515 on SPY later today.
Yep. I hope Kevin's ready to join up. We're going to need some beautiful knowledge from Kevin.
Beautiful.
Kevin.
Kevin.
Frank, they were just squawking out an update on the whole realtor saga.
Wow, what happened with that?
They said Zillow's doing something right now, but somebody filed a restraining order on that in that case.
Ooh, Paul's saying there's only 12 million volume on SPY today. That is very low, right? What's up with the super low volume this week?
I don't know.
Only 13 million shares traded so far. 19% of the average. Bastards trying to hold this.
It's really important, obviously, because the state of the consumers is obviously the whole macro trend is something that everyone's thinking about. First of all, we see the consumer actually remaining quite resilient. What we do see in particular is that these consumers are buying from brands they love and feel an affinity to. And all
What's up, Kevin?
Are all on Shopify.
Hello, fellas. How you doing?
Yo.
Yo, what's up, Kev? AMD's coming lower again.
Are in hospitals all over the country. Those are also using Shopify as well. And when you combine,
Seeing if we're gonna fail. And this is the 10 o'clock high retest as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that.
We're kind of flagging here on smaller time frame.
I'm gonna be a bit patient. I'll probably give up this EMA entry and wait for a CBC flip if I am gonna take it long. I'd rather have the confirmation there.
But yeah, you probably definitely still. I could Paris trade it. I could go long on ES for a little scalper. Sure.
Prosecutors examining whether Tesla committed specific kinds of technology. We make the difference.
Are you still long, Frank?
No, I'm out. I'm way out. Yeah, that was just a quick big scalp. You know me, I don't like catching those knives.
Paul, what is QQQ's normal? I could go in and look.
They held that order.
But how is 10 million compared to what it normally gets? I think SPY's been like 70 million shares traded each day.
I'm done till noon. Chipping away.
Started on Dexcom G7, the #1 most recommended CGM brand.
It was that second on the 15 minute. It was that second shot at the short, which I missed. That was awesome. That was a great entry. That would have been a great entry where you guys got in pretty well.
Paul was saying Qs only have 10 million shares traded today. What's the normal there? 45
Not
million.
even 10. Not even 10 million. Only 9.3 million traded so far.
Damn. Okay. And you would
pull up the
average for 30 days is 45 million, almost 46 million.
That's what I was gonna pull up on Edgeful.
Do you guys like Edgeful?
I do.
Yeah, it's got a lot of great info.
What is today? Wednesday?
The 9th.
Yeah.
The 8th, sorry. Wednesday.
Wednesday's average volume for QQQ is 50 million over the last year.
Okay. So yeah, you'd probably
50 million and we're at 9.
and you'd probably expected 10 to 20 of that to be in the last hour on a big day. So you probably want to be closer to 15, 20 on an average day. Would be my guess. I don't know. But given what I've seen.
We use that first hour and a half, 2 hours is at least half your volume. All right, here we go. Come on, get back in that orb.
Yeah, I think we're about to go down. I think it is. I think it's time.
There's this passive.
Rejected the 9.
There's Too some many buyers tests sitting. here for the shorts.
I'm still in 2 of my NQ shorts here. I didn't honestly realize I was still in.
Just holding one NQ runner here. There's a lot of traffic. You got your orb high is 75.
Alright, I'll be back in a minute again.
That halfback.
Leave
that
me
we
with these
came to
spaces.
earlier
Make it
is
a little louder.
at 69.5, and then T-Wop's right under that at 66-ish right now.
Yo, that's it for me today, guys. Pleasure making money with you, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. Love ya.
Yes, sir.
Clay, appreciate you.
Later, Maple.
Great stuff.
Crushed it per usual.
Maple's a killer, man.
Oh, yes. Cold-blooded.
Maple's a fucking G.
Cold-blooded killer. Not saying that in a bad way either.
He's such a cute little man, too.
You making fun of his height?
You calling him little?
Yeah, he's small, but he's got really nice, smooth, clear skin, and he's just a cute little man.
We don't even know how tall he is.
He said it one day. We were talking about he was the shortest guy on space. He was just under Knots.
$16.
Wow, what is he? I'm 5'8".
I think
Tesla making a nice push.
I think he said he was 5'5" or 5'6".
I'm 5'8".
Yeah, Sharky, what bothers me is Spy is way above the orb, and
Way above.
we actually got protected. The Q's held the orb so far. But
Your only real weakness is chips, right?
Yeah, NVIDIA looks terrible, yes.
Microsoft still looks really good. It just made a new high.
Right here, it's tough to even have unless you're short, you're probably okay. But it's hard to get into a new position here for me.
I'm holding this short runner. If it goes much higher, I'm gonna have to pull it. Still under the 9 EMA.
Charlie Gasparino said, breaking, I'm hearing all sorts of
Someone said,
stuff on Paramount.
is it a crime to be long and
But it makes sense that nothing happens.
spaces now?
Crime to be long, what?
It makes sense that nothing happens. Tommy Sherrill is a super.
Is it a crime to be long on spaces because everybody's short?
To regulatory apparatus.
Oh.
Fix is flat. $1.0550. What's TLT doing today? Down.
These 4-hour candles look wild. You have a hammer and an inverted hammer that are like equal size.
Yeah, we're getting real close, to lunch in 10 years.
All right, I'm back. Bid Allah. I do not bid Allah. I do not see anything around why Nvidia was going down. And then 10-year note, 10-year bond auction, that is coming at 1 p.m. Eastern today, Paul. Keep an eye on for that one. So, and by the way, it's anything under 3 years is a bill. Anything 3 years to 10 years is a note. Anything 10 years or larger, I think it's probably 10 years larger, is a bond. So, yeah. I had to learn that for the Series 7 or 66 or whenever I took that.
Spy still looks okay-ish, but Q's looks very, very flaggy.
Yes.
$13 ago. I'm gonna let this one sit.
It does, but it also, right, it's like kind of like a...
This one should be cool. For anyone just listening, Google DeepMind has unveiled the third major version of its AlphaFold AI model. Actually, I read this one. No. Designed to help scientists design drugs and target disease more effectively. And the other headline I just posted a couple minutes ago was NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang will deliver a keynote address ahead of Computex 2024 in Taipei, outlining, the quote is, what's next for the AI ecosystem. Keynote will take place at 7 a.m. Eastern on Sunday, June 2nd, which I guess means I'm getting up at 7 a.m. Eastern on June 2nd. 6:45. 6:55. I will not be live for that. No way.
Want it to drop.
This wedding is for shit.
Ha ha ha.
AAPL, CWA charges
I bet you half the people don't even know where that's from. Evan, where's that from?
I don't know. I've heard of it. What is it, like Wedding Crashers or something like that?
No.
Is it Step Brothers?
Yes.
There you go. See, like I would get there eventually. I had to just think about it for a second.
Listen, you got it in two. You got it in two.
Communication workers.
Speaking of two, Knicks are going to be up 2-0 tonight.
Let's go.
You're not a Rangers fan, are you? Oh, Gumbo writes in the chat, Step Brothers. I think he, what's up, brother? So he knew that right away, too.
What's up, Step Brother?
Okay, that got me, obviously. Rangers, big win last night. Knicks, big win tonight. There's something about the Garden. You just don't lose in the Garden.
Yeah, they pay the refs over there, apparently.
Hey, listen. All history will remember is who won. If they want to pay them, they can pay them. I'm not a part of it.
Yeah, both teams are going to be next
that
round.
That is also most likely true.
It's an unfortunate
that is most likely
scenario
true.
there.
All right, my bad, Paul. Let me try to explain that a little better. So a 10-year note will mature in less than 3 years. Okay, so no, here's what it is. It's just what they're called. It's not anything about them. So if the government comes out and sells something that's 2 years, it's going to be called a bill. If they sell something for 4 years, then it's going to be called, like 4 years out, then it's going to be called a note. And if they sell something for 20 years, then it's going to be called a bond. So anything under 3 years of duration when it's being sold is considered a bill. Anything with a duration of 3 to 10 years, so that 10-year note that we have coming today is the note. And then anything longer out than 10 years, so when we have that 20-year auction or 30-year auction tomorrow, that's going to be considered a bond auction. It's just what it's called. This doesn't really change anything. I hope that explanation went a little better than the first one. I have been historically known to not have a great first explanation and need to like re-say something. So if that ever happens in here, I am always down to try and find a different way to say something.
Nothing's moving.
Ooh, NVIDIA breaking it.
Come on, NVIDIA.
Also, Shadow Gumbo for being in here.
Take me down to the Paradise City.
Well, the grass is green and the girls are pretty.
Ooh, take me down.
The last 3 5-minute wicks have rejected the EMA 9.
Frederick, it might be. Who was. Let me get this back up. Fluffy baby Highland cow. It is a cow. This guy posts some weird stuff, but it's overall it's good. Oh, Boba Fett, big Star Wars fan I see in the crowd. I love me some Star Wars. Shout out. Thank you for joining in, man. Senator Brown seeks U.S. ban on all. Went away from me. U.S. Senator Brown seeks U.S. ban on all Chinese internet-connected vehicles.
Mr. Brown. I have no clue who he is.
That's 4 or 5-minute wicks off the 9 EMA. In this much time, it's almost like the next move is going to be the fake move.
Every move is a fake move if you change your time frame.
Oh. Is that financial advice?
No, but it's probably not wrong either. Stats play for every team. You could make anything sound like it should happen before, but the past doesn't determine the future.
This guy's going deep with it.
Kind of like how they say numbers don't lie, but you can make numbers say whatever you want them to.
Yeah.
You cherry pick your stats.
In the market, you can do that with time frames. There's a lot of ways that you can do stuff like that, but hey, every time's different. That's why it's a percentages game.
Rug this shit coin.
And that shitcoin being the full U.S. financial stock market?
The
Yeah.
entire NASDAQ.
I do it.
These upper wicks are concerning if you're looking long.
I'm always looking long.
Oh, yeah?
Did I miss it when I know Kevin came up and tried to get a word in, and then he couldn't hasn't said anything since. Did we get the chance to go to him? I did walk away for a minute.
What's going on with GameStop?
What's going on with GME? GME. Oh yeah, just a giant big boner wick candle up.
Big push.
5 minute. Hey, Boba, I appreciate you, man. Oh, freaking fantastic stuff.
Moment of truth.
Yep.
Going back right down.
Twitter's been the grind. Will always be the home for everything I'm doing, obviously, but I'm trying some new stuff on YouTube. Expand out. As a creator, you gotta always be diversifying, trying new things, doing whatever. You gotta keep growing. So that is kind of my goal for this year is YouTube, and we'll continue there. I'm glad you're enjoying Predictogram. Boba, what's your username on Predictogram? Are you on my team?
Bookmap's got Fire sitting at 165.
Team's in first place right now.
Right at VWAP. Almost like it'll wick down into it and get a reaction.
Yeah.
No, I didn't go over Sony earnings.
I'm going to tighten up my stop just in case they do come into the orb here and bounce it.
They don't have any. When are Sony earnings? It says Sony earnings are next week. I could double check on other places. Let's see what they say.
Oh. What did we just hit?
It says next week for Sony. Boba Fett.
Oh, helmet. Bounce. Right on the orb high here.
Boba, I don't see you on Predictogram. Feds Collins is speaking. There are risks to cutting rates too soon. Firms are well positioned to absorb faster wage growth. Reaching 2% inflation may take longer than thought. Yeah.
Ooh, we're trying to break it now.
Not a surprise. I'm
Yep.
optimistic that we get 2% inflation in a reasonable time frame.
I'll probably have to.
Job market coming into.
Oh, you got 173. Nice.
That from the.
All right, watch VY.
Ooh, QQQ puts a rockin' now.
Okay, here we
Come on,
go.
Collins.
Of course, I did a safety trim, and then it dropped.
Taking one for the team, Sharky. We appreciate you.
Yeah, really, we really do.
Probably bounce off of VWAP here.
SGB, more highs now. Tandy Golf Delta.
I just trimmed
I am stupid.
I'm only holding one left.
No
Are
predictions.
you still in the NQ or you're out now?
I still am in NQ.
You scale?
I only have one of those left too, and I'm just.
All right, Boba, here's what I'm going to need you to do. Go in, click on the go to Predictogram, click the leaderboard button, click Teams, then go RJR Market News, and come here and join team. Come on my team. Albert, I'm glad you could join. Hello, hello.
Now we can.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
What's up, Kevin?
37.85.
Bro, I've been literally talking like the whole time.
Oh,
and I was
really?
like, dude, man, my stuff's broken. Yeah, no, it's all good.
You'd be like, no one likes what's happening.
Were you
here.
muted?
No, it's got to be a glitch. Hey, just check out 5180 is a really key area on the gamma side here. So, don't be surprised if we do get a little bit of a bounce before trying to flush it. If we do flush it, yeah, SPX. And if we do flush 5180, we're hitting.
Boba, make one prediction for me right now.
Go right
Let's
back
see.
to
Let's
the
look
open.
together.
When it comes to option flows, and 5170s have been printing literally all morning, even when the market was going up. So somebody's kind of preparing for a little bit of a flush, but 5180 is going to be very hard to break to the downside here.
Yes, sir.
And then, I'll go through the auction again. So it's going to be a very large auction, but we had a horrible auction.
I'm going to try and video downside.
a month
Albert,
ago, right? And so
thank you for following for a while. I'm glad you're on the
which
YouTubes.
is not going to
Trying something new.
Huge impact, but psychologically it will, right? Opening up $35 billion to participate in options should be enough to be able to provide some of that psychological stimulus for institutions to get out and participate a little bit more. Saw that with a strong 3-year auction yesterday. I would suspect I would expect that we actually have a decent 10-year auction today, so be mindful of that going into it. And I have I'll post the numbers below too so you all can see it, but I'm leaning more towards this should actually be a pretty decent 10-year, which then obviously could actually help out equities.
Sounds good. Thank you, Kevin.
Appreciate that, Kevin.
Sure.
Oh, that might have been a very shitty prediction, actually. Balls. Let's see.
Did Kevin say they're looking for a decent auction?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Why, can you not hear him, Frank?
No, I was away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we'll just play around with it. Try one or two. What's going on with CELH? Celsius did have earnings yesterday, so they're probably moving a little bit off of that.
Alright, let's see if we stay under the EMAs here.
Big earnings handle, big move down. Any of you guys watching CELH at all today?
I'm not.
A Jordy question?
Celsius down another 4%. No, someone asked in the chat about it. What's going on with Celsius now?
4%?
Oh my god, I just got a notification. Emperador Maximiliano from YouTube. Pre-market routine using data and indicators from Edgeful. Posting little videos? Or is that like a post?
Yeah, a little video I made yesterday.
Nice.
Give it a watch.
Your YouTube channel's in your bio?
It's not. I should add that though. That's a good point. I'm actually gonna pin that tweet in case anybody wants to watch that video or bookmark it and watch it later. It's some really good stuff going over like what to expect with a gap fill. So like we see the gaps, but you can actually measure the size of the gap and look at the probabilities of it actually filling.
Eight 93886. Oh, what the
Do you see another Boeing plane had issues? Looks like a FedEx cargo plane. That's wow, dude. And like I literally got to fly like a
893
at the end of this year. And honestly, I'm leaving. Like,
oh, that was a horrible
trying to fade.
God damn it.
Man, like one or two issues. I'm like, all right, but it's like, dude, every week or every 2 weeks. It's
Let's
not
go, Bobo. Let's see what you did.
I honestly, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but you don't go
Let's double
that
check you're on my
long with
team.
like decent planes, and they're not bringing that much to market where you just have issues like this. Like I feel like
there's something weird's going on, and then
Ooh, there he is.
Two whistleblowers.
Apple upside.
That are no longer with us.
Yeah, that's crazy too, right? And it's not the first time. I'm not blaming their union, but like you've seen this stuff in the past, like in the 50s and 60s, like where unions would actually like deliberately mess up their companies, products in order to get better deals and stuff like that. Like I'm not saying that that's the case. And I hate to throw that
a little sabotage angle.
It makes no sense, man. Like it makes absolutely
no, it does. Sense. Yeah, you're right.
Close enough.
You need to have Evan send me his private jet. That's
yeah, private jet coming soon.
After slinging those Google calls.
Just to jump on Jordy's boat.
Private jet, New York. If you know, you know.
PJ to the helicopter, some could say. I wouldn't know what that's like.
Evan, I would think you might know who that is. Oh, never mind. Well, maybe. You were in the city.
No, I don't know if I knew that reference, but sometimes it takes me a while, as proven earlier.
I wonder if anyone of the listeners knows.
Oh, they definitely will. Coming into the noon prime lunchtime hour. Atlanta Fed GDP up to 4.2 from 3.4 or 3.3. That's a big jump. Yeah, 4.2 up from 3.3. Can I not hear someone, or is it just quiet?
It's just quiet.
Cool.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised that, Evan, I mean, like, that's basically signifying that we're going to have a positive revision for the GDP print we got, 2 weeks ago, which makes sense, right? And then once you probably see that revision, they'll probably normalize that next quarter estimate.
And this is Q2 GDP forecast now.
Yeah, but yeah, you'll see. Like they'll probably revise that down once we start getting, because they're basically taking the same type of data that we have for the most part and modeling it out. So it'll balance out. I'm not sure if we're gonna have a 4% GDP print for this quarter, based on the commentary we heard for earnings, pretty much from almost every single company. I would find that very hard to believe that we have a 4% print for Q2.
Kev, what are your thoughts about the auction?
I think we're gonna have a decent auction, man. I mean, like, the bar is super low because the last auction we had was one of the worst that we've ever had on record, right? Yeah. So I mean, the bar is fairly low. You have the QT statement. Well, like, the QT aspect of it, and I continue to bring it up, is because it's the symbolism of the start of the policy for QE, right? Like, that's right. The start. So that's going to free up $35 billion starting in June. You would think that institutions are going to try to get ahead of that, right, and start trying to soak up some of these rates, especially especially shorter duration, but even on the long end of the curve. If you're an institutional money
video
manager,
one wasn't the worst.
I'm not going to go down this huge rabbit hole, but just for people to have insight. If you're an institutional money manager, you can buy treasuries, and most brokerage houses that you deal with will allow you to buy treasuries and actually utilize those treasuries for collateral to be able to buy assets still, right? And so, and it allows you to actually kind of like synthesize your portfolio in a sense, rather than just going outright long on a stock or what have you. So it would make sense at some point that institutions are going to start bidding these things up and just putting them in their portfolio because of that, that recapitalization that they can have. So I think the start of that's going to change institutional sentiment when it comes to treasuries across the board. And I believe that that's what's going to be reflected in this particular auction. You saw that for the 3-year yesterday. 3-year was strong as hell. Like, that was a really good auction for the 3-year. Different duration, obviously, right? But I feel like, once again, bar super low. And if we had a bad auction today, and this is me saying, like, we have a bad auction today, I would say look out below for equities, because there's nothing that's holding this thing up outside of BLS data we had on Friday that I think people are taking way too serious and putting way too much weight into. And so, treasuries have been eating that up, and they've been trying to reason with the fact that we are showing stagflationary signs. So I would suspect that we actually have a pretty decent auction, and I don't know if that's going to be enough to break us through the 5,200 call wall, but I think that would be that would be a positive development for equities right now. Even though, like, the chart setup going into it and us hitting 5,200 a day would be the most wildest chart, I would say, in a very long time as far as pattern structure, but it could happen, right? So.
Appreciate the thoughts as always, Kevin. Got about 1 hour till that comes out. Where's the volume at? It's still really low?
About to come into lunch hour here.
So it's going to be super, super slow. My guess, 15 million on SPY? 16?
We're at 16.6 million.
All right. If you would have said like 16.2, I would have taken full credit, but a little outside of what I guessed. Not far.
10.6 on
10.6 total volume on Qs. Yeah.
Freddie, what I would say, though, if it does come in weak, check out the U.S. dollar yen pair, because that would be the narrative that the media will then come out with, right? If we see foreign buyers come in fairly short or come in fairly weak, then I think that's where you're gonna see that narrative. And once again, I don't think that's gonna be good for equities. But I think the turnaround in the end would be that telltale sign post auction, and I think that would be the narrative that drives the market.
Watching video here.
SPY's 20 cents away from that 516. It's pretty much the zone. Anywhere from here down to 516.50. If you're bullish. It is lunch though. But futures probably could get away with like 15, 20 point scalp here, probably likely. Oh dear.
Nvidia moving back up a little bit. He's on this 5-minute candle.
Well, we swept the lower, we swept the high, and we're still holding it.
I have the prediction lower, so that would be helpful.
I think SPY bounced off VWAP here.
Elon just put out a tweeter on FSD a little bit, just giving an update on where all the future updates are.
Isn't that what they're being investigated over?
My friend has a Tesla, and you can press a button, and the Tesla comes to you. He turned it on, and then there's a baby in a carriage that walked right in front of the car. It was horrifying. Luckily, it stopped, but.
What was that I just heard? Was that Charlie?
Yeah, Charlie getting a page.
Charlie's lunch alarm going off. Oh, we've held the orb still on 5-minute NQ.
Yeah, I bought them down at 68 and 65, that level, and I just got stopped out at 74 on the balance. I know, I'm flat. It's gonna be interesting to watch that 10-year once that auction happens. That'll tell the tale.
Less than an hour.
I'm in complete scalp mode right now. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's best.
Okay, so Senator, in your mind, there is not a chance that a short-term authorization may need to happen, considering this
decent bass. There's a decent pop on this video here.
Boba. We both put opposite ways. You put up, I put down, and the stocks that we chose are going the opposite way. We're unlucky here. Good thing it's just the predictions. Pain. Pain. That is true. Elon did have to put something out after the FSD news that came out this morning. Very true. And now it is officially lunch hour vibes. G-Nuts, what you having for lunch?
That's a good question because that's exactly what I'm about to go figure out.
I get the vibes. You're like lunch is your favorite meal of the day.
I would have to say that's probably damn true.
Wow.
Breakfast is my least favorite. I actually don't eat breakfast at all.
I don't eat it a lot, but it's pretty good. I mean,
I eat more breakfast in the middle of the night at like 2 a.m. than I do
I'm just not a breakfast guy.
in the morning.
the midnight diner.
Dude, the midnight Denny's run goes crazy. Oh.
So I'm gonna say it. We have in New York, like on Long Island, like a lot of other places don't have this as much. We have these like diners that are open 24/7.
Yes.
They are just Denny's times 3. Denny's is good. Waffle House at school was fun. Like whatever.
The awful waffle.
It's not the same. Those diners.
No, actually, speaking of that, Evan, you definitely have not been up here probably at some later time, but there is this place, this diner that's open. It is a really, really good diner, and it's open 24/7. It is packed 24/7 too. There's also a sandwich place up here, and I mean I've been there at like 4 a.m. and there's lines. It's actually wild. Like, no exaggeration either. There was actual lines out the door at 3 to 4 a.m. On multiple occasions, I've seen it. Isn't that fucking crazy?
I won't lie to you. If it's 2 a.m. and I see like a line out the door, I'm like, all right, it wasn't meant to be. I'm going home. Good night.
Oh, no. That's usually what happens. That's like if we're out and we're hungry. And we see that? Same exact thought process. Like, yeah, I'm good. I'll see you later. Thank you. Thank you for not making me fat, actually.
Yeah, exactly. I always regret it.
Oh, of course.
I had a late night Taco Bell this past weekend.
I haven't done that in probably like 2 or 3 years now. But yeah, no, that's basically how I got like thick in the beginning because of that. My fat friends making me fat. Someone just messaged me their breakfast order.
What is it? What do they get?
Bacon, egg, and cheese, hash brown.
Oh, I mean, that's a pretty elite order.
It's just pretty basic.
That's a pretty standard order right there.
Listen, you can't
We're
go
talking
wrong with it.
breakfast. That sausage gravy, man. Oh.
Yo, I'll throw something out here. Not a big hash brown guy. I just don't care for it.
What?
I just like bacon, egg, and cheese hot sauce.
Yeah, Frank's hot sauce is good on bacon, egg, and cheese.
Oh, dude, it's Frank's or nothing. I put that shit on everything.
What?
The commercial's true.
Oh yeah, Frank's is the best.
All right,
Commercial's true.
if you're in the chat,
Louisiana.
if you're in the chat, tell me what your breakfast order is, everyone. What's like the favorite? Bacon, egg, and cheese on an everything bagel. Oof. Okay. Pancakes and waffles have a special part too, but.
I can't sit here and stand behind any bagel.
Oh well, you're not in New York. That's why.
Sausage, egg, and cheese is better than bacon, egg, and cheese.
I disagree.
Yes, also agree.
I also disagree.
And it needs to be on a biscuit. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean,
Bagel's
this right
disrespectful
here,
to breakfast.
Yeah,
No.
that answer right now doesn't surprise me because this is separating the boys from the men.
So.
Wait. Who's a boy?
Okay, I see where we're going here.
Why is it? Because you guys like Louisiana? Is that the situation?
I mean, Louisiana hot sauce is better. We're talking about bagels, though. Bagel versus biscuit?
What's the debate?
Come on.
A bagel versus a biscuit?
Yeah. Biscuits are... What? It shouldn't even be a
Depends
debate.
where you are.
God.
If you're up north in New York, you're going to get a bagel. If you're in the south, you're going to get a biscuit.
That I respect. You just have clearly
makes
never
sense.
had the quality of bagel up here. That's all I gotta say.
True.
I went to upstate New York one time, and I tried to order a tea because they only had Pepsi products. So I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm not doing Pepsi. Do y'all have tea? And the lady goes, yeah, hot or cold. What the fuck? That's not the right question. It's sweet or unsweet.
Sweeter. Yeah.
Hot or cold, the fuck?
Fuck out of here.
Beautiful area, though, upstate New York.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
I got two responses. I got from Boba Fett saying bacon and chocolate chip waffles from Waffle House, and then Albert said he's Asian, so he likes fried rice in the morning. Paul Ramos said sausage biscuits with gravy, something potatoes with potatoes.
Probably
Fried ice with an egg,
fried potatoes.
and then they break the egg. That's a pretty Asian. That's pretty common.
Let's see if any of you guys commented below.
Waffle House chocolate chip waffles, though, at 2 o'clock in the morning when you're shit-faced is the best
The
thing
All-Star Special every time.
Dude, it is the best.
You got to get covered and chunked on your hash browns.
My Carvana's green. Flush it.
Cholula Chipotle hot sauce.
Here's the session. Here's the 5-7 session low.
Here's
I almost
VWAP
got out
again.
because I was bored.
Oh.
But we're sitting on WeWap right now.
If Jordan missed that whole conversation, he's gonna be like, "Why is everyone just messaging me breakfast foods right now?"
Dude, I know. I see them.
I'm looking at the
Like
responses.
cheese, grits, biscuits and gravy, ham and eggs, corned beef hash and eggs with Frank's hot sauce. Fucking all
Yeah.
Someone said Chick-fil-A biscuits. I've never had their breakfast. I know I should.
Hey, their little chicken biscuits in the morning are actually pretty fire.
Gunslinger Trading has 6 eggs, bacon, and avocado. He's trying to bulk up, get some gains.
I wonder what the total cholesterol count of that is.
Have you ever been to a place called Metro Diner?
I actually just kicked myself out of here. I was started to like scream because someone actually knows the exact places that I'm talking about. It's pretty far. Pretty far.
If you go there and you see his big calf.
If you see the guy with the biggest calves, go up to him and say hi. Ask, like, "Are you garlic?"
Oh, that might be me.
Yeah, sticking his tongue through a bagel.
We tried to break, but Q's again, holding the
Boba, dude, it's hitting. It hit. Let me get back to you. I think this is going to go through.
Was that a dog?
Yep, my dogs are playing.
Okay.
They're just absolutely going wild on each other.
What are the odds we do just chop between VWAP and the EMAs until the auction? 45 minutes.
I think that's pretty much the best trade available right now.
You know what I tell you on that? I'd say I'm okay with it because my spreads are liking that.
Underrated. No one said some tuna fish salad. Make sure obviously a good amount of mayo in there on a bagel. Oof, pretty elite as well.
You're pretty elite.
Thank
For
you.
breakfast, though? Like, that's not a bad snack. I'll give you that.
A late breakfast. You're right. That's like kind of more
Okay.
like a lunch thing. But like if it's 10 a.m. breakfast, not like a 8 a.m. breakfast. I agree with that comment. That's fair. That is respectable pushback.
Side note, I'm actually starving and salivating right now.
You know, I think me making everyone else hungry and talking about it is actually making me like fine, you know? Oh, someone said oatmeal with almonds, coconut, and banana. That actually sounds kind of healthy. Doesn't sound bad.
That's a healthy breakfast right there.
Yeah. Yeah, Gregory, that's too healthy. Let's put some more sugar in it somewhere. That's what I always say.
Back when I did actually like diet, like strict diet stuff, like gym routine, all
Yeah,
that
Albert,
stuff,
I am from New York.
I did like oatmeal with some blueberries, a little bit of cinnamon, and like egg whites in the morning. A little bit of hot sauce for flavor sometimes. Maybe if I make it up to New York one of these days, I'll try one of y'all's bagel shits.
You really should. They're fantastic. I noticed the ones in the city aren't super amazing, but that's okay. Let's move this.
Last 4 or 5 minute candles all closed right on Orpi, or the bottom side of them was on Orpi. Nvidia's doing good.
I put a downside prediction near the bottom. Lol.
Ed Collins still talking?
Oh, someone said spam and eggs for breakfast. Have you guys ever had spam? I've never tried it. Maybe I have once, but like I don't remember it.
I've had it.
You gotta fry it.
Gotta fry it in a
It's actually
pan.
pretty good.
You fry anything though, and it's pretty good.
You just open a can of
Sam,
spam.
you need to do
That was the.
It's like required. Like if you don't fry
If you
spam,
don't
in my
cook it,
opinion, it makes it. Yeah, it's gonna be disgusting. It's like bologna, but like 8,000 times more salt. If you just didn't fry it.
It's so true.
But yeah, spam. Put a fried spam, fried egg on top of that bad boy, man. Or even like put chili on top of that too, which is like low key
Chili on it?
delicious. Yeah, Texas toast. Little like grilled cheese type sandwich with it. It's actually
Ooh. Grilled cheese underrated.
Grilled cheese is pretty good.
Colin said expect some factors and depending.
You go to like a nice French, like sometimes a French place, maybe I'll do like a 3 or 4 cheese grilled cheese with like Gruyere and Swiss and some other stuff. Oh, so good.
Grilled cheese had this moment. For some reason, there's some stat in my head saying that grilled cheese was like the most popularly eaten thing in the U.S. one year or something. But that could be a major cap.
I mean, it makes sense for Americans, right? It's just cheese, and all you have to do to make it is slap a piece of bread together.
Appreciate you, Greg.
Throw some butter on it.
Cheese in the middle, yeah.
Greg throwing in dim sum. Dim sum is good.
dim sum is good too.
I love me some Asian food. But YouTuber I watch, if anyone watches Outdoor Boys, there's whenever it gets on the algo, I do click in. He likes to eat some spam.
Care records version 2.7 of Apple iOS T-Connect mobile app used with T-Slim next to insulin pump with Control IQ Technologies. That's Tango November Delta Michael and Alpha Papa Lima.
Outdoor Boys has actually a couple of YouTube channels. He has a good fishing one too. So good call.
Oh, interesting. I haven't watched some of the other ones. I just like to watch him go in the middle of Alaska and build those freaking like dig like 20 feet down into the snow and build like the things around it. Pretty crazy.
Yeah. I think his fishing one's like carp and fish or something like that. But he actually does. It's not just carp fishing. He does a lot of other stuff too.
He makes me want to go back to Alaska.
Going there in about a month.
Sorry.
As long as my plan doesn't fall out of the air, that should be good.
When did you say? I sneezed right when you said it and couldn't hear a thing.
So I'm going to Alaska in about a month. To do
Ooh,
some fishing.
That's fun.
Yeah.
What are you fishing for up there, Kev?
Anything and everything.
We're doing salmon.
Ooh,
salmon.
salmon.
We're doing a offshore salmon trip. So trying to get a king salmon. I think we can only have like one on the boat. So I want to be able to catch one of those, and then just stocking up halibut, all that stuff, man. Just stocking up the freezer.
That's awesome. You take most of that back home with you?
Yeah, so like on the charter, I think right now we got 4 guys. We might get a straggler for the 5th. That's not like a part of our group. And then no matter who catches what, they all split the take. And so we're going to be doing 3 days on the charter. And then last year, this is my first time going. My buddy went last year, and they brought back 95 pounds worth of fish a piece. They killed it up there. So, yes,
that's yeah. I just wondered about the transport of that.
Yeah, well, this place, like, it packages it up. So I guess, like, when you catch it, it goes into
those freeze cooler things. Do you ship it back, or do you bring it back with you?
No, they're going to put it on the plane. So apparently, like, they'll have a freezer on the boat, right, that chills it down. And then they do a flash freeze at the resort. They flash freeze it and then package it up for you. And then basically, you don't even see it until you get to your final destination. So they take care of, like, getting it to the airport, to whatever airport you're going to. And then as soon as I land, it lands with me. So it's supposed to be completely hands off. Like, after I catch the fish, apparently I don't see it again until it actually hits.
So you get home.
When I get back to Denver, yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
I've always wondered how that works. Like, you know, it's one thing to go fishing and catch fish, but to be able to take them home and actually cook them and have them.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Kevin, if you see a bear, remember, make yourself look big.
Oh, dude, I mean, this is.
Don't let it.
If I see a bear, I won't interfere with it. But it's what you have a 10mm for. So, it's not my first rodeo.
Not my first rodeo.
Doing back in the backcountry. So, but I'm not gonna. Definitely won't be messing with bears. But we're gonna be out on a boat for the most part. We're not gonna.
You say you're going deep? Are you going deep sea fishing, Kevin?
Yeah, like offshore. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going like in the river.
No. We're going for like in the ocean.
Nice. I'm hopefully going to be out in Florida again sometime this summer. Every year we get a group of about 5 guys, and we get about 4 to 5 charter boats out there, and we spend the entire day off of the Keys. We go deep sea fishing, and last time we caught, each boat probably reeled in anywhere from 20 to 30 mahis and tunas, and then
nice job,
our
Boba.
captain, he was a young guy. He was like 25 years old. I was pulling in a mahi, and we thought it was getting chased by a shark, and it was actually getting chased by a fucking 6
I don't know, man. That does not look like Amazon
and
upside.
he ended up spearing it and bringing it onto the boat. It was fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah, so my buddy has a commercial guiding service in Mississippi in Biloxi. I think that's where he lives. And so he does he does charters, and then he's a commercial fisherman. So he does he actually catches the tuna that goes on the plates and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So yeah, so like low key, like real quick story, like I'd known him like pretty much since I was in middle school. And in middle school, he's like, dude, I'm gonna be a professional fisherman, right? And I'm like, all right, whatever, because I fish all the time. That's what we did back where I used to live. And dude, lo and behold, like he got a boat, started doing charters, and now dude's like making millions. Like he's got like a whole operation going right now.
That's awesome. That's
crawfish.
awesome.
He's got a crawfish farm down there. He's got like a construction company now. Yeah. So, you know, when they say you can be whatever you want to be in your life, you know, like he took that to heart. So
yeah, when you find your passion, it comes a lot easier to you as well. Not to say it was easy in general, but just easier. Find something you really love and go after it.
But it's cool to catch the fish, like out there when you're deep sea fishing, be able to bring it back and actually cook and eat it. One of our family members, he actually he went to culinary school in New York, I believe. I don't know what top culinary schools are out there.
Le Cordon.
But he went there, and his job is to go to, there's a fancy name for like the top like 5-star restaurants across the country. The kind of like restaurant experience that they are. I can't think of the term, but his job is to go to all of these big fancy 5-star restaurants across the United States, and he goes in there and goes to the head chef and the entire kitchen and essentially does what like kind of like what Gordon Ramsay does. He teaches them like all his meals and I mean just different things that he can make. But anyways, long story short, he was a part of our trip, and all the fish that we caught, he ended up taking back to the Airbnb and cooked like everybody, like 30 fucking people, an entire fucking buffet of different kinds of baked, fried, raw, any way you can think of fish to be prepared. He did everything. It was pretty fucking sweet, and I found out he was actually a personal chef for Leo Messi at one point as well.
Oh wow! Dead Money sent us some pictures.
On the group chat
stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let me send some back.
Paul, I see what you put in the Discord chat. Interesting.
Where I'm from, there's a lot of trout, like flat fishing, and then people do a lot of like bow fishing too, like in the like river overflows, like little bar ditches and stuff. That's fun. The bow fishing is so much fun.
Where are you at, Em?
I'm from Arkansas.
Oh,
I'm not in Arkansas, but
man, dude, I went out there last year. Man, Arkansas is dope to fish at because like you have so many different dynamics there. You can go for pretty much anything and catch whatever you want, right? Bass.
Yeah, everything.
Walleye, crappie, like it's so dope, man. I just couldn't live there because it's just like nothing's around any of the great spots.
Whoa.
It's pretty dope. Nothing negative, right? I could have said something worse.
No, it is.
I could have said something worse.
It is very outdoorsy.
He had some stuff stewing. He let you eat down easy.
I was just trying to pay a compliment.
But yeah, no, there's like a trout hatchery like 10 minutes up the road from where I'm from. So like there's a river that's real, and the river comes out of a lake, so it's real cold right there. You go up there in the summer when it's like 90 something degrees, but the water's like 65 degrees. It feels great. Sit there and pull out some trout. Full disclosure, I suck at fly fishing.
I've never even tried it. It's way too expensive for me to get it to set in my ways.
We are still holding this orb on InQ.
Here, Amp, I just sent it in the group chat. That's the that fucking 5-foot wahoo.
Oh wow!
That he's right. and then my stepfather's the one to the left of me. I was reeling in that mahi, and this motherfucker was chasing that thing, trying to eat it.
Oh, that fish is big enough. You don't even have to hold it towards
There
the
is
camera to make it look big.
Paul, there is definitely some long-term stuff they could do with like SpaceX and all the satellites they have and
What'd you
connecting to
say?
Teslas.
I mean,
That one's big enough. Everyone knows.
You would think the problem is latency
close to
and
the
how
camera,
quickly they can
you see the
react.
arms, it looks
Now,
bigger.
low Earth orbit
Just getting some
spacecraft,
stubbly-ass
I mean,
pics on my
or
phone right now.
satellites should be pretty
Right.
quick. So I don't know. Maybe there's something there. I'm surprised. I'm sure Elon's answered that question before. There's no way he hasn't gotten it.
Yeah.
I got on my Hey Dudes.
Hey dudes, is that a hog fishing shirt?
I think so, and I think those are Under Armour shorts.
Yeah, that's everything. Everything about the South in one pic.
uh,
Do you have Costas on?
I think those are Ray-Bans. I could be wrong.
Oh, you fancy.
Yeah, those are one of my Ray-Bans. I got like 4 or 5 pairs of Ray-Bans. I think that's one of them. But no, that was one of the funnest experiences I've ever. It was the first time I went last year deep sea fishing. It was so much fun.
Collins is still speaking.
yeah, I'm seeing those squawks. Apple losing another top designer as well. Fed's Collins markets have already priced in Fed balance sheet actions. Warner Bros. Discovery plans fresh cost cuts, increasing the price of Macs.
Microsoft pulled back to the 21 finally.
Oh yeah, people in the comments got it right. It's called Michelin restaurants, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what Dead Money was saying too.
Yeah. So that's what he does. He travels.
It.
He travels all around the country and goes and teaches those restaurants, those head chefs and those cooks, all his recipes and shit. That's essentially what he does for a living.
Yes, chef.
Yes, chef.
Essentially.
That's awesome though.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. He said right when he got out of culinary school and he was just started in the business. I forgot how we ended up talking about. I think we started talking about soccer at one point, and then I knew he was a chef, and he brought up, he was like, yeah, shortly after I became a chef, he was like, I got a gig to be a private chef for Messi. And I was like, well, that's pretty fucking cool.
That's sick. I'd also be nervous.
That's what Jesse does a lot of that stuff too.
Yeah. Oh, and that's what this guy's name is too. His name was Jesse too.
Is it the same guy?
He's cooked for like the Kardashians and stuff.
Oh, that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, he was on the Kardashians for like a couple episodes because he was the chef there.
Just in the background.
Yeah.
See him
taking
a peek at some booties.
Oh, he was definitely peeking at booty.
Oh, he was peeking at the booties.
He's like, damn!
I actually
talking about food.
I just started the Roast of Tom Brady on Netflix.
Yeah,
I gotta watch that.
Oh, it's 3 hours long.
God,
Yeah,
I've seen like just some of the little clips from it, but I need to watch it through. I love watching those roasts, even though some of it's kind of overplayed. I love watching the people that aren't comedians because some of them do really well and some of them bomb so hard.
All they do is just make jokes about him like leaving and coming back, and just make jokes about his ex-wife.
Yeah, I'm sure him and Giselle got railed.
Yeah, that and like losing his family and shit. That's kind of all they joke about for the most part, but it was funny as fuck.
I did see a clip where Jeff Ross said something about Belichick and Kraft and the massages, and Brady got it was like, okay, no, that one's not gonna fly.
Yeah, it was all good fun, but yeah, he walked up to the podium. He was like, "Don't say that shit again."
So Dana White got up and had a few little jokes out in the crowd.
Yeah, and then they ended up bringing Kim K up on stage at one point too.
Oh, I'm definitely watching now.
Okay, have you seen her? How she couldn't walk at the Met Gala?
Yes, I saw that yesterday.
That's actually so disgusting.
Oh my god. That was weird.
Like I don't know. I don't understand it.
Oh, I do. It's just manipulating your body in any way, shape, or form to stay relevant and talked about on media and news. That way you get paid more money still.
Just gross.
That's all it is. That's why they wear and do all the weird shit at those events. That way it just gets publicized somewhere and gets talked about. Keeps their name relevant.
Phone call, am I still here?
Keeps
Yeah, you're still
I
good.
gotcha.
Okay, cool.
I'm about to order my sushi.
Ooh, it must be a good morning for Casey.
Oh, it was a very good
I always
morning.
know if Casey hits a banger, I know it's. Oh, watch out. Thank you.
Ooh.
Here we
Dumpy
go.
What happened?
We
She
fell.
was
We
back
fell.
down to VWAP on us.
Kind of
68.
some volume has come in. Numbers have gone up.
Going
Incoming
down,
for
baby.
1 p.m. Spy showing 17.7
We're
million
going
trading
down,
view.
down,
Paul saying in the chat volume's picking up a little bit.
I see spy volume picking up, yeah, to the downside.
Yeah, to the downside. Fuck. That's definitely some 5-minute downwards candles.
Oh, now we're getting paid.
All right, I'm gonna be back in like 6 minutes or so. Spaces will still be on though. You guys can hear this. Enjoy this conversation. I'll be back in a minute.
70 bones.
I am. Oh, yes. Yes.
5170.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
Give me under 112.50. We're snatched to 110. We're perfect. Come on.
down, down, in an earlier round. Sugar, we're going down swinging. So it looks like that Head and Shoulders, I mean, it took a while, but we're back at 516.50. This was a really big spot from this morning, so I would expect some kind of bounce here. But if it continues downside under 516.50, 516.10, and then SPY orb high, I think is around 515.95.
I know, it's nice. You need coffee?
Put down to 515.70.
I know you haven't, huh?
I just got inside the orb right here. 516.53 is where I've got it marked.
Can you throw me in a cup?
Are you using a 30-minute orb?
Yes, sir. 30 minutes.
Okay, I did the 15.
I got you. Yeah, I use 30 minutes. I use that edge flow indicator. I just adjust it because I like the 30
Yeah,
minute
that's
better.
what that's what I put on now. I
There it
just
is.
literally have it for that.
Did you get a long way to go?
That's
Damn
my
it,
favorite
hot
indicator.
like a mofo out here.
It's great.
Don't touch because you got a long way to go. Don't know how to act.
Good enough. So you guys really didn't have a bad winter at all. What do you have? 2 snows? If that?
Yeah, that's all.
In New York?
One of them was good. The other one
winter
was
I thought
just
it
really hasn't
snowed
been
way
that bad.
more.
No, it didn't snow a lot.
Really? It was just cold, huh?
Honestly,
I don't even think it was that bad this winter.
Honestly, it was
No?
not that cold.
Okay.
Yeah, the last 2
Everybody was
winters.
telling me it was so horrible. Not every, like, I
Nah, definitely
like other
not
people.
that cold. It's been
I like
10
it.
times worse.
It's refreshing from what I'm used to.
Paul, just do me a favor and make sure you watch the chat for a little bit.
Been 10
No
times
madness
worse,
gets
that's for
said.
sure.
I just wanna be able to like finally wear my trench coat with my suit and a little top hat, smoking a cigar in New York. You know, outside the stock exchange, like my grandpa. Dude, I learned. My mom told me a little while ago that I learned. My grandpa on my dad's side apparently was like an East Coast gangster, and that's exactly how he dressed, in the trench coat, suit, top hat. He lived in New York. I'm like, dude, no wonder I love it there. No wonder.
New York.
G. Paul Lee was just an absolute gangster in New York. What a savage. What a savage. Love that. Love that.
I love gangsters.
Love gangsters, you know?
They're so
Especially
much
them
fun.
old top hat gangsters. Those are like the OGs, you know?
They got the best stories.
I know. God, I would...
Your grandpa told
If I could talk to my grandpa, it would be the most priceless information.
Right.
He Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, my mom said he kept her up all night talking stories. He literally was fighting to stay alive just till I was born. And I was born, and 5 days after I was born, he passed, Mom? Yeah. So crazy. He was just waiting for Jody to pop out, say what up, and he gone.
What was his favorite crime to commit as a gangster?
What was his favorite crime?
He wasn't violent, but he stole. He was fucking...
Oh, okay, so robbery.
That's what he did. He like printed fake checks and shit, and they would run, like all that type of shit.
So he's a smart gangster.
Like smart gangster, like mad, like fraudulent shit like that. You know, what I mean? Not violent, no violence, but like just a smart gangster. You know.
He never caught no bodies.
Nah, no bodies. That.
Right, and every field that we went by, we had to stop so we could get vegetables and stuff for the fridge.
Oh my gosh.
We never bought them.
Apparently, he never bought vegetables. Anytime they were by like a field where they were grown, he'd go and just snatch them, never pay for food.
Oh hell yeah!
What a savage!
That was our produce.
Dude, yeah. Shout out, Grandpa Lee, bro. G-Paw Lee. I know he's up there. He's proud of me.
We got free corn for life thanks to Grandpa.
Yup.
He stole a whole field of them things. We got them piled up out back.
Facts, bro. God damn. I know him, dude. Make your ancestors proud, baby. They're watching.
Now, Jordan, you have to go,
now I have to go rob a bank just to impress you.
Yeah, you got to go do some shit. You got to go rob a bank and then rob a field of corn.
Valid.
Do it for the fam.
Do it for the fam, huh? I'll be like, G-Paw got me. I'm safe.
Oh, man, it's 90 degrees outside right now.
Yeah, it's super hot out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's 90 here, too. Actually, I think there's a heat wave coming in the south.
Is there?
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it's coming into that time.
Something like the real feel here. I forget which day. It's like 105 or something crazy.
Yeah, fuck. Brutal. I'm about to pull out the drone sim. Emp, we flew it for the first time, full manual, and like the real drone. Dude, we're already pretty beast. Already doing tricks through the playground and shit. Now we just need to keep running it. Do it, Carvana. I need a new low a day here, baby. Still in Carvana. She's just at the lows here. Needs to make that new low. I need to get below 112.50. But just rolling with it.
Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check. Can you hear me, Em?
Oh yes. Dude,
Okay,
I guess they fixed it. I got a phone call for 5 minutes just now, and
oh no, they didn't fix it. It's just sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, it's never worked for me. Every phone call used to be immediate drop.
Oh really? And then it worked now? Okay.
I've had 2 phone calls today that hadn't dropped me on.
Maybe they are doing some upgrades. You know, when I learned that the whole media team for Twitter, not just Spaces, but all of the whole media, the team is only of 10 people. When I learned that, I do understand why things aren't instantly fixed or brought to their attention right away. Think about that. They're running all of basically Twitter with a 10, 12 man team on the tech side of things. You know what I mean? It's a lot to handle. So every time we complain about it, it sucks and it should be fixed, but I always think about it, I'm like, damn. I mean, think about if you only had a 10 man team, you know? It'd be tough. And they just have I'm sure they have a list, an never ending list of things to fix, you know? But the day that they do start fixing some shit on Spaces, that would be very nice.
Yeah, there was a space the other night that it wasn't Elon, but it was one of his developer guys got on there and was asking for suggestions and stuff to work on with the Spaces.
The biggest suggestion I personally have is obviously just minimizing the amount of glitches we have where you can't hear speakers. Obviously that first. But then being able to raid people.
If you could pass off host, I think that would be amazing.
Or just pass off. I would love to raid people, and I would love to pass off hosts. If I could pass off hosts, again, this Spaces, we would never end it. It'd be running 24/7 every single day, all day. I would just pass off the host to other people. And it's great. We have people in a different country that I could pass off the host to, Crypto or Alpha. And when we're all done for the day.
Yeah, or somebody's done for the day or has to go do something, you can just pass it off. And
then a lot of you guys trade futures towards the evening, pass it off to you. You guys trade futures live all night, and then when you're done, Crypto's waking up in England, in the UK, pass it off to him. He does crypto all morning until I wake up, and I take the hostel roll again. Boom, and it's just a never-ending series, bro. That would be goated. That would be the most amazing thing ever. Imagine you just have Spaces from now running until I'm 40 years old. It just never stops. Dude, that would be so cool.
They probably wouldn't want that. They probably wouldn't want that because people would leave Spaces up forever. That's probably the pushback on that. If you think about with their servers trying to handle that, because somebody could just pass off to an account that's just holding a space forever.
Very true. All right.
We got a nice little dump there, and we've bounced.
Yep.
Still holding great.
Wait, 10 minutes is when?
Bouncing at lower orb.
Yeah, 10 minutes till the auction starts.
Yeah, I was afraid of that lower orb bounce on Carvana. That's the only thing that could have saved her, and it's happening. So, we're still going to keep holding. Because I think maybe with this auction, you could get something special. We'll see. Beautiful day on the boat, by the way. Not a cloud in the sky. The birds are diving for their brekkie.
The brekkie.
Dude, they dive all day and night. I'll wake up in the morning, it's 4 a.m., it's dark out, they're all still diving in. I'm how do you even see the fish, bro?
Yo, Jordan, I'm close to a bone today.
1,000 bones?
1,000 bones? Oh, 1,000 bones.
A bone for me is a G note.
Is a G note, okay.
Is that an Italian thing?
I'm close to a bone.
Solid. Yeah, I'm up, I'll tell you right now. I'm up on the day, 1,300 bones. But I'm talking about bones as dollars.
As $1.
1,300 bones.
That's a nice day, Jordy.
Yeah, shout out M-Phase. But if Carvana goes, it could be a 2,000 bone day. We'll see. Depending. I already scaled out 5 contracts. Green. I'm just flipping back red right now. I'm red $200. We'll see what happens with her.
Green
Still
on
a
the
lighter
day.
week for me though.
Green on the day, and I'm still holding one in queue.
This guy's getting frisky with the biscuit.
Well, I've got a decision to make here in about 8 minutes.
I did not make a withdrawal.
Actually,
last
not
week,
in anything anymore, other than my spread.
If we come down a little bit lower before the auction, I can probably leave it as a lotto, but at the same time, don't want to let it come back and give back some gains I've got locked in here.
Yeah, I've locked in 1,200 for the day, so it's most likely going to be it for me.
Solid, Casey.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
You
short
too,
that
sir?
shit. Short that shit, Carvana. Yeah.
You still in those Carvana puts?
Fuck yeah. I'll probably swing some, to be honest. But I don't know if I can swing 10. It's a lot of risk. Because if it rips overnight back to 116, I'd be down pretty good. But I'll probably hold 5 if I'm gonna do it. Because the cons move fast. You don't need a lot. Even on M-Phase too. I had 20 this morning.
How much are their Carvana puts up right now, percentage-wise?
Mine are break even right now.
Okay.
They're literally exactly break even here. I already scaled out 5 earlier when we got a drop, and for a few $100, but I'm just gonna hold the 10 for now. Theta's not really existing though, because I got May 24th contract, so all this chop back and forth don't concern me one bit.
Jordy, I'm going to the beach this weekend.
Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah, how far's the beach from you? Because you're very inland where you're at.
The closest one is about 6-hour drive.
Damn.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow, that's horrible.
Bro,
which
I'm
is
sorry.
Ixtapa.
Fuck.
But we're looking at Vallarta's 7.5.
I'm sure you have lakes near you though, no? I mean, that's Mexico.
Yeah, there's a lot of all kinds of stuff. Lakes and rivers and
gotcha. Okay.
Waterfall.
So
because we're in the mountains, right?
Yeah, so you can go get wet if you want. Okay.
Yeah.
At least you're around some sort of body of water because, dude, being around no body of water, it's kind of just the mood for me. Waking up on the boat, coming out here, seeing the water, the palm trees, the sun. It's it's therapeutic. You know what I mean? I feel that's why I don't know if I could live in somewhere like Arizona.
Well, see, I live
closer
to the beach here than I did in Arkansas.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But in Arkansas, we have thousands of lakes and rivers and
true. You have a lot of body of water out there.
There's a lot of water. Just not.
Same with Havasu. I could live in Arizona only if I lived in Havasu City. But anywhere else, you can't catch me living in Arizona. There's no way. It's too desert out there. It's too much desert.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hit up Vallarta.
I should be leaving for Havasu here soonish.
Havasu.
That's when Knots. I'm gonna have to have Knots take over and host for a week and a half.
Yes, sir.
I'll still I'll probably still have to hop on a few spaces here and there, but I'm not dude, when we're in Havasu, you're drinking all day, all night. I'm not gonna be on spaces too much. Gonna need some time away. Probably won't even trade much either. I'll throw on a few swings and.
That's kind of what I may do a swing trade too those days, but
well, now that I know that I know how to swing trade now. You know what I mean? Buying a now, I'm about it.
About it.
Last time I was there, I was was just sitting on the beach, computer out, just like watching the sunrise early as fuck in the morning, just sitting on the beach trading. I made like $1,000 on Tesla that morning, and I was just like, dude, this is vacation right here, baby. This is how we vacay. Back when you could buy 2 Tesla contracts for like spend $4 grand, make a G-bone and like one little candlestick down, you're good to go.
The best is when that happens when you're on vacation.
I know, like you're on vacation.
You just feel like
everybody
such a
asks me, they're like,
boss.
Jordy, how much you make this morning? I'm like, dude.
Dude, when I was we were just talking about the fishing trip I went on last year. That morning prior to going, I went to CVS just to get like a thing of water and like snacks and some other shit, whatever. But I was walking through the store and I was on Spaces with you guys and I was listening. And Mikey called out a trade, and I ended up taking a picture because I ended up buying my daughter a toy right there too. And as I was listening to you guys, I was walking into the store and he called out a trade. I was like, fuck it. And I pulled up Weeble and I looked at the chart and I was like, that actually looks pretty good. I was like, I'll throw $500 in it real quick.
Yeah.
Threw $500 in it, and I turned off my phone, just shut the screen off, and I just continued to listen to you guys talking, Mikey. And then I heard Mikey
just talked you through it, didn't he?
He was like, boom, up 40%, bitches. I was like, what? And
you're stoked, yeah.
I pulled my phone out while walking down the aisles, and I was up like 40, 45% real quick. And I was like, this is like so much fun, just being on vacation, but we're still making money.
Yep. I remember traveling to Baltimore, and it was the only time I've ever taken a swing trade while I'm like on a plane. And it was, I was in Meta-Calls, bro. And I took like five contracts, nothing crazy. And I got off that plane, and I was up like $850 right before we were going to this business event. I'm just like, damn, bro. Like, if that could happen every time I go on a plane, you know what I mean? Get paid to go travel real quick.
Well, the best way to FAFO is take a position and then get on an airplane. No Wi-Fi.
Oh, right.
Just let it ride.
Always make sure I fly Delta. They got me with that Wi-Fi instantly.
Delta shit.
Yeah, you gotta bring Frank up.
I'm up again. Thanks.
All right, boys.
Okay, we have a minute and 22 seconds. What do you hear? What do you say?
Hey.
Here, Everly, come here. Everly, can you say hey?
Hey. 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 Hey.
She likes the word hey more than hi. If I tell her to say hi, she won't say it. If I tell her to say hey, she will.
My son says, oh yeah.
She's just on
All
repeat.
right. I am back. We got this auction coming up in a couple seconds.
Hey.
Can you say hey?
That's...
Right there. Can you see that right there? Can you say knots?
Hey.
Oh, that's my shirt. She's reading. I'm wearing my Big Wick Energy shirt.
Hey.
She's pointing to the letters on my shirt.
Real estate ETF.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah, you already said hey. They heard it. They heard it the first 30 times you said hey.
Ooh, we got 1 minute until that auction coming out.
My son
Hanging
will
out at WeWap here.
The son will start saying, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," and he'll say it like like that Family Guy clip or whatever. He just says it like 1,000 times.
Ma,
every
ma,
time.
ma, mama, mama,
Yeah.
mama, mommy.
And he's like, "Oh yeah."
Here, let me see if I can get her to do her cat impression.
You.
Everly, can you say?
That was good.
All right, watch out for the auction, guys.
1 o'clock. All right.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Is Kevin still up here?
Takes about
He
5
is.
minutes. It'll be about 2 minutes before those results trickle in. I'm just gonna wait to see what Kevin says. That's my indicator.
Man, the myth, the legend.
Is Kevin or Frank talking?
No, Kevin is not talking. Frank said
talking,
something
man.
about 2 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, I guess I can't hear Frank. Ruh-roh.
here. Not gonna lie, looking at the 4 hours, that 4 hour 21.
Paper's back.
Might
Bring
get
paper
stopped.
back.
Got him. Might get stopped here. We'll see. Fucking on it. What's that, baby?
What's happening?
I'm just holding this one con here as a
What's
lot
poppin'?
in this auction. Short.
Brand new whip just hopped in.
Oh, we closed 15 underneath the high.
Oh, the anticipation.
Let's see.
C, MUSL, this company
Pull up the old bonds.
It's the final countdown. Buys under the EMAs, but sitting right on VWAP.
Charlie.
If this was a normal circumstance, this looks like a short since we accepted underneath.
Yeah, look at Microsoft. Here we go. Come on.
Oh,
Dump.
Oh, there it goes.
Come on, Carvana. Follow spy,
dropping.
baby. Sharky, are you still short?
He's still in it.
I'm holding, baby. Holding.
All right.
You ain't pushing me out.
Let's see what happens.
Come on, can Carvana dump like Spy just did?
I watch Dixie too.
Greg told me to go
Spy
all
getting
in
bottom.
short before the auction.
Who did? Frank?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No.
I don't even have results yet.
Yeah, I'm flat watching.
YND, Beyond Meat, Cherry.
All right, that was next target down under 516.50. Again, 516.
Yeah, the
I
fucking
think Spy hit that
$150
almost to the penny. Let me see. It did 516.10 to the penny.
Ooh, full wick.
Yep.
QQQ hit that 439 level almost perfectly.
Yeah, hope you had an order there. Jesus, that was quick.
Pivot point as well, and in Q 143.75.
Bonds are actually coming down.
Well, this is supposed to be like one of the last. He says. We'll see. We have a lot of liquidity coming into the market this week.
Yeah, we're back to kind of green now, at least on Qs in this 5-minute candle.
Earlier reports of McDonald's launching McPlant famous meals.
Fix future still.
Is it me or is it taking a lot longer than normal?
No, it used to take 4 or 5 minutes.
I'm just very antsy.
Yeah.
It already came out.
No, yeah, it's already out.
No, I don't think the actual
High yield rate 4.483. Previous was 4.56. Bid to cover
4.483.
4.483. Yeah. Bid to cover was 2.49. Previous was 2.34. Direct accept was 18.7. Previous was 14.2. Indirect accept 65.5. Previous was 61.8.
Hold on. Here comes the real man. Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what I'm talking about, so we need Kevin.
Mr. Green.
I got it. My platform just crashed, but it was a headline. It was a decent report. For Evan already talked about high yield. It looks like bid to cover is at 2.5. Previous was 2.34. I don't have the dealer takedown though because I'm waiting for my system to come back up. But it looks like it was actually a decent report, and the high yield was pretty much in line with the when issued market. So no fireworks. Once again, I think that's going to be positive when it comes to equities. You saw that initial wick down, not a big deal. Let's see if it's going to be able to maintain.
Coming back into my short zone here.
Tempted to go long.
Damn it, Apple. Can't get out the safe side.
Appreciate you, Kevin. I can read out the numbers, but I have no idea what I'm reading out. One time, these ones, I'm going to have to really sit down with you.
What's the dealer takedown?
I don't have it.
I'm calculating it right now. When in doubt, do
What
it
does
by
it
hand.
mean, bezel? Well,
When in doubt, wait for I said.
Bid was 15.73%. Previous, so yeah, last report was a better line for the most part. We'll see.
We'll see.
They never make it easy, Frankie. Never make it easy.
They do not.
It's always short.
So we went down, now we went back up, and now we're just back to where we were. Just chilling.
Helmet says he's long.
I've been vibing. This is what it's gonna do. Hey, at least we got that one moment in there where we were all like, "Oh!" and then it died quick. It's the little things in life, you know. We had our moment.
The little things.
And now we wait. Now we wait. I know Costco has their sales report after the close, and then there's a lot of earnings people care about. Should be a fun one.
All right. 17170.
Today someone needs to yell at him for not being here on Arm Holdings earnings day, and we can all call him a fraud.
Wait, do they report tonight?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Someone text him and tell him he's a fraud if he's not in the spaces at least once during Arm Holdings earnings day.
Oh, God.
I just sold some on tech, but problem is that SPY is actually above the range. Makes me think Q's is going to catch up and want to get over.
All right, in that pivot zone.
Live life in the pivot.
In the pivot.
How was the volume after that? I know this morning we were complaining and maybe it was catching up a little bit. That give us some volume there, that at least on that candle?
19.4 mil. No. It's getting smaller.
You're getting smaller.
Yeah. Frankie said, don't short a dull market.
Having trouble deciding what I want to do here. I may need to get a update on the balance of our kids.
It's kind of looking like a long, but I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking too, Frank. I'm also thinking it could go either way.
Yeah.
Stop filled.
Drop it down.
Oh, my God. I was just getting my earnings. 411 companies reporting earnings tonight or tomorrow morning. Good God. It's a huge day.
I don't know. I'm indecisive. I don't want to pull the trigger on anything. Nvidia looks like short.
Yeah.
Be short.
Microsoft looks like a short.
Again.
Here we go. Come on.
I'm flat. I don't know. Trucky's got it. So far.
Paper and Emp, I think, are still. Wait, Emp, did you say you're flat?
I'm flat.
I was flat. I think
I'm still short.
I don't want to chase it, but I'm looking for a short entry now.
I might have to cover. I think I should cover some here, to be honest.
I need these earnings to not be late. 402, good. 405. 401. Robinhood, don't be late.
Yeah, let's do it.
405.
Let's go short.
Okay, good. Those are the ones I really care about.
All right, covered some.
Oh, damn, I didn't even realize a lot of these were new. I'm sorry. Got you. Anon, yes, there will be an earnings Twitter Spaces today. I'm also going to be live on this for that. So like 4 to 4. We're going to be, that space will open at 3. Just general talk till 3:45. Earnings talk 4:15, 3:45 to 4:15, and then an interview with Dan Niles from 4:15 to 5:15. Had a lot of trouble saying that. More than likely, we'll still have a ton left. Watching for Hood tonight. I'm watching for Hood tonight as well, Paul. I'm excited for that one. I own some Robinhood. A very tiny amount, but I bought it recently. I use Robinhood. I use Robinhood Gold. I don't think it's good for traders. I really don't think it's good for traders, but just for long-term investors, the UI is perfect, and I enjoy it. Cost basis is 1432. Let's throw it on the Robinhood chart.
Below the 7th. I wonder if we can reprice down into 20.
Hood.
This is about 50% of the intraday move, though.
One day. My computer's lagging. Space is probably lagging.
Nothing burger so far.
Swing low.
Odds are steady, 4.49.
I need to close some things.
Maybe if we get one more pop, I'll get in solid on a short.
There we go. Okay. $14.32.
Yo, Frank.
Yeah.
Did you take profit on your push this morning?
I did.
Close enough.
Right on the opening, I actually took a little bit of a loss on the cues I put in 2 days ago. And then I was long 5 puts overnight, covered right on the opening. That was good.
Yeah, Paul, I think you were the one who said it yesterday. They sent you a promo for 5.25%. I took that promo a while ago, so I've had 5.25% for a little bit.
Frank, I took the QPQ puts and I sold them this morning at open myself. I let 1 or 2 run just to see, but obviously that didn't work out as I expected. But yeah, other than that, yeah, great. Let me bring the Sharka Hunt this up. Ooh, little David Green down there.
Oh, he almost set up there. What oh, brother.
What up?
What's up, brother? I could have sold some covered calls, but didn't know you live and you learn. Yeah, covered calls is a good thing. I haven't still fully done that strategy. That's why I enjoy some of those covered call ETFs that do it for you, like SPY Y, whichever one. But yeah, covered calls, running covered calls is pretty good.
15 minutes looks a little rough.
Yay. Shark, do you keep believing Wi-Fi or something?
Not in that case, I didn't.
Oh, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I'm back on my desk. But it was weird because that happens a lot, or that can happen a lot. And yesterday, or just earlier when I took a walk, I was checking to see if it happened.
Okay.
Yeah, you switch into your car Wi-Fi or anything, it just loses it. You lose partial.
Yeah, and I was wondering why Sharky loses it so much more than anyone else. I wonder what he was doing.
I don't know. It's so annoying.
Because he goes to the botanical garden every day.
Yeah, it's that Florida life, man.
You held Hood from 9 to 12.
It's out there with the butterflies.
Sold
it
at
cuts
12
off
and
the
rebought at 1640. Nice.
Where's the botanical?
I like
Oh, that's
Robinhood.
in Tampa.
I don't like the broker business in general. It's a really tough business. Dog eat dog. The whole market, it's a really high cost per acquisition is what I'm trying to say, and Robinhood has been able to solve that more than any other broker. So they've been able to get a really low cost per acquisition. Their problem is they haven't leveled up as much as they should have with their customers, and they've started to do it with like the IRA and all that stuff, but they need a lot more advancements for the advanced trader. They probably need to get an area that you can not have PFOF and not have people running in front of your trades, but a lot of potential, but at the end of the day, I'd rather invest in something that hasn't solved the tech and the making money of it problem than the company who hasn't solved the marketing and the customer acquisition costs. I feel like that one's a little bit more difficult. So I like the small bet in Robinhood, and I've been impressed with what they've added. That credit card promo was pretty cool. You had to get 10 people to subscribe to their paid membership and sign up for the wait list of the credit card. And if you did that, you get a solid gold credit card, which is worth like $1,100 or something. So yeah, good promos. They know how to get excitement. They're smart people. But the broker business is really hard.
It's literally gone straight flatline.
Yep. Our worst nightmare.
Oh my.
Oh, jeez. This summer I'm going to lose it.
The long and the short were both right.
Miss Cleo did say that it's going to be also kind of like a miserable week to trade.
Did she?
Oh, NVIDIA, give me a guess.
Yeah, it was like the last thing.
HSBC seeing some volume in HSBC holdings now, 45.39, seeing call activity in the May calls. That's Hotel Cindy, Bravo, Charlie.
This is the death rattle for the Bulls. This last
And this is why I only like trading the first 2 hours and then leave.
NVIDIA looks like it wants to break down, and Microsoft looks like it's trying to break out.
So the 10th.
So QQQ flat.
So, yeah, we haven't got any.
10th and 11th. They're still going to put up a fight.
Eat that pivot.
Nothing burger. Wow, I was hungry.
Sounds like my 1-year-old's pretty hungry. Why are you screaming?
It looks like it wants to, but it's looked like that for a minute.
Oh, the short hadn't really invalidated yet.
No. I mean, the short hadn't invalidated all day.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Come on.
Did you get that pop, M?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I only got one off, though.
I'm going to
Here we
target
go.
this sell side here down at 141.
Okay.
See?
It's far too early for SPX, is it not?
Yeah.
feel much better with Qs under 439. 439.14 is my level. So then I'll keep this close to the chest.
Had a 5170 SPX put on watch.
That was 11. The level Kevin was mentioning earlier was the next big one under 5180.
Yeah.
Problem is you're chopping right on the 5180 right now.
Yeah.
Chop it up.
Don't you know? Chop it up.
Got to chop it up. Don't you know? Chop it up. Got to chop it up. Chop, 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 chop.
Paul. Oh shit. Garlic. Paul asked. First of all, you sound really far from your mic.
What happened?
Everything relies, right? Go ahead.
No, you go for it. Go for it.
We gotta break this. Well, everything is. Well, I guess what is 439.
Look at NVIDIA.
And
Look at
18,150 here.
All right.
But it's getting back below the opening range, though.
What were you saying, Evan?
Paul in my chat was talking about how he wants to get more into selling some options and covered calls and stuff like that, and they were talking about how that's something that you enjoy doing. Or Ali was saying that, and Paul said that brought you up. Have you been selling some covered calls recently? How's that been going for you?
Yeah, I did it for PLTR, which worked out extremely well. And yeah, I sell spreads every day. I mean, that's what is beautiful for a day like today again. I mean, we had that initial move. I waited, and then I got on my spreads. I did calls.
We're right at this pivot. I might have to scale again here because I don't know if this is gonna break. Oh, it's trying to.
It is trying to.
Take this. They're gonna pop it right back above.
I know.
Hopefully not. But
I just took those 5170s just quickly. We'll see.
oh my god, I'm crazy.
Yeah, but spreads is something I think everyone should honestly fucking learn. And this past week was a great
video. Break it down.
It's definitely one thing I want to get better at for sure. I need to get better.
Yeah, I would definitely. Evan, honestly, because
it's like an over/under for betting.
Because you don't like. Yeah, it is. Because you don't like. Well, not to say you don't like trading.
I don't really love
because
it.
You don't.
There we go.
Yes.
Go NVIDIA.
Better thing was more so that you don't actively trade. This would be something that you could actively kind of trade, and would honestly fit. I think you'd like it.
Evan, I don't know you that well, but from your personality, I think you could be more like more of a swing, short-term swing in the spread.
No, I think that definitely probably is the way I lean. Not as much high frequency and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like covered calls and stuff would be really good for you because you do a lot of equity stuff.
Yeah, you could trade it against your long.
Or like will strategy stuff.
Yeah, I really think Evan would like spreads.
No, the wheel's a good one.
Yeah, you would like that too.
I'm the type of person that I stew on something for a while, and then one day I just get the inspiration, start it, and then keep it going.
Yeah. I think this would fit you perfectly, Evan. And like you said, wheel is basically like a, selling. So, well, it is selling.
Oh God. Look at Hood catching a bit into the close.
The Hood.
The Hood.
Is she gonna get under?
Oh, and Evan, to answer your question from before, I had pizza.
Nice.
Pizza.
I love pizza.
Pizza is good.
Okay.
I'm having a string cheese right now.
If it doesn't break it, I'm gonna get out.
That is a nice move on Robinhood.
The Hood.
Shopify's just kind of gone sideways after those first two candles on the 5 minute.
Yeah, that's totally typical.
What about Uber?
Uber bounced, I closed, and I think it pulled back.
It's same thing. It's back to sideways off of the first couple candles.
The sushi has arrived.
The sushi has arrived. What time is it? Sushi time.
Sushi time.
Sushi time.
Market's going down. VIX is going down. Why are they sucking all the fun out of the market? Market's so much more fun to trade at like 15.
It is.
Microsoft and Nvidia still look like shorts.
Oh yeah.
AMD
Well, if we break
god
under
awful.
150 and then we break under 120, we're gonna go to 100 probably, like 170, like back towards the lows basically.
Google looks rough.
Ollie, what's your time frame for Shopify and Palantir? Is that long term or is that short term stuff? Like swings and swings. Swings and
Silver's
things.
not doing bad today again. Paper. Gold not as much. Gold flat. The daily chart on silver is just out of control.
Okay, this has to be it for me.
Say it out loud. I'll hold you to it. If I hear a paper in another trade.
No, I mean like it has to break down right here.
Oh, okay.
This is a tough spot. It's got to break here. The trend's clear.
We should have Fed Governor Cook starting to speak in a minute.
Hell yeah.
Hells yeah. Hells yeah. Let's go. Space's team. Let's ride.
Space's team.
Let's ride.
Engage.
Ooh. Ollie in my chat bought both Shopify and Palantir today in his Roth IRA.
I'm man of the people.
Man of the people.
Why is it fighting?
Battling, yeah.
I'm so close to going long, it's unbelievable.
You're not wrong.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
X2 Sean just sent me a thing. Did you guys know that Tesla is Luminar's largest customer? Largest LiDAR customer?
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
LAZR.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
You guys there?
Yeah, Shark just cut out. That's what it was.
Yeah. No, it's someone in my room was also long because I was talking about the 150, so I was just saying good job.
Nice, Ollie. I need to contribute more, honestly, this year. I've been waiting.
I mean, really, it's doing nothing, but
I'm gonna fully contribute.
Actually, Spies
honestly.
is coming up to test the pivot here. So. Kind of a short.
Bonds are doing nothing.
The battle is on.
It's a battle.
It's
Kind of a
brutal battle.
25-cent risk on SPY. That's a horrible idea.
Garlic, I'm about to sell the put side of this credit spread. Flip it to a condor.
Wait.
George Hoffs.
Explain that again?
I have call credit spreads that are fine.
Oh, okay.
But I can open put credit spreads also.
Oh, so I had call credit spreads. I actually just opened put credit spreads.
I've seen him, and I know what Comma AI is.
Yeah, but for Friday.
Yeah, I just did the same thing. I actually
Alright.
just opened put credit spreads.
There's some squawks coming right now from Fed Governor Cook. Growth of private capital likely has not hurt the financial system resilience. Households remain resilient, but I am watching rising delinquency rates. Firms have ample earnings to cover debt payments. Overall risk from CRE is considered sizable but manageable, is that quote. I'll continue reading them.
I sold for today, just now, QQQ 437 puts and bought 435s.
Tell me more about George Hotz, though, Ollie.
Yeah, I have my call credit spreads for Friday.
Oh, yeah, you went, you went tight. Yes.
I went aggressive.
Tight. Yeah, that was a better word to use.
I am flat everything. Everything. I have no positions in anything. Just freaking liquidated it all.
Could I interest you in a long-term long position in Apple?
Yeah.
I already own Apple. Yeah.
Well,
that's you trying to sell some to us? Yeah,
No.
personally, I already own Apple. Yeah.
I'm glad I got a little pop there. It felt good coming out. It's always good when a joke hits.
Diddle in the middle.
Fed's Cook. In review of financial stability, households remain resilient, but I am watching... we already read that. Rising delinquency rates. Fook. Who the fuck is this guy? I wonder what Jordan's doing right now.
I'm droning.
Droning? What does that mean?
You can watch him virtually drone on his Twitch stream.
Evan, come on the stream. I'll fucking do some saucy shit for you real quick.
I don't even know if I have the capabilities for that, big man.
Oh. Don't think you've got the facilities for
That is
big
what I
man.
meant to say. Let's... Alright, we'll pull up the
More ARM
Twitch.
calls coming in pre-earnings.
Oh, I did text not Josh. All he said was LMAO. What a loser.
How is Carvana? Trying to pop. Little bitch. That's right.
So wait, Jordan, I'm watching the stream right now. What am I watching? What am I seeing?
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
So I'm in an FPV drone simulator right now.
What is that?
It's just so random.
It's so like FPV droning is like, so most drones go up, down, side to side, front and back. They can't flip upside down. FPV drone, it's where you wear the virtual goggles and like you have full control of the drone.
You
don't
don't
like,
have
it
virtual
can turn
goggles.
360 in both axes.
I wish you had full on goggles on right now. Like I wish you had a Vision Pro.
Well, when I fly it for real, I do.
Jordan, for the
I flew it
record,
yesterday for the first time in full manual, and I fucking ripped it, bro. It was amazing.
Jordan has 44 people watching him do this, and then my stream also has like 12. Jordan's got like 60 people. I wish we still had Maple so we can get it like over like 200 or something.
Go through this building. All crashed.
Spies, you're really at the spot. Q's isn't
Rejecting the 9.
Oh, Jordan, your latency's pretty low. You crashed on my screen like 2 seconds after you said crash.
Yeah, my latency is pretty real time. It's pretty close to real time.
All right.
Tight stuff.
That was a fun watch. All right, what's up, Shadow? How you doing, man? If you're not subscribed, you should be already subscribed to the channel. What are the thoughts on Robinhood and Airbnb, Airbud, or Airbnb? Robinhood, that Warren notice, or that Wells notice, shall I say, was an interesting one. I don't have too many thoughts coming into these about the earnings specifically themselves. Like I talked about Robinhood before, I do like the broker, but I don't like the brokerage business itself. The hardest thing in that space is the cost per acquisition, cost per client, and how much you're paying to get that new user. It's like $100, $200 for a lot of these companies. They can bring in mass amounts of revenue, but they have a tough time getting new users. And Robinhood kind of has that problem solved. The problem Robinhood has is adding the more profitable features that a lot of the other really big and very highly valued brokers have. So I want to see better data. I want to see stuff like that. It's not as much as I'm seeing in the earnings call, but we'll see later today. And then we'll talk about Airbnb and Robinhood and all that stuff on Spaces later today. We're going to probably start focusing in on the earnings directly like 3:45, 3:30.
Look at those dirty dogs.
On paper, I've got like a set of fibs up and a set of fibs down. So from like yesterday's swing low, and then from intraday today, and it's like respecting both of them. So it's like mixed signals.
Yeah. Well aware.
They're really putting like the auction. They're saying it was average, not great, not bad, average. Which I don't like because with all the liquidity, they just put in there. I don't like that. It's negative to me. Yields are a little higher. This should be it. This should be the pivot. This should be the see you later.
It should be.
Should be, but will it be?
But will it be? Willerby.
Is that a Fed speaker? Fed's Willerby?
It's actually Paper's real name, if anyone didn't know.
Willoughby?
Willerby.
I don't believe you.
No, it is. Ask him. What was that?
Hiccup.
I'm hungry.
He's hungry.
Make it happen. Stop biting.
Hanging man on Nvidia? No, not really, because it's not a Trump.
Yeah, it needs to get below that pre-market low. Otherwise, it's like higher lows, lower highs, consolidate. Oh God.
Oh no. Wow. I'm really glad, Paper, you brought up that I need to put on multiple charts on my screen. Because I didn't have it before, and it's nice. I've never used TradingView before.
Oh, Benzinga called today.
Ooh, where it was? It wasn't them that you were talking about.
Yeah, no, like just a little bit ago. I think they said something about doing a show tomorrow.
Ooh. Little spaces. They want to poach you.
A little quickie. They said okay.
Remember who your favorite Spaces hosts are, though. Don't forget it.
I did. I gotta mention you.
No. You don't have to.
The whole crew.
Mention the crew.
Oh.
Mention the crew, not me specifically.
That's right. I forgot the Yahoo Finance people too.
Paper's got all the people sliding in.
Dude, I hate email.
Me too.
It's really bad. Oh man. I searched
Oh man.
Yahoo, and I'm like, wait. A lot of people just reply.
Okay, here's about that 30-40 cents. Watch this back test here on VWAP on QQQ.
Ooh, this is a nice 5-minute candle on SPY. And Qs. Looks a little nicer in SPY though.
Yeah, SPY's a little stronger with this push up through VWAP and 21 EMA on Qs here.
Hey, if you're in the live stream right now, you guys should make sure you are subscribed to the channel. A lot of cool stuff coming. Appreciate you all. Hit that notification bell. Hit that bell button as well. Get notified.
I think they might. SPY's getting back above that.
Microsoft looks pretty good. Nvidia, higher low maybe.
Ooh. We going.
Almost.
If they slap it under here, it's a bad look. If they continue, then breakout. I think they're gonna slap it.
Yeah, there's a seller coming in trying to put this area. This is accused. This is the back test.
That was the bigger pop to short there. Only if it gets followed through though.
No problem. Garlic, are you live right now again today too?
It's doing well on the Dow.
I feel like give it a week, every single one up here is going to be live streaming. Just saying. I'm pulling up the Dow now.
Banks, healthcare, CRM. Although Merck is down.
Merck was up a lot though yesterday.
IBM's up.
Yeah, Cisco, Amgen, JP. I mean, more than half is up.
Mm-hmm.
Intel's the one. Intel's the one bringing it down, though. Come on, Intel. What do you mean? How many hours you get? The watch hours, Paul?
Well, I did the short here.
Talking about
of Orb.
It's flat, basically. 901.
JRBR, James River, shares falling.
What time are the next play? 7:30.
Ooh, let's look. I pull up my score app and it has the game from the Rangers last night when they frickin' won. Bang bang. 8 p.m. is what time the game starts tonight for Knicks.
Oh, because it's only the one game, right?
Yep, only the one game. Paul, it's actually been pretty good today. 64 right now. 64 watch hours for this stream. I think with the earnings and that Dan Niles interview, from 3 to like the 5:31, I'll get another like 40 or 50. I think a goal of 120 on this one. I'll push it out a little bit. 120 watch hours, so kind of like double from what we've had so far is where I'm shooting for. But yeah, 63.9, 64.1 now. Nice, nice. Hey, Paul, you've definitely been at least like 4 or 5 of that. You've been in here all day, and I've been live for 5 hours now. So you're probably 4 watch hours of that. I appreciate you, man. Holdings. I'm excited for these earnings. Oh, this is ARM Holdings' third earnings public?
I don't like this because I want to be shorting Q still, but I like ES.
ES is over the pivot.
ES is over the orb too.
That it is. Making me think that Q's is going to get back over.
BENN and Entertainment getting a pump to the high. Papa Echo November.
No way. That one's been a freaking loser recently. I gotta look at that.
Yeah, no way.
No way. Let's see.
Pen.
What a weak fucking call out that is. I guess it pulled back a little bit. Well, whatever. I digress. Tigress.
Portnoy pulled off one of the greatest trades of all time.
Tigress and Euphrates.
Just banging up against the open May 7th.
Just banging and clanging.
Okay, well, I grabbed these again.
I got back into right here, so. Or, well, whatever, whenever I said it like 4 minutes ago.
It's like revenge trading.
$22 million shares. This is all out, guys.
Paper, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm about to close. Just, I'll close and then it'll go.
I was gonna say, I can close if you want it to go for you.
The videos.
Microsoft is looking constructive.
I think I gotta cut my Carvana for now.
Yeah, YouTube is easier on my phone than X. But I do like swap between convos on X.
Reposition.
Yeah, I don't know. Paul, how's the sound quality? How's the sound quality of the speakers on the spaces on here versus when you're just listening through it? It should be about the same, right? The mic's good. If you're wondering, 65 watch hours now.
I'm just not sure what I want.
So basically,
5 minutes to
4,000 divided by 4,000 divided by 65. I would have to do this 62 days in a row for what I've had so far for it to
Probably what I should
get me there.
do. I feel like
I can get 120. That's 33 days.
Yeah, I'm overtrading for sure.
I mean, I sold them shorted at 70 and covered it pretty quickly within 3 points just because it's not going.
All right, here's the order test on Qs, yeah.
And if you're wondering, Paul, according to the stats, 23.9 of those watch hours came from people who started viewing through browse features. 20.4 was from external links. 14 from director unknown, and then other YouTube features. Suggested video got me 2.2. Appreciate you, Todd. Thank you, man. This has been a good one today. We've held like 10, 12 viewers the entire time. So this has been awesome. So that's why kind of like, I don't know if you've heard me more. I think that pushing people to subscribe and get notifications is the way to go. And like, it seems like with live audio, with these like live streams, they're pushing it out to my subscribers pretty well. Like new people don't seem like they're finding this, but people who are subscribed to me are getting this these streams showed to them more than just a normal video would. So I think it's actually been pretty good. I mean, we have a pretty long average view duration, so I'd imagine they're sharing this out. It's the average, so 201 viewers and an average view duration of 19 minutes and 29 seconds.
We like it when it slams and hits a wall. It just keeps on battling.
So yeah, if you're new in here, hit that bell button, subscribe to my channel, get notifications, come in here, chill with me. I think we got this.
You're not getting big reactions either direction.
This time in June 8th. That's the goal for 4K watch hours. I think we got it. If they come and throw a curveball on me and say, like, these don't count, do live stream views on YouTube count towards 4K watch hour goal. Yes.
Yeah.
So. Nice. Nice. The goal for this one's 120, though. 120 would be big.
It's about to be a long.
Hey, if you're hearing this, you should give the live stream a like as well. 21's pretty solid. I'm happy with that. 22 would be better. Yeah, that pen call out from Charlie or whoever it was a pretty weak one.
Evan got all excited.
I did. I was like, oh, fuck. Sorry for cursing.
Sometimes I feel like they just say things when they don't have anything else to say.
I feel that urge to do that myself sometimes. I get it.
What's up? Excitement? There's excitement in this market? Not today.
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother? Did you see Sketch married Faith Ordway?
No, I didn't.
I did.
Yeah. He got down and proposed and then was like, all right, there's a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
She's like, okay.
Special teams.
The Vegas
special
marriage.
players. Special plays. Sorry for cursing.
Some people give, some people take. Me, I only take.
If you can say it, I can say it. Just kidding.
Robin Hood, Robin who? I'm in your hood, robbing everybody.
Sorry for cursing.
You can't do sketch impressions around me. I'll just keep going.
Circulating comments from Oppenheimer.
How's the predictions, Wolfie?
Reading the buy, reading it.
Wolfie.
Yeah, you. I'm doing not so good today.
I'm doing okay.
I got 57% on like 13 predictions. Yeah, it's not good compared to what I usually do.
61 on 9. Ew.
No, it's not.
Looks like they're closing over it.
I'm still holding Carvana shorts. We're rejecting this 114, so I'm staying in.
Time to come in hot with some predictions.
Yeah, time to come in hot with the first one.
I feel like I'm doing pretty good. How many have I dropped today, though? Not that many.
I'm dropping one on Tesla right now to start it off. I'm going to throw it up top for the next hour.
I'm 1.87
Get it started. Heard that. I'm also just going to put it in for 30-minute one as well.
See, my issue is Tesla's just kind of doing nothing here. It's not giving me anything.
I mean, Wolf, that means that's pretty much the entire market at the moment.
Yeah, but it was doing stuff this morning.
Yeah.
I said this moment. You know, since a little bit 11 o'clock, everything just died. Except for the banks. The banks are running.
Yeah. It's not my favorite chart at the moment. Yeah, SPY's literally flat. Wow.
Minus 0.01 on SPY, plus 0.02 on Qs.
The 5-minute chart on SPY looks like it's doing nice over the last couple minutes. Just zoom in. It's getting crazy in the 1-second chart.
Sometimes I accidentally put the 5-second instead of the 5-minute, and I get triggered.
I could see that.
I just posted that prediction for Tesla up top.
Oh, damn.
Starting it off, baby. Starting it off hot. Hopefully the first one, usually similar to you, Wolf, the first ones are usually pretty fire.
My first Tesla one is usually a guaranteed hit.
Yeah.
So let's
Looking more like a long now.
Airbnb, AMC Entertainment.
All right, I'm gonna do what I can do here.
Order filled.
Debo just came into my live chat to say Team Bullish Wolves is nipping at your heels. Debo's talking shit. He's a loyal member.
Talk that talk, Debo. We were having a pretty strong season here.
You guys, they try and tear down Team Stock Market News, but we're too strong.
We're actually tied.
It doesn't matter. We're on top. More predictions.
We're on top.
77.1.
I got a 3-day prediction in for Tesla too. I threw it in earlier. It's on my profile on there. Let's see.
Paul, chat, someone. What prediction should I make right now? You need heaters only.
Still short Carvana.
Ooh.
I might need to stop out soon though. She keeps popping over this 114.
All right. My turn to get in on this. I'm putting in a 30-minute prediction in here on Apple.
Oh, I just put an hour one. I just put an hour one as you were saying that.
I also have an all-day prediction in on Meta, which I'll post, which I put in a while ago. And what else do I have? I have 2 3-day predictions expiring today. One on Amazon and one on NVIDIA.
Ooh, me and Mikey are going the same way on that Apple one.
All right, I'm taking the stab here on Tesla. First prediction of the space is in. I just posted to my timeline. Usually my first one is my most accurate.
Debo, if you're talking shit, you better be doing good this season. Let's look.
I just pinned it to the top of the space. Last post up. Also, it is a Tesla prediction, and I don't know why, but Tesla's just been by far the best one that I've been predicting.
Should we call you George Costanza now?
I guess so.
One and done? You're one thing and you're done? You're out of here?
One and done?
Last 7 days, I'm batting 90% on Tesla predictions.
Nice.
Okay, Debo, that's actually pretty good.
Prediction, it says Tesla 200
1 day
in 2
leaderboard.
hours. That's pretty bold, Wolf.
Oh, Debo, all right, you can talk some shit. Oh, that's fair enough. Ooh, Alberos Libya, look at that yesterday. 7-day first, 30-day,
That would
still
increase
first.
my net worth significantly. That'd be great.
I'd be exhilarated.
These are what I need for Apple.
Kid would
18301.
be very, very, very happy.
Yeah.
Microsoft possible.
We'll
Let's just try it.
We'll get there.
We'll run it.
We will. Only a matter of time.
We'll run it, Paul. We'll run it, Paul.
So I've been in Celsius and SPY calls for a little while here, some far out ones. They're cooking up. I hope Tesla can get back up over 175 as well.
I didn't play it this morning. I was thinking about it, but we got a perfect bid off the gap fill there. I mean, there's buyers off that 170 for sure. So
absolutely. Might have found a base there on Tesla.
We'll see. I would love it.
What's up, guys? Shared a 30-minute prediction on Palantir for next 30. Posted in the chats. Also, Evan, look at the 7-day leaderboard. Watch out.
Shy's creeping up, isn't it?
No, I think you were in front of me earlier. I think he beat me earlier.
Shy, all
close.
you need is like 3 more predictions, bro, and you'll take the first place from this guy.
Yeah, and then you'll just be multiple percentage points behind me on the 30 week. 30 day. That took a lot to get out.
You gotta stop this kid from talking so much shit, Shy. Come on.
Someone has to, Shy.
Close.
Someone has to shut me up. My team's in first place too.
Wolf, you're close too. You're only in 4th, bro. We gotta get up there.
I'm trying.
Pissing me off.
Well, Shy, I'd respect it. Wolf has no chance.
Evan and
Dude,
I
every time I let your ass speak up here, it's talking shit on us on Predictogram, all right?
412.62 for Microsoft.
I don't want to hear it no more. We got to start beating you. You know, I'm going to throw some predictions in for Palantir, too. Why not?
412.62.
I don't know if I'm copying Shy here. I didn't look at your prediction yet, but...
I don't know. I don't think I'd touch Palantir.
I think I'm copying you.
I don't think I would touch Palantir to the long side here. Kathy Woods just brought a couple million shares of it, and Jim Cramer approved it. That's like a double. That's like a huge double negative there.
Double negative.
Oh
man. So did Bull Trade Finder.
Oh, that's that. Some can say that's the worst one.
Instant short, yeah, off that for sure.
Oh man, that's it. Short the hell out of it.
Yeah.
I need to move my way.
Let's see.
Why don't you come my way?
While we've been on, I don't think so.
Still
working up a bit.
I feel
Amazon
pretty
trying
happy.
a bit.
I feel pretty happy about being negative on Palantir. I know a lot of people were pretty stoked for their earnings, and just turned into a big dumper after that. 15% after earnings. Pretty happy I stayed away.
You know, it wasn't a bad report, but you know, commercial growth, which is their profit center, is slowing. Not great.
No, I think the biggest thing with them was the commercial growth wasn't resulting in top line growth. This cannot be trading at 20% revenue growth with this current valuation. It needs to be taking up to the mid 20%. So who knows when that will happen, but I do think that's the cause of the sell-off in the Palantir name.
It's all over. Close up shop. Next company.
Right. These are fucked. These are just not happening. Oh. But the 5-minute chart can be deceiving.
Company is Celsius. Celsius
you
is going to get into the
my
defense
way.
space. They're going to start defense space.
Are they
going to start making rockets.
They had a new AI program.
Oh, they're just going to start waterboarding people with Celsius.
Yeah, that's some good DoD money right there.
By the way, if you're in the audience and you want to see, because there's probably hundreds of predictions coming in right now from top ranked predictors. If you want to see them all, just go to predictogram.com and you can check them all out. And they're free. And you can also go to your dashboard there and check out the indicators. Free indicators as well, showing some overbought and some oversold items right now. No cost to yourself. So I just want to put that out there.
You know, something that's important for people who are actually trying to trade. I made 3 trades today. I had a nice little day. I traded a firm right out of the gate, then caught some nice calls on NVIDIA twice on the way up. And I haven't traded since the first 40 minutes. And, you know, it's recognizing the action in the market with no liquidity and no volume. It is understanding to dial it back or just step aside and just wait. Because right now, this market is dead. I mean, SPY is 23 million shares after 2 o'clock. I mean, there's nothing going on here. There's no volume whatsoever.
Mike, why do you think that is all week? It's been the case all week. Did we just all miss the message in the group message that we should take the week off?
I mean, we had no data this week, really. There's like no data at all.
And I think that's the answer. There's nothing there the market's focused on this week. There's no data. There's no earnings that it cares about. Right? The
most we had are these auctions in crude oil inventories, and that's not.
I was just about to say that the 10-year should have caused some kind of movement today, and it just didn't at all.
You know why it did, though? You know why the 10-year did? Because there's so little volume. The algo is fired, and there's nothing there to right away to instantly take it. I think that's what's going on. Otherwise, I don't think we would have budged off of that. Now, the 30-year, I agree, is a bigger one tomorrow. But I just don't think there's anything going on.
Why would they give you that ad?
What if you ask me, we're going to put a new all-time high sometime in the not-too-distant future. But right now, it's just content to just sit here and just chill.
Yeah, everyone's hungover from mint juleps from the Kentucky Derby.
There you go.
What catalyst takes us to all-time high again, though? That's the only concern I have.
NVIDIA earnings rip.
I don't think you need a catalyst. I think the market's just going to go there. It's just remember, we were up big 4 days in a row coming into today off the lows from last Friday, right? That big non-farm payroll reversal. So you're getting a little bit of quiet here at inside day. We bought the weakness back this morning, right? We looked like we're going to come in. We came right back up.
Why don't you come my way?
Amazon put a new all-time
Who said
high
that?
in
Why is
yesterday.
that stuck in my head now? Fuck.
Microsoft is stormed back from earnings.
All right, let's
Meta's
get this
almost
space
filled
a
that
little
damn
better.
gap. Netflix filled their gap. To me, there's a lot going on here under the
Debo,
covers.
by the
It's
way,
still just
appreciate
fine.
you joining us on the live chat.
Oh, Goldman Sachs is a new all-time high. Morgan Stanley just broke out and is going for
One
a
new
all-time
subscriber,
high.
plus one subscriber. I'm guessing that's you, Debo. Shout out.
Yep.
Get that bell button hit. Get notifications when I'm live.
That's awesome. I think this is just a little bit of breathing here, and it may not be the easiest trade, but eventually, I think sometime in the very near future, we hit the new all-time high.
It's fine.
I totally agree. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah. Maybe not this week. Maybe it's next week. But we're what? We're 517.
Palantir's numbers are fine.
We're 518 area yesterday.
Here's
we're
the
right
forward
there.
guide.
I just did a lower
But you
day
could also, I
prediction
mean,
on
by that, you could
PPQ.
also say, well, it's just a matter of time until you hit 510 again. Sure, I mean, on a long enough time scale.
Well, I think we'll hit it before the end of the month. How's that?
What was the level?
Appreciate you, Paul. Let's get it. Come on, go up.
Totally
I do not blame
feasible.
you for this
We
at
could
all,
hit
by the
it in the
way.
next
It's
week.
just predicting round's a good
We hit
time.
it in 2 days. I mean, from here, literally, if the market really wants, it's
When's
524.
NVIDIA's earnings? The 23rd?
Wait, what was the
Yeah,
what was
something
the
like
level you were
that,
talking about,
Shark.
Mike?
The all-time high is 524. We could hit that in 2 days easily, even one day with the right move. And Nvidia's earnings are on the 22nd.
Oh, yeah.
If Tesla solves full self-driving, it'll go there in an hour.
Let's see.
I don't feel like Tesla has the market cap to move the market like it used to.
Bro, it's not even moving at all. Just
Uh,
sitting here.
I don't think he's super wrong right now, but the market's also proved Apple. I don't want to say isn't enough to move the market, but it's been moving. What Apple does isn't what the market does for the last little bit. So there's been some stocks disconnected, and the markets still continue to do its thing.
Yeah, Apple kind of lost that. It's like Nvidia, Microsoft.
All right,
taking
time
that
out.
role.
Paul's not allowed to say anything about Apple. Too much slander. So disregard anything he says.
I full disclosure, I have a very large long-term Apple position that I'm holding, and I'm going to bequeath those shares to my children. Yeah, I have no plans on selling any of my large Apple position for many decades.
Time to get rid of that Tim Cook guy. I hear he's end of the line, Evan.
No, I mean, I just think it's a wrong take. I don't have. If you present me someone better, I'll consider it.
I present to you Tim Apple.
Here we go again.
Yeah, I got this guy Shy Valora. I think he'll do a pretty good, maybe better job than Tim Apple.
Somebody tried to tell me the market had to come in. He says, because, look at Amazon, Apple, Tesla, and Google yesterday when it was weak the other day. And I'm like, do you not realize when we ran to the all-time highs here in the market that Tesla, Apple, and Google did not participate? In fact, they were weak during that time. They were going the other direction. Why would those three take the market down
These
now?
are fucking rough.
What specifically about those
Sorry,
three could take
person.
the market down? This market's changed. To your point, it's Nvidia, it's Microsoft, Amazon. Different names, different focus.
Yeah, Amazon's an absolute beast.
Amazon is a beast. Amazon is definitely a beast. I love me some Meta too. I know it's down off those earnings, but that company is a beast as well.
I bet if all of you or most of you go into your Amazon account and download a CSV file of like all of your Amazon purchases for your life, you would be extremely surprised at how much money you spent on Amazon.
I think it'd be even worse because I have a family account, so it's not just me and everyone else.
It's probably six figures.
Or a business account too, if you have one of those
Guys,
accounts, like a lot of
we are now at 69 watch hours.
Paul, we have I just looked at our family account. We have over 100 orders in the last 3 months.
Yeah.
So we're averaging an order a day.
You get more Amazon stuff than you get junk mail.
It's crazy.
Well, as we talk about Amazon, hey guys, how you doing today?
What's going on, Ash?
Hey, Ash.
So as we're talking about Amazon, I'm seeing a ton of Amazon predictions, and all of our users seem to think Amazon is going in one direction, like the old boy band. So we'll see what happens there.
Sideways.
And same goes for Apple. We have a bunch of Apple. We were talking about Apple earlier. A lot of predictions, all pointing Apple in the same direction. So we'll see what happens there.
Well, I just added a prediction for the end of the day on NVIDIA. I just posted here for you guys.
Yeah, I did a low of day prediction on QQQ just a few minutes ago and posted it up.
Evan, what do you think about that new commercial Apple released about the very thin screen? About them crushing all the old nostalgic objects into one little tiny plate. I'm not sure if he's on.
I know what you're talking about. It definitely got a lot of kickback.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that messaging.
Mm-hmm.
Seems off-brand.
That seemed to be the general consensus.
Nice push on NVIDIA. Amazon pushing. Look at this market coming back alive.
I made 2 predictions. Both have not moved in the direction that I wanted them to. Yet.
I mean, one of mine is moving in the direction that I want. Just
not enough.
Slow.
Ooh. Amazon is looking nice.
Those during predictogram spaces.
You gotta buy yourself more time, Wolf. You gotta do like a 7-day prediction or something.
Oh, and by the way, real quick, this is not just us making predictions. If you're in the audience, jump on and make some, and you can win some free money. That's right, free money. Jordan, how much has Bree made already? I think she made like $1,200 just in the past month or two, right?
That's sick.
Yeah, I mean, literally just from jumping on and just showing that she can make these predictions on here.
Are we talking about Sabrina?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's awesome. She told me she made an extra $1,200 just over the past month of making predictions and just being a part of those weekly contests and everything. So there's money to be made with taking absolutely not even a little bit of risk. There's
That's
no
sick.
risk.
You
It's
buy
fucking
2
awesome.
PS5s.
Yeah.
Get that double PS5 money.
Oh yeah, baby.
Whoa.
No, it's awesome.
How much do PS5s count for you? I think that's 3 or 4.
They got cheaper, right?
I think they're like $300-$400. I think
they're
that might
not
be like
500 or 600 anymore.
I don't know. I'm out of the loop.
You could maybe get 4 of
I think
those.
they're 400. You can easily get 3 of them now.
It's for sure low 300s. I made a joke to my fiance that I could have bought a PS5 rather than this date night we went on. I mentioned a couple weeks ago. So I do think it's low 300s.
Guys, if you didn't know, Shynet pays about $300 for his date night dinners. Just if
Bro,
anyone
that's
was
nothing
curious.
in LA.
That's really not
minimal.
that much considering.
Yeah, that was Five Guys. That was a nice Five Guys date.
Seriously.
300's
The fries did him in.
Hey, by the way, I want to give everybody a new data alert.
New data alert.
Big data alert. If you would like to trade NVIDIA, when we have 3 predictions or more within an 8-minute window, make sure you follow our NVIDIA feed. That averages an approximately 20% gain on at-the-money calls or puts, depending on the direction. So if you're watching NVIDIA and you follow our predictions, on average, that's returned about a 20% return at the money calls.
Fuck it, let's test it.
At the money
That's
calls.
awesome. That's a pretty interesting indicator there.
Yeah. And that, by the way, applies to a lot of our tickers, but I just wanted to highlight NVIDIA because we were talking about it earlier. That's been a really good one. Same goes for QQQ. That's another one that works really well. So keep an eye on those feeds.
Wisdom of the crowd is a real thing. You go to a fair, everyone lines up and guesses how much the cow weighs. The wisdom of the crowd is going to get it right every time. I mean, this is pretty similar to that, I think.
Oh, absolutely. So if you're following a particular ticker, 3 or more predictions from top predictors within a short time frame, like 8 minutes, and the average of that direction. Pretty much. I mean, again, sometimes they will not make money, but that's the average. That's the average net. So we're seeing typically about a 75% win rate on those.
I'm doing my part.
Hey, I'm all in on NVIDIA.
And if you haven't set up your dashboard, make sure you do it now. It's completely free. Just go to predictogram.com, create a free account. It takes a few seconds. Go to dashboard and hit edit, and you can add or remove tickers from that dashboard. It's a great way to see what's oversold and what's overbought according to our predictive bands.
Yeah. It is showing Amazon right now. I feel like I was looking at it a second ago, and it was showing it getting towards the upper level there. Speaking of which, Paul, I checked my account. We did 452 orders from Amazon last year.
Nice. I mean, that's more than one package a day on average. And, I mean, it's so easy. I mean, it's a one-stop shop. And
Apple waking up a little bit. Come on.
Maybe it'll get here by 10 a.m. or maybe it'll get here by 5 p.m. And it's like, yeah, you could go to the mall, which is dead. Or you could, go to all these different strip malls and take 2 hours to shop or whatever. Or you could and they won't have the thing that you exactly need. I mean, Amazon enables people to be lazy, and it gives you a good price, and it's got great return policy. I mean, it's the best. It's the best service out there for shopping. It's uncomparable.
Jimmy.
All right, we're talking too much about Amazon, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make a little predictogram on it. I'm going to use the predictive bands for this one, actually. So this is just purely based off of the data that I'm getting from everyone right now that's on predictogram.
And so AMD now telling you're saving and shipping. And
AMD, by the way, is looking very oversold on our predictive bands. Apple is starting to get overbought. Amazon with a big move. You guys talking up Amazon right now? You literally just made Amazon like... You've just added like $20 billion to Amazon's market cap just by talking about it right now.
As a quick disclosure, nothing we say is financial advice. Please never buy or sell anything based on what we say on stage.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. I thought I got kicked off.
No, I think you were cutting in and out a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Did you say you were all in on NVIDIA? Is that was that the last thing you said?
I was talking about that. Yeah,
I thought you said all in on
NVIDIA
AMC.
almost every day.
Yeah,
I was going to go with GME.
Okay, real quick. Amazon, I just did get that prediction up. I just want to get this in. I am pinning at the top of space. We're talking too much about Amazon to not put in a prediction on it. I didn't see anyone else doing any. So it's been a long time since I did one. It's going up right now. If you're in the audience, all you got to do is just go to my page, just click that last post, and you'll see the chart for free. And then go look at the rest of the predictive bands so you can make some fun ones off them. But yeah, sorry, I interrupted you, Mike.
No, all good, man. Just saving me from going out and buying GME.
AMC earnings after the close today, right, though?
Garbage.
Does anybody really care anymore?
Trash.
Beyond meat reports tonight, does anybody really care?
Not really.
Nope.
So we just posted a video on how to use the predictive bands on the Predictogram account. So if you're not following us, make sure you follow us. If you are, just take a look at our account right now on our feed, and maybe if one of the guys on the panel could just add that to the billboard above on this space, that would be great. It's a great way to understand how to best use the predictive bands.
Yes. So someone was talking about NVIDIA earlier. It's like, NVIDIA is just, we're in a gold rush. We're in an AI gold rush, and they're the ones selling the shovels. They're selling the best shovels. And, it's such a strong company. It's such a strong position right now. Eventually, of course, that's going to get disrupted. All these other companies, AMD, Intel, even Apple is trying some stuff. All these other companies are going to try and bite into that market share. But for right now, NVIDIA is such a good spot. They're in the pole position, so definitely wouldn't be bad against NVIDIA.
Even yesterday, everybody's like, well, NVIDIA was selling off yesterday because Apple might announce an AI chip. they announced an AI chip for an iPad. How does that affect NVIDIA in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah. I mean, even Apple's best efforts, these juggernaut companies' best efforts, it's a joke compared to like what the output is, the products are of NVIDIA's.
Right. And then Intel, which reported 2 weeks ago and guided down badly, just came out this morning and guided down again. So what does that say about their AI chips and what they're doing?
Yep. Yeah, they need to stop the bleeding in their core business.
I will say NVIDIA is the last hope to buck the trend of we're in the middle of the S curve for hardware in the AI space. So I do think NVIDIA's earnings will have a lot of weight towards it because of that specific commentary we've seen in the past couple of weeks, or this earnings season of all the hardware names kind of having slight fade just because they haven't seen that partying continuing in their earnings that we've seen prior quarters.
I'm trying to make the thumbnail for the Dan Niles part of this.
Major mover if NVIDIA has like a lesser beats than
I
the
should have one, but
prior beats, because that might be the sign of we are in that middle of the S curve. I don't know. That's just my 2 cents on why NVIDIA.
I don't think it's about the beat for NVIDIA. I think it's about the guidance raise, what they've been doing.
That's what I meant. It's the full report. Yeah, the guide's the big dog.
Yeah. And I think we have earnings for NVIDIA in 2 weeks, something like that.
22nd, I believe.
That's like exactly 2 weeks.
Yeah. And again, I keep hearing, everything I'm hearing is NVIDIA's, their AI chips are still constrained, right? They can't make them fast enough to meet deliveries. So, I mean, I don't see how they miss.
Unless unless they're too lofty, unless the goals are way too lofty. I totally agree.
Or production issues.
But there's Taiwan Semi, and Taiwan Semi is just running full time on these things for them.
I think the problem is just how the stock's priced, and you can't really just come in and meet expectations. You have to beat them. What they've proven over the last couple quarters of being able to not only beat numbers but destroy them. When you get a quarter or two like that where that doesn't happen, some stocks have seen that. You can get some downwards move pretty aggressively there. So
yeah.
Yep. But I think look at Meta, look at Netflix. If you get a dip like that on NVIDIA, you buy it.
I remember I was mentioning a little data point earlier about when multiple people are predicting NVIDIA in one direction. Well, we're having one of those moments right now, guys. So check it out.
Celsius has been rocketing up since it's found its base earlier today. Definitely strong move off that support for Celsius.
Let's bring this right here.
We're also getting a big meta signal right now.
Whoa, sorry. Hey,
so
YouTube
check out
thumbnails.
The meta feed.
Meta's got to move for me, man. It's got to move. We got an all-day prediction on it. It's got to go.
Maybe we do something like this.
Anybody been playing Coinbase?
I haven't done too many on Coin.
That's been an interesting stock for us. We definitely, our predictors are really good at predicting Coinbase for some reason. Not sure why, but that one does really, really well.
It doesn't look as good.
Remember, whenever you make a prediction, right after you submit it, you'll see a chart that shows you all the other previous predictions over the last 30 minutes for that same ticker, just to see if other top people agree with you, and you can actually tap on or click on any of the arrows there, and you can see who made that prediction and what their prior score was. So it's a great way to kind of validate your thinking. If you're about to make a trade, it's a nice way to just make that same prediction on Predictogram. You'll see whether other top predictors agree with you right before you click the send button on your trade.
I don't love it.
Good stuff.
I don't like it at all.
So which predictor bands right now are the most active, the most telling? crash.
Can you hear me?
Hey, you are.
Oh, okay. I got, sometimes my phone just goes to sleep mode. But yeah, NVIDIA just bounced off of the lower predictor bands. It's shooting up pretty nicely right now. So that's been following it really nicely. Meta has literally been going end to end on our predictor bands today. Went from overbought, bounced back down to oversold, and it just came back and is about to become oversold again. Same for IWM. Also bouncing from end to end on our predictor bands. Coin has really been just
not great,
following a moderately oversold line all day, but pretty much since about 10:30. Amazon's been going end to end as well. First being overbought, then going to oversold, now shooting up again on Gav's family Amazon account. And Apple is now again pushing and knocking on the door of being overbought.
Does anyone know YouTube thumbnails in
AMD
here? Will this have like a
knocking on the door
Will this have like a copyright problem or
bouncing off of being
something? If this is the
oversold.
thumbnail.
So check out your dashboards. It's a great way to see all of these all at once. We follow all the big stocks. Palantir came off of both oversold and then overbought lines today as well.
Yeah, all the important stocks, not the small cap kind of penny stock, pink sheet stuff. Like just the big boys.
That's right. We want to make sure nobody's doing any pump and dumps type of activity on the site. So we're really only following the big stocks. And remember, always look at the accuracy score of the people making the predictions. It's a good way to filter out any nonsense.
Yeah,
You can't
love
do that. Yeah, you can't do that on any other platform, can you?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like Twitter. You see these pump and dumpers all the time. And if they're wrong, they delete the tweet. And
Exactly.
but you can't do that with your platform. Which that's accountability is that's a big thing in this space because it's
Nice.
There's so much room.
This is what I'm gonna go with.
For people to take advantage or people to sort of put out just wrong stuff. Whether they're trying to get one over on you or they're just trying to be a jerk. I mean, it's whatever the reasons are. It's there's not accountability on a space like this where there is in your system.
You guys have any thoughts on it? Let me know.
That's a good thing to build off of trust. Yeah, trust is trust is lacking in a lot of places.
That's why we built it. We wanted to make sure it was the real deal and that it was a safe place for people to go and see what others are doing without risking any money.
It's good. That's really good.
Ooh, look at that Apple pump.
Shy, which way you leaning right now on IWM?
IWM, I have it as a fade. I'm waiting for the candle though. I don't love the environment for small caps. But again, it's pretty strong today. They are at an interesting point right now where I'm seeing a potential near-term top on the 5-minute chart. So I'm just waiting for the confirmation. I'm about to go on the downside. I'll call it out though once that happens.
Well, I mean, if the IWM comes in, watch the banks especially, right?
100%, yeah.
Apple with a nice little move upwards here. I need a little bit more of a push if we want to get my prediction there, but we're getting close.
I'm on the ragged edge for mine.
I think my 30-minute hit, but the 1 hour one is a little bit away.
By the way, has anybody ever seen Tesla so boring throughout almost the entire session today? It's crazy.
Dude, it's awful.
That's such a W, though. That's a W for a day like today, where I thought it was going to tank potentially and break that 170.
I thought it was going to go test that other gap from earnings that it's left behind. I thought it was going all the way down there today.
No, I was freaking out about it. I was like, do I buy this 4% and add in my position? I was like, no. Once I saw that gap, I was like, this is going to go lower. And then I don't know what caused it to have that getting bought up on the open. Maybe it's just Kathy Woods using up all her funds for the day to buy that. But I'm not complaining.
Oh, is that who I just saw when I passed the store? That was Kathy out there begging for money to go buy more Tesla tomorrow. That explains it.
Man, I don't want to get the number wrong. I saw a tweet the other day where someone said Kathy Woods has destroyed like tens of billions in value with her.
Yes.
With ARK. I don't remember what the number was, so I don't want to get it wrong.
Yeah, I saw that. It was a big number. It was a very big number.
Big number. That's like, she bought Palantir high, then she sold it low. Now she's buying it back. I'm like, yeah, it'll come back down. I would love to know how much money she lost on coin.
Well, not even that. She's offloading Teladoc right now in the low teens. All of a sudden, she's just been offloading it for weeks. She's obviously giving up on that position, but again, she's been not buying that nonstop for like 4 to 5 years.
Yep.
And now offloading in the low teens. Ugh.
But the truth is, I mean, I don't understand. There's no difference in her funds, right? She says, well, I have different funds. They all have the same crap in them.
Yes.
Everyone has almost the same names.
Yeah, like she's got a space one, and it's got the same stuff as all the other ones.
Well, I hate that the CRISPR names are an RK. I think that alone right there is like, this is dumb. Essentially, it's just all the same fund, and she's just playing around with fund flows between all 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, I think if 5 years ago, if whatever her positions were, if she would have just not done any buying or selling since, she'd probably be better off right now.
Well, I mean, let's face it. If it wasn't for the pandemic, she would never have been anybody that would have come to the forefront. She hit that 1 year, right? That knockout part of year.
By the way, coin making a move 100%. Right now.
Now, honest truth, I wonder if pandemic made her worse, where it blew her up so much, and maybe she started to trade around more at that point as she got more of she's the best out there. I genuinely think the Kathy Woods problem is her how they handle their trades, trading around their portfolio, that type of thing. I think that the research they do is actually pretty solid, and I think that method done correctly with their research could be very profitable. You shoot for
Evan. I just think that sometimes she clout chases when she goes on interview for calls, and that's like, you're not supposed to do that at that level, and that makes me feel like she's deceiving a little bit.
Well, it's like last week she upped her forecast on Bitcoin by some stupid number, right? From 500,000 to a million in 5 years. It was some stupid. I don't remember the exact number. I remember seeing this saying, you haven't even come close to your first number yet. Why are you up? What are you doing?
I just think the point being the way her style is shooting for 10x's, and if you can go 2 or 3 out of 10 on that, if you can go 2 or 3 out of 10, you're getting very rich.
Yeah.
But she also sits in things too low and just keeps buying it all the way down until she gives up and sells it.
I just think my point is I do enjoy their research. I think it's actually good, and I think that as a long-term investor, utilizing their research, keep it in mind. Like, whenever I read something, I know what source I'm getting it from and where their bias is. But I genuinely think that they have 3 winners out of 10 stocks in their picks, and for the type of style they're doing, I think that's good enough. I think that's a very profitable way. So we'll see.
I agree with Evan.
She is a bad trader, though.
Is poor.
Yeah,
their execution is poor. I totally agree with Evan what he's getting at, though.
So.
Oh, they also do something the average investor can't do. They constantly just average down. And the average investor just can't keep doing it like they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Watch me, Mike.
Actually, I do watch Shay's trades. Shy definitely is good at averaging down. He's done very, very well doing that.
Well,
when do you decide
somebody
to
else just...
Shy, if I may ask you, you really are good at that. What is the secret for you? When do you decide to keep averaging down versus give up on a position?
Well, the beauty of like when I analyze a company, it's all about mode and product and competitive advantage. So if that's still intact, I will continue adding when the market gives me a sale. Like I truly view the market as giving me sales to what I think is like gold, and I always have dry powder on the sidelines, and it could be my ADD that I just never do it all at once. I like to trickle it in, but when I have conviction, it won't go away, and I maintain it no matter how bad it is, unless the thesis of the company completely broke and changed, and I'll pivot in an instant, like without doubt. I do think it's because of a bad breakup I had in my young life, where I could flip a switch if they deceive me, and now I treat that in the stock market. But yeah, I just have thick skin. Again, it's also because I'm a college athlete, so I could handle all that BS and noise, and when things get bad, it gets worse. I can totally handle it and just take emotion out of it and just capitalize on it. But
it's such a unique skill. What did you play in college?
Point guard, basketball. I walked on at IU. My teammates at the time were Victor Oladipo and Cody Zeller for that year. So if you guys are basketball fans, that Indiana against Kentucky game, that game winner against number 1 Kentucky, I was at home with mono and I missed it, and I will always be tilted the rest of my life that I missed out on that kind of game. Fucking pissed. But yeah, a lot of people get surprised by that too, also, because I'm a 6-foot Persian from Calabasas.
You must be able to jump really well.
No, I was never. Only with the girls' ball I can dunk with. I was more of a Tony Parker type of player, and
more of a Muggsy Bogues on the court, you could say.
Muggsy Bogues had more swag than I had, for sure. But yeah, I look like Muggsy Bogues on the court sometimes.
Swag and assists. That's what that man was made of.
Anybody see Boeing today, by the way?
Yeah, another plane. 2 planes go down, and the sun
another
goes
whistleblower.
Yeah. No, they keep finishing them off. There's not too many left. They're killing them off one by one.
I sent this meme.
It's like they're sabotaging the planes so they can sell more at this point or something.
I sent this meme to Evan that I saw last night. I thought it was actually pretty good. It was like the meme where the woman's like, "Is 2 a lot?" And the guy's like, "It depends on context." Dead whistleblowers? Yes. Planes falling out of the sky? Also yes. So yeah, there's a little too many.
Go. 2 wins in the second round of the NHL playoffs. That's a good amount.
Is that what the Islanders are at?
Ew. Rangers. Disgusting.
Ew, the Rangers, damn it.
Yeah, Boeing over 180. Still down 30% this year. Why is it pumping off the news that another plane went down? Or did another plane not go down?
Because it was a landing gear issue, and that's probably a maintenance issue. A plane that has that many, such a great service record, a cargo plane.
You guys see the... I'm sorry, there's just a lot of good Boeing memes. Oh no, Broncos release Ben DiNucci. Shai, would you say you're like the equivalent of like Ben DiNucci if you ended up playing up in the NBA?
I feel like I'd be better than that. I feel like I would be... oh, that's a good point. Shit, maybe I am. I'm not thinking about it. For the NBA level, for sure, I'd be less than that. There's some... I thought I could go play professionally overseas, and then once I got there, it's wild. The difference from college to professionals. That jump is insane.
Paul, you can join mid-season, actually. Paul, join.
Some athletic gifts. For sure.
Instead, you took your talents to the market and traded DraftKings instead.
Here, Paul, let me get you the link to join.
Yeah, exactly. Natural transition.
Dude, this market sucks right now.
Paul.
I mean, most of these, like if you're a
I'll send it
professional
to you on
athlete
Discord.
now, like most of the time when you were 9 years old, like people knew. If you're not like elite at that point, you're probably not going to make it.
Fuck it. Let's just put it in the YouTube chat.
Let's see what else is going on. So Ash, I know we have a ton of these predictions coming in, but this market is just not doing anything.
Well, if you think it's going to stay that way, you can make a closing time price range prediction, and there's a range there.
I think it's going to start moving in power hour. That's the issue.
Well, you can pick a direction for the closing time, right?
I know. Sadly, all these
can
30
pick a
minute
closing
ones.
time.
Jordan, that was my worst. First prediction on a Predictagram space of yet.
Was it? Oh gosh.
It just.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me
Tesla
check
didn't
mine.
do
I don't
anything.
think mine did too.
Yeah, normally you really are right on the money with Tesla.
Right on the money. Tesla didn't do anything.
I think I
generally, I'll generally make a big trade whenever God makes a Tesla prediction.
I think I have 4 or 5 predictions expiring today at 4 o'clock. So
My 30 minutes
I need
hit,
movement.
my hourly got close. I'm still short Carvana. Come on. Give me the new low.
I'm looking for Tesla. I guess I got some calls and puts for Tesla open right now. I don't know how that happened. Different times of the day.
Go down
on the call. We got a market maker here.
Debo, I'll have to get you on my squad next season if we can.
Which way is going to make it more you hurt less?
I'm just realizing, I'm looking at my positions. I'm like, geez, I must have forgotten about this one. Opened it up really early.
I came in evidently with an open NVIDIA position overnight. I'm like, oh, that hurt. Oh, good. It was just one. I guess it didn't close yesterday. Crap.
Well, let's see what the community thinks. Check out your Tesla feeds, guys. The community is definitely chiming in right now on Tesla. A lot of SPY predictions as well, although.
Hey, my Apple one hit.
Nice job.
Done, Debo. Get you on the squad next season. I just would like to make it known that I'm talking with Devo right now, and he said he wants to be on my team next season. So.
Well, Sabrina said she's coming to my team.
Oh, that's too far. We don't joke
Bullish
about that.
Wolves, right now, Bullish Wolves and Evans' team are really very, very close. They're neck and neck. If anybody wants to join a team, just go to the website. You can join it. It's all very easy to go and join a team right now at predictagram.com.
Ash, what team won last season?
Oh, gosh.
Well, now I know why, because Evan's handling the season.
And what team won the season before that?
We just handed out $1,500 cash to
What?
our team winners. Yeah.
If Dumb Money Style Shapeshifter LH1914 are in here, you guys should let us know. Ash, who won the season before?
Let's do this.
Who won the season before last season, though? That's what I want to know.
Oh gosh, he's unbearable.
What about the one before that one?
I should have won. I should have won that season before that one too. I won't lie.
You know, you win a couple in a row, then you lose a bunch in a row, and everybody now says you have been.
You better to be a has-been than it never was.
There you go.
Yeah, Debo said Wolf's smell in the morning is making it unbearable to be on the squad. His words, not mine.
Wow. Defamation. From Evan, because I know Debo would never say such a thing as wonderful gentleman.
That's fake stock market news.
Yeah, wow. I guess you guys really can't trust things that Evan says. Man, it really just defeats the purpose of the account.
You can only trust the news. Besides that,
Yeah, unfollowed.
blocked. You have been blocked. The Apple one hit. My Microsoft ones have not. And Nvidia's just gone sideways. Apple was a weird one. It was going sideways for a while, and it started ticking up.
There's a lot of sideways action.
But Apple's been moving up. During this space, it's been slowly but steadily moving up.
That is the one issue we do have at Predictagram is when the market goes sideways and the names we're in, they're all kind of similar names go sideways, it gets difficult, right? Because we're mostly big tech names, right? And we're like, they're all kind of going sideways today.
Well, remember, we do have Disney. That's a little bit different. And we have the indices like SPY and QQQ and the Russell 2000, IWM. So we do have some additional things, and of course Coinbase, which is a little different, kind of a little bit of a crypto surrogate there. So
We got the Power Hour space starting in like 10 minutes here. Okay. Good convo incoming.
Boeing and ExxonMobil and
The peak of the day is still yet to come, by the way, everyone in here. So stick with it.
Disney, definitely looking
Disney.
oversold right now.
Oh no, that was a stinker report out.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even look into that. How was it?
Oh.
You want the good news? Is they're almost profitable on Disney Plus. That's because they cut their programming to nothing. Bad news is they're slowing down. Guidance didn't look good, and it looks like ESPN Bet is not doing good at all so far out of the gate. I see 99 area back in its future. Anybody see Reddit's earnings last night?
Its stock shot up after, right? I didn't really look too deeper after that.
It did. After losing $8 plus a share, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, and it was only expected to lose 6. It was a bad miss on the EPS, but I think people got excited about those sales numbers.
They did.
No, those are the users. Those are unique users, and it was for sure a squeeze off of that metric alone, I think. It faded all day today, so it makes more sense.
It's a little off the lows, but yeah, it came in. Yeah. But it's above its IPO high. Well, okay, IPO open. Sorry.
Speaking of IPO, what do y'all think about ARM this afternoon?
Ooh. I'm excited.
It's going to go to 70 or 150.
I don't think they're going to have a bad report because, again, they don't manufacture anything. They sell the licensing, and people are buying and making. Look at Apple is all in on ARM. NVIDIA is all in on ARM, right? Even Microsoft's starting to produce some ARM chips. I just don't know if it's, the valuation at 164 seemed rich because, it's only a licensing deal. I like them. I don't think it has too much to the downside. I think if it comes back down to the 90 area, it's a screaming buy.
They have nothing Marvel coming soon.
I just really wanted closer to the 50 to 60 range.
Deadpool and Wolverine, they have a movie.
Not at all. But again,
Captain America Brave New World.
Modes due to the licensing. They're essentially designing the whole new digital economy. You have to put a massive premium on that. But at this valuation, it's definitely tricky to. I would not buy over 100 in my opinion.
So when it gets more interesting is when Microsoft's ARM Windows operating system's ready.
Ooh, Paul. Let's see if I find you.
Then it gets more interesting to me. The other interesting one is Hood tonight.
Paul, this is you?
See how they hold up here.
I have some credit debit spreads on Hood. I think they're going to have a good, strong prints today.
Yeah,
but a couple of raises.
They didn't go anywhere. They came in.
I do think that Hood's eating some of Coinbase's retail crypto volume, but that's my guess because it came in weak their last print a couple weeks ago, and I do think that might be because a lot of people transfer their money to Hood, and I'm anticipating a beat on that. That's just going to make the stock go to 20.
By the way, if you're listening, go to Predictogram and make a prediction for QQQ. Let us know where you think it's going. Let the community take a look at what everybody's thoughts are all at once.
All right. I did a Q's on.
What else is coming up for Predictogram people should be aware of? I know there's some prize money that just went out about a week ago.
Yeah. Well, we have some prize money. As I mentioned, we're going to start working on some more trade optimizing type features to help people. That when you put your predictions in, we're going to help analyze your predictions, give you some feedback as to how to optimize your timing and optimize your exits as well. So we're trying to move some of the tool sets and move into an area where we're helping everybody kind of learn and educate themselves through practice and honing those skills. And again, unless you're an expert trader like the people on this panel, you can always benefit from practice. And the best way to practice is without risking real money. It literally takes 5 seconds to make a prediction. So definitely would
Even
urge
pros
you
practice.
to. Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's a great way to monitor your score and see how well you can predict different stocks, how well you can feel the market movements, and predict those moves. And so it's a great place to practice and keep track of your performance. And we have stat cards, so when you go to anyone's profile, including your own, there's a button underneath where you can see
there
stats,
it is, Paul.
and you can see how you perform for all the different tickers that you've been making predictions on. So definitely,
Nice.
we recommend making those predictions, and we're hoping within the next.
I don't know, Paul. We'll see, but
we'll
we'll get the next one. Let's do the practice one before. Your next ones definitely will. You see you on the squad now. Welcome. For the record, we won last season
By the
too.
way, in terms of stop loss, take profit. Wouldn't it be cool to be able to give you, based on, let's say, your last 10 predictions for a particular ticker, what the optimal, most profitable stop loss and take profit percentages were? So that's what we're working on. Of course, there are other exit signals, different levels and things like that. But it's just a nice way to kind of give you an idea of what works well. One of the things we've observed is that for certain tickers, the tighter the stop loss sometimes really prevents you from making money. So you do need that tight stop loss. So it really does vary by
It's a
ticker.
good one on Tesla, though.
But that's definitely an interesting area where we found there's a lot, unlocks a lot of profit potential. Hey, I guess everybody's been listening. We did get a bunch of QQQ predictions just over the last couple of minutes after my request. Interesting. Everybody seems to think QQQ is going in one particular direction. We'll see what happens. Keep letting us know what you think, folks.
Love it. Just gonna do another minute or two here. Definitely come check out our predictions. I think this market is gonna get a little bit more active here in Power Hour as well. And finally, a couple mine are going in the right direction. So I'm excited to see how this keeps rolling here. But yeah, Ash, always a pleasure hanging out. I'm gonna go open up this Power Hour here in a minute. But hopefully we get some movement here in Power Hour.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah,
Thanks,
we need
Jordan.
some movement. Absolutely. Yeah, I hit the one of the Tesla predictions I put in at the beginning is hit, but that was the 30-minute. I tried an hourly, and it's just not moving enough. So things are moving a bit slow right now.
Oh, thanks for coming on as well.
Oh yeah, shout out to the panel. I'm shooting 61%.
All right, I'm gonna leave that for now. We got the Power Hour spaces starting any second now. This one will be a good convo. We're gonna probably focus in on earnings around 3:45 p.m. Eastern, and then from that, talk about through earnings, all the releases. Most of the numbers come out like 4:05. This is where you want to look right here. So this one says 4:02. 405, Trade Desk, 401, Robinhood, 405. Those are most of the big ones. Like there's a bunch of others which we'll just kind of quickly touch on, but yeah. And then 415, Dan Niles is coming on, which I'm very much looking forward to. Let me get this. Bang, ooh. I can't see the bottom. This thing is on full screen or something. There we go, fixed. Cool. That actually might have made the view weird on your thing, but I'm joining back into the spaces. This is the Power Hour space coming up now. You guys country people? As in, like, do you like country music? Not a massive fan. It's fine. Wolf, is this the same song you played yesterday? Is this the same song?
No, I didn't play any music yesterday. I don't know if you remember. I was like, damn, I should play the song. I don't know, I just saw this been stuck in my head, but they only released the teaser. They haven't released the whole thing yet, so I'm kind of waiting on the rest of that to come out. Looking forward to it. But right now, interesting day in the market. Nice day for defense, which I think got mentioned. Man, if Raytheon can get to 105 before the 17th, I will do a full retrace on these calls, which would be sick. Because right now they are way down from where I got them. But I just need another $1.20 here, and I will be good on Raytheon calls. So I'm pretty excited for that. With that being said, though, war is bad. So maybe it shouldn't go up. We'll see what happens. Pretty mixed day outside of that, at least for my portfolio. Some of the big dogs, Celsius was down earlier, came back again. You know, it just can't get enough of dealing with the haters and some of those things. Let me reload here. Celsius was down again 5+% and is only down 1.73 now. So we are on the comeback from there. You also had Bitcoin and Ethereum. They've been pushed down a little bit today. Feels like Bitcoin's been sitting around 62,000 for quite some time at this point. So something to continue to keep your eyes on. GCT down a few percent. Let's see. Sphere down a couple percent. Seems like AI retraced a little bit today, just looking at chat. But you did get a green day from Apple. I think you got a green day from a lot of the, some of the rest of large cap tech. We talked about Meta pushing up a little bit, Microsoft pushing up a little bit, Apple pushing up. But then you had that split because Tesla and a few other areas like Nvidia and Amazon and Google all down. So kind of an interesting one here. SPY and QQQ very flat, very similar to yesterday. I believe they were near flat as well. So not too much movement going on throughout the couple of the two there. Okay. Just some interesting pieces off the bat for me to cover, but we can start working it around. I do see you're unmuted, Evans. Do you have something you want to throw in here?
Am I unmuted?
Are you unmuted? I can hear you.
Oh, wow, that's weird. I was just sending some stuff out. I'm sending out the invites. I'm excited. We should be having Amit come on for the spaces at some point soon. So that should go. I know he has to leave at 3:30. He'll probably want to talk some Robinhood earnings. He's actually been interviewing Vlad Tenev and saw him multiple times, which was pretty cool. I'm just looking really out for those earnings after the close. ARM, Airbnb, Trade Desk, and Robinhood are the ones that I'm focused on. But then we're also having Dan Niles coming on at 4:15 p.m. Eastern. So this should be a really great spaces today.
Sounds good. Let's get into it. Good afternoon, Brett. How's it going, man? What have you been looking at?
Good. How you guys doing? I'm excited to see some of those reports as well. It's actually so far it's been kind of one of the weaker points, I guess, in the market and what's going on lately. We've had some kind of disappointing reactions just across the board to earnings.
3:45.
Whether we zoom out a couple weeks ago.
Some general power hour talk, 3 to 3:45, 3:45 to 4:15. We're doing some live earnings, and then 4:15 to 5 o'clock, 5:15. We're having a Dan Niles interview.
Microsoft, Meta, Netflix, those two were down. Amazon, Microsoft kind of muted as well, and then obviously a lot of disappointment in the growth world. So I'm kind of hoping some of these names can turn things around a little bit, if not just purely for sentiment alone.
Let me get some more stuff out while I'm doing this.
Trading a little bit better, but outside of that, I remain pretty constructive. I feel like on the markets. Maybe that's a little bit too naive of an approach, but I was chatting with someone today. I was just DMing them, and we were kind of joking around that it just feels like it's a slow, choppy trade. Almost feels like it's August or something. It's just one of those environments. I think we kind of lack catalysts this week, and they always say never short a dull market, and I think we kind of see that today is, S&P just kind of keeps plugging higher, and just kind of keeps chugging away. It gave us so far what is a prototypical 5 to 6% correction. On average for like the last 50 years, we've averaged 3 pullbacks of 5% or more a year. So far, this feels kind of run of the mill. Feels even more so well deserved at this point, given the fact that we rallied, so far so fast. We rallied 28% off the October lows. So any kind of shakeout, I think, was necessary. I think it helped reset sentiment, which still hasn't really recovered that well. And I think that's a good thing for the bulls that it hasn't really fully recovered. And we're seeing good price action overall. I mean, you could argue there's still risks. I definitely don't deny that there isn't, and it might not be the smoothest sailing just as we push forward, because there are still issues and some unknowns kind of floating around out there. But overall, I guess when I look from a top-down view and I see the S&P, keeps chugging away, it's back above, 5125, 5150. And I look at the sectors and I see, when I see financials, industrials, and semiconductors all doing pretty well, I just have a hard time being bearish with that as my backdrop. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in the the intraday charts or even on the daily, but when you zoom out and look at the weekly, it looks fairly clean, fairly routine. At this point, if we do end up breaking back down, it's possible we do. We could retest those lows. We could even go back as far as retesting the prior bull market high from 2022. I think that'd be like an 8 to 10% correction. I think even that would be, honestly, I view that opportunistically. I know it'll cause some chaos if we see that, but I think we're in a bull, I think we continue to be in a bull market. It's obvious we're in a bull market, but I'm not ready to necessarily be all that negative on it, especially when I said, as I mentioned, then industrials, financials, semis, they're trading really well. And even now, even the last couple of days, we've had regionals start to play ball. So regionals trade well. Regionals make up 8% of the IWM, or not regionals, sorry, financials make up 8% of the IWM. So I don't know. We get the banks to play ball. Maybe small caps can play ball. We could be looking at a fairly constructive environment, I think.
That's an interesting perspective. At the end, I like it. I hear what you're saying. This is hopefully going to be that constructive environment. We've had a couple of pretty flat days here after an initial pump, but nothing to, necessarily show off the bat that we have a million things to be, fearful of. At least, listening to these spaces the last few days, I don't think people have come out as super bearish or anything along those lines. Any other thoughts there, Brett, before I move around?
Yeah, I think a couple of weeks ago, there was so much chatter around, are we is it stagflation? Is the Fed going to raise rates? And what's happening geopolitically? I think obviously the issues that are still going on in the world and geopolitically, there's still risks and there's still a lot of unknowns, but I think a lot of that rhetoric has quieted down lately. And when it comes to the Fed, Chair Powell, like him or love him or hate him, he threw the coldest possible water he could throw onto the stagflation argument, which I think was right. And he really shoved aside the idea of a rate hike coming at any point in the near future, going as far as to say basically like the next rate. I don't know when the next rate change will be, but I expect it to be a cut. So I think that kind of calmed investors' nerves down a little bit, took a couple headwinds away, and just sort of allowed us to have this relief rally we're seeing. And you see that with the jobs report came in, I think 2 days after the Fed meeting, and that came in weaker than expected, which in the sense of rate cuts in the market is a good thing, has been a good thing. Obviously, I don't think any reasonable person would sit here and argue that we want to see the labor market fall apart and usher in a recession just so we can get some lower interest rates. But if we can get a little bit softer numbers, but not necessarily weak, obviously the attention is going to shift really quickly to CPI report next week. But I think if we can start to get some softer numbers, and especially on inflation, it could just pave the way for even more. So I think it's maybe a lack of some of the negatives being taken away versus so much of adding something more positives, but that's okay too.
Yeah, Debo. Here we go. Dan Niles interview. I'm excited for this one. I got my talking
points. I dive
points.
into that a little bit further. Before I do so, because I feel like that's me right up Kevin and some of the other areas, I do see that Josh Young jumped on stage with us. Josh, what a time to be alive if you are long energy right now. Specifically, I've been looking at NRG, which has just been absolutely flying. I'm sure there's a lot of other names on your radar. What have you been looking at?
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, so utilities have done really well, like I believe NRG's utility, on the back of the AI theme and expected substantial power demand growth for data centers and so on. Oil has been very weak the last couple of weeks. I think positioning got overextended a couple weeks ago, and then there have been negative weekly inventory reports. And it is notable that there was a worse than expected report this morning, a weekly report from the EIA, and oil went up on that. I think people were worried it would be even worse. But the longer term trends, I think, similar to what's happened with utilities, I think there's just a lot more demand coming for oil and natural gas more directly with AI. On the oil side, just as the economy doesn't collapse, as people, I get like every quarter, I'll have like clients or prospective clients or other folks being like, oh, the world's ending. Like, why would you want to own oil? And it's like, well, wait a second, let's look at the demand figures, and they're pretty good. So I think as that continues, and then there have been some really good numbers out of India and reasonably okay numbers out of China on the oil demand side. So, I think one of the things people miss on commodities, and particularly oil, is that even if you expect a recession, which again no one knows, and there's various indicators in the economy that are positive and negative, and whatever, everyone's embarrassed themselves trying to predict the future on that stuff. But the nice thing about oil and other sort of commodities like it is that there's very few days of inventory outstanding, and pricing is really set on the margin on actual consumption, not on sort of forecasted activity. And so, the actual demand numbers being pretty good, especially in places like India, where you're seeing high single-digit demand growth, and even in China, where there's still some demand growth, even though people were very, very bearish on that. I think people are still very bearish on it, but at least the stocks there are up a little. Anyway, so I think it's sort of a mixed picture. Oil's obviously down the last couple of weeks. It's up today, which is nice, on a bad report, which is not, the weeklies are not so reliable. I think the monthlies will sort of see a revision up in terms of demand, and down in terms of inventory levels versus this most recent weekly. And, this power theme has just been phenomenal. And I think people are still actually, maybe utilities are pricing it in, but for natural gas and coal producers, and also arguably on the uranium side and nuclear side, I think people are actually underpricing it. And it's one of those things where I think people see it talked about, but then I heard someone, I think it was Druckenmiller yesterday or something, talking about this, in one of the recorded interviews, where he talked about how in 1999, if you talked about the expectations for the internet, things are actually, there's more adoption of the internet, 2 decades later, versus what you expected, but you did have this like tremendous crash in the internet stocks and so on for years after that. So, in terms of expectations in the AI stocks and maybe in the utility stocks versus the actual potential growth and demand for energy, as well as growth in AI, I think there's a lot of potential upside to demand from that, particularly on the power and then the feedstocks for power side.
Evan, Stock Talk, you guys any thoughts on the utility energy side of things here?
Nope, nothing for me in that regard. I can't lie, we did get Amit up here as well, and I know he's on a limited time frame as well. I always love hearing what Josh has to say.
I know someone else is talking, but I think my thing might be malfunctioning, so I'm going to step down, and I may come back up in a little bit.
Yeah, you just drop down and come back up, and you'll be able to hear them.
Cool, but I think that's even a sign for us to shift the conversation. I'd love to throw it over to Amit, and here, I always say it wrong. It's just, I'm a terrible person.
Yeah, you do. You're a terrible person.
I am. I suck. You would think I'd be better at it. It will happen at some point. But yeah, I know you have interviewed Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenev a couple times, which has been really great. I've enjoyed watching them. I don't know if you're interested in any of these other earnings, the Trade Desk. We also have Airbnb, and what's the last big one? Why am I missing it? ARM Holdings, another interesting one. But yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts on any of those and what you're watching for. Mainly Robinhood. I think that's one you have a good handle on. But anything else?
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me again. I'm actually interested in Duolingo, to be honest. I think their user growth is insane to me. I mean, it's people think of it as a language app. I think the stock's done phenomenal over the past year. And their level of marketing, DAU, MAU growth is just it's just insane. So I'm definitely looking out for that one. Airbnb is a big one. ARM, I think, is a little pricey here, but maybe they justify the valuation today as well. And then, the big one, and Airbnb as well. I think that's going to be a big one, so we'll be excited for that. And then the big one is Robinhood as well. So for Robinhood, I'm excited for this. I've thought about it a lot over the past couple of days, and I really do think the numbers are going to be incredible. I think this is one of those quarters where, and like, I know this because I analyze the company pretty deeply. I know some people on X also, they understand the internal dynamics of their business. But like Carvana, for example, it pops 40%. There was someone who made a lot of money when Carvana popped 40%. I did not make that money because I don't care about like the used car market. So because of my ignorance, I didn't care about that opportunity. I didn't make money. There are millions of people in the world that don't care about a retail investing brokerage app. And so, they're not following the day-to-day news of it. When they put out these numbers, I think the numbers are going to be so shocking and so, like, exciting that a lot of random people, like myself, when I found out Carvana's somehow making $50 million in profit off selling used cars, are going to look at the stock. They're like, hey, what is this company doing? What's going on here? And potentially might even buy the stock. So I think the big thing to watch out for is deposits. I think they're going to put up a $10 billion deposit quarter, which is insane. To give some context, I mean, that's $3 billion a month of people taking their hard-earned money and throwing it into Robinhood. And obviously, Robinhood has done a lot of things to incentivize them to do that. I think, which includes giving them money to deposit their money. I think even though Robinhood gave a crap ton of money in terms of 1% match, 3% match on your IRA to transfer your brokerage onto the platform over the past 3 months, they're going to do this profitably, which is what I think the street's also going to like. I think crypto revenue is going to do well. Last quarter they did 43 million. I think this quarter they do closer to 65, 70 million.
Let me take a look, Paul.
Income, all that deposit money means they get to make a ton of money off the interest, given interest rates are high, off those deposits, which should fuel the revenue from that perspective. Trading volumes should be up. We saw that trading volumes were up, I think, like 50% month over month from January to February.
Oh, yeah.
When they had $80 billion worth of equities that were traded.
Destroyed.
Options were up, I think, about 20%.
Target acquired.
So I think we're going to see a blowout quarter. I say all that to say, I don't know how the stock's going to react, and I'm a bit afraid about this. Obviously, Robinhood just got this SEC Wells notice. As I've read through other research firms and their analysis of it, they think it's a nothing burger. They think if anything happens, it's going to be in 2-3 years. It's going to be a lot of legal battles back and forth. So it's not the biggest risk. It is a risk because if people feel less incentivized to do crypto trading on the platform because they think Bitcoin's going to be banned on Robinhood or Ethereum, then that would be bad. But in general, I think most people don't care. Most people don't even know what a Wells notice is. So from that perspective, that definitely ruined sentiment a little bit this week when they got hit with that. But I don't think it's the biggest hit to the stock. I just think the market's kind of moody. I mean, Shopify down 20% was insane today after they beat on every metric. And I get they're a bit pricey for an e-commerce play, but that was insane. Disney, I know they missed on their Disney Plus numbers because Disney Plus doesn't have any interesting content, so no wonder no one's subscribing to Disney Plus. But down 10%, I think that's a bit too much. And so I think Robinhood could crush it and still get punished by the street for whatever stupid reason the street wants to punish them. Or if they don't crush it in one specific area, which, again, from my analysis, I think they're going to crush it in pretty much every area, maybe the street tanks them on that. So I'm excited to see what happens. I know the implied move is like 10 or 15%, and I guess we'll see what goes down. But I think they're going to have a good quarter, and then we'll see how the street reacts to it.
Brett, I saw some emotes when he was talking around the Shopify and that part of it. Did you have any thoughts around those earnings this morning and the move that Shopify has had today?
Yeah, I mean, I just expected, I guess, better reactions out of some of these reports. The numbers, by and large, have been pretty good. Valuation is, I guess, the sticking point, I guess, that you could argue, because a lot of these companies are giving us beats and solid guidance. Shopify's guidance, maybe a little, not necessarily speaking to them in particular, but just in general across the board with growth. I just thought we'd have not as severe negative reactions. So that's been kind of disappointing, but we have run pretty far off the lows for a lot of these names. Maybe just as a little reset would be my, kind of my hope. But yeah, it's a little more punishing than I thought they'd be.
Shai, I also wonder if you have any takes on Robinhood or Shopify or any of those kind of earnings in that area, maybe even at Disney. I know you're a big content guy.
Yesterday you asked me Shopify, and I told you it doesn't belong over 50. And I'm sticking to that comment. I'm not saying it's a bad company or a bad business. It's just a pure valuation, and I do think they give up a significant part of their long-term moat by tossing the towel on the logistics side of their business, because it essentially opened up the window for their network effect to potentially be disrupted like 5 to 10 years down the line. Who knows? But again, taking the page out of Mercado Libre and even Amazon, infrastructure is the highest barrier of entry. That's essentially what, I'm blanking on the word, creates the highest barrier of entry for any of the competition trying to eat your lunch. Robinhood, again, I think Coinbase's only hole in their print from a couple weeks ago or last week was retail volume on the crypto side was light. Could it be that Robinhood is kind of eating some of their lunch on the crypto retail side? Who knows? We'll get some visibility on that today. I think from a corporate strategy standpoint, like they're executing on all fronts, like which I'm honestly very impressed with how they're pivoting and executing on the marketing side and trying to get some older demos to use their platform. Like, again, I've been in corporate strategy for almost 10 years, and I'm just like, they're doing it I'm just so impressed. And I do think that we're going to see some follow through in their earnings today on showing continued dominance on the volume front, and also like a lot of the users are going on their platform. I love what they did on the retirement accounts. I do have a debit spread on, full disclosure, I have a debit spread on Robinhood. I do think they're going to hit a home run, and it's going to not be in the teens for much longer. Going on the other names, I'm blanking on what else.
Real quick, Shay, I got to give you a shout out. Your Shopify chart that you posted this morning was so timely because I was like, why is this thing down 20%? And I see your chart and I'm like, oh, that's why. That makes sense.
I appreciate that on me. Yeah, I mean, Shopify, I'm telling you, it's weird to say something as dominant as a business as Shopify should go down 40 to 50%, but that's just, it needs to. It's either needs to make a decision to go up, show some reacceleration on the top line to 25%, or they have to continue their margin expansion and produce close to 20% free cash flow margins, which is really difficult for them to do. But maybe it's going to be easier with them selling off the logistics. Who knows? Either way, they're in this awkward gray area of like not enough top line growth, but not enough juice on the bottom line to justify the current valuation. So it might not hit the $50 target. It might just stay in this range for a year or so, which is totally fine. It's just, I don't think the stock's going anywhere. Disney Plus, linear TV is dead. I do think that Disney needs to figure out something to do in ESPN because that is a massive asset for them, but they're really not doing much with it right now. I think that will change. I do think that's their wild card of like, wow, whatever they do with ESPN for pairings for some partnerships elsewhere, the NFL, or something with their Disney Plus package. Because I agree with me, like Disney Plus, the content sucks if you're not a geek on the sci-fi front, which I'm not. I'm not saying geek's a bad thing. I'm just saying being a sci-fi nerd, you're obsessed with Disney Plus, but if you're not, what is it offering to you, really? Not much. Going off of today's earnings, actually, we'll go to earnings later today, but yeah, pass back to you since you probably circle back to me close to the one before the earnings talk.
Hey, just real quick.
Logical, you have them.
Kevin, you want to go and then we'll go to Logical?
Yeah, just real quick. Look, the Shopify news, I mean, I understand it's like shocking in the street, but I mean, there is a justification for it. I mean, they're actually going to see their margins contract, right? That's within their guidance. They're going to have margins contract by 50 basis points and flat revenue growth compared to what the street's expectations were, right? So you come in line with the expectations on top line and you're going to contract on the bottom line. I mean, you're going to lose money, right? Your stock's going to go down. That's been the trend throughout this whole earnings season. So I'm not really that surprised that we saw it move down. It's if you can't become profitable, if you can't maintain your profitability or expand it, like you were kind of talking about, Shai, I mean, it's hard for you to be able to keep your stock price up. It doesn't matter what industry you're in. So I just wanted to call that out. Their earnings were decent for this quarter, but their guide was fairly light.
Got it. Yeah, Logical?
Yeah, I mean, just a couple comments on things that we're talking about here. I think that Shopify has been expensive and has rallied a good amount this year, especially going into the print. It's really not that it's not that surprising to see it actually come down. And yeah, I never thought the valuation made sense. I think that a key theme of this earnings season has been even the best of reports are getting sold off. Best case reactions are like flat. Speaking of Robinhood, I think obviously they're going to do really well. But I think that it is a pretty big retail investor like stock that they've been watching, and I constantly see people, slamming calls on that. And I think they are probably killing it. And if Coinbase results are any indication, then they are killing it. But this earnings season has been really tough to make money. If you're sitting in shares, you're probably fine. I like what Shai is doing. He has a debit spread. Selling volatility into these earnings has been a very big winning move. I think buying volatility
These are the major
has
ones
been
I'm watching.
Constantly punished. And so if
Airbnb,
you have something in your
Trade
trade
Desk,
where you're selling
Robinhood,
volatility,
Airbnb,
whether you're doing a put debit spread or a credit debit spread or selling a credit put spread, and you can live with the results either way. But yeah, I mean, holding shares through this is probably an easy thing. I think that if you look at what these companies have been reporting, a lot of these earnings reports have been actually stellar. And if you are a long-term investor, then this is pretty healthy bull market action, in my opinion. Like the Q3 report back in November, across the board, was really good because the S&P was down 3 months going into that reading, and so a lot of stocks popped. And then the Q4 report, stocks popped again, and then it's how many earnings in a row can we just see broad market, every single stock pops on earnings? I think we've kind of front run a lot of the good earnings reports that we're seeing right now, year to date, going into these earnings prints. So it's just, I think that if you're mostly in shares and you're not playing earnings gambles and stuff like that, which obviously I do from time to time, but try to be reasonable when I do so. I think that you can definitely just be happy and okay, and if you like the stock, it's probably a good time to add more because you saw these stocks pop a lot. So if you like Shopify, I still, again, I'm using Shopify. That might be a bad example. It's still too expensive in my opinion. But if you were dang it, I knew I should have bought more Shopify, and then it raged to 60 or 70 or whatever it did. And then now you're starting to see it come down. You're like, okay, well, now I get a chance to add more shares, and that's how I would look at it. And ultimately, we are in a bull market, and we continue to be. And if you see any further weakness in the markets, those are opportunities to add and get longer for the rest of this bull run. And I think there's so many of these stocks that are selling off the hardest are I've seen in the software names. And let's be real, right? These are the names.
What earnings today do I need to have on here? ARM, Airbnb, Trade Desk, Hood, AMC, Beyond, App 11, Duolingo, Energy Transfer, HubSpot. Any other ones that I don't have on here that you guys are watching? I could put Solar Edge.
If I don't see them,
Here's a lot of the earnings. This middle column, Instacart.
Do it anymore, and then boom, they get sold off. It's we're getting to the point where these are more than fully valued. They really need to do something that the street's not expecting, and it's just I don't think these businesses have it in them to do that. So if you can look beyond this earnings report and you see these prices get a little lower in names that you like, it's actually very healthy for this bull market. Me personally, I try to stick to where things are a little bit more fairly valued or even undervalued and overlooked, and I think that the small caps have had a much better reaction in this earnings season. I know that, for instance, Pubmatic put in a new 52-week high this morning and then immediately faded, which is not great. But ultimately, that I can live with that reaction because it's not like we just gap down 20-30% like we're seeing in a lot of these high-value software names. So I think that there's a ton of opportunity. A lot of these small caps that have really good balance sheets, have cash flows that are going to make it last through the cycle. I think that they're still very undervalued, and as sentiment continues to improve in this bull market, I think that small caps will catch a bid. Again, if you love small caps, it doesn't mean you have to be long. The Russell 2000, where half the companies are in debt or zombies or regional banks, you can own profitable, growing small cap companies in this upcycle in the economy. So one name I'm looking forward to today is Magnite. It's a pretty decent sized position for me. It's also an ad tech. Again, ad tech numbers have been very strong. Speaking of, I think what Trade Desk is maybe reporting today too. They are definitely, yesterday's Pubmatic report, they mentioned how one DSP is essentially affecting the SSPs, the sell side businesses like Pubmatic, and obviously Magnite. It's kind of expected that they're also going to be negatively impacted by this open path. But I think that's why Pubmatic probably sold off today, and I think the market's just going to wait for the next quarter to see that headwind, and in my opinion, is not going to be that big.
Logical, are you saying that Trade Desk is eating their lunch and they commented on that?
They noted that in their financial guidance that they had accelerated top line growth, but in their financial guide they said they're being basically way more conservative. In my opinion, that's just going to be a beat and raise in the future like they continue to do in all their upcycle markets. But they're listing it as a potential headwind. And I listened to the call yesterday where they said basically the Trade Desk is switching to a different bid type strategy, which is going to negatively impact SSPs moving forward. But once those numbers are normalized over the next 4 quarters, essentially this is something that will be normal going forward. And so it's kind of like a short-term headwind in the numbers, but they will lapse. And once the 4 quarters lapse in the annual numbers, then you'll start seeing comps improve from there. So I think it's a short-term headwind, and all these exaggerations of these SSPs are terminal value 0. I just don't think that's the case. I don't think a lot of publishers can afford to build yield management systems and completely replace their partners. Not everyone is the biggest publisher in the world. They work with tons of smaller publishers, but even that, I mean, they just signed up with Klarna, other big publishers, Instacart. So I think that this story is definitely a bit over exaggerated. On the Trade Desk side, again, it's a very high valuation company too. We all know that ad market is doing very well, but going into these earnings, I mean, they have to do an incredible job just to avoid a lot of what's been happening in the high valuation software world.
Perfect. Thanks, Logical. All right, Jason, coming over to you now. Josh heard some interesting things earlier on energy and utilities. Not sure how much of it you caught, but would love to hear your thoughts on it. And then anything else that's standing out to you before we'll rotate into these earnings in about 10 minutes, and then we got Dan Niles about 30 after that.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'll keep it quick. I know we're going to get into earnings soon. What I'm looking at too is very, very similar. We are looking at utilities is kind of starting to pick up, and they're actually leading the way over the last month. Let me bring up my chart, my data just to make sure. But it looks like energy, which was leading the way for a while, now utilities is kind of leading the way. We're kind of seeing this shift from, utilities leading the way is really not common in this type of environment. And that's something that we do see, but it's not common in this type of environment where we have more of a reflationary environment, not stagflationary. Usually when we see utilities leading, most of the time you also see bonds starting to catch a bid. Bonds haven't exactly bottomed yet. They haven't shifted trend at all. They look like they're trying to put it on a bottom, but I really don't see a bottom forming in bonds at the moment. Right now, still trending down. All signals are still to the short side. It's really struggling around that 40-week MA or 200-day MA. It's still just kind of continuing to trend under it, and also it's downward sloping. Usually a bad sign that it could continue lower. Now, once again, utilities just showing strength in the face of all of this is kind of interesting. And it tells you that maybe the environment's trending in more of a risk. There's also a risk-off environment that actually stocks still go up in. People kind of always look at, if the utilities are leading the way, that's always bad. I don't see it as bad all the time. I see utilities lead the way sometimes in bull markets. It does happen. 2019 is a great example. We had utilities, consumer staples, basically the risk-off sectors, consumer staples, utilities. These started to lead the way and really led that rally that year in 2019, basically out of that bottom that happened in 2018 when we had kind of that nasty drawdown in the end of the year. And moving forward, we're starting to see weakness in a lot of sectors where we have a rating system ETFs, and energy continues to just fall in that rating system, it's fallen very quickly. That's not something that's fallen in such a strong way. It was rated at a 91, and now it's rated at a 40. So continuing to see that fall in our rating system, considering the trends continue to look a little bit weaker. But once again, I'm not bearish energy at the moment. I think so many people think about it and they go, well, that pullback would make you bearish. So this is more of a short-term swing system. That's where these ratings kind of come from. If we're looking at energy in any way, I think that it's very constructive that energy could lead the way into year-end. Now, once again, if you look year-to-date, energy is the second best sector year-to-date, up 12%. It's right behind communications, and then right behind that is utilities, just barely behind it. So once again, I don't think that the energy trade is over by any means. I still think it has more upside to go. And what was just to echo what was said earlier, these are still companies that have a lot of value. We can't just move off of all of these companies immediately and just move forward and everything will be fine. This will take a while. And so the XLE still looks good to me. Still, long-term primary trends still look great. It's just the short-term trend that's starting to give some back. But it's kind of hanging around those old highs. So I could see it just kind of hanging out here, bouncing up higher, and possibly moving up. Just while some of these other sectors are looking good. Financials, that's another sector that's just been looking phenomenal lately. If you look at the XLF, that's one of the strongest sectors in the spider sectors at the moment. So the S&P 500 has some interesting places to go right now.
I'm back.
But once again, everybody's kind of looking at what did well last year. Is it going to do good this year? There's just other areas to find this year. Last year was last year, and people get too stuck in whatever the last war is as a trader. And it's like, bull markets rotate. And as we're kind of moving forward, there's different areas that are looking good. You're finding a lot of people going into small caps, not saying just the IWM, just talking about areas in small cap stocks that have value. Also, obviously we've been talking about the commodities forever. Kevin and I have kind of been pounding the table on the ags. Finally, the ags are finally starting to catch a bid. They're starting to move nicely, making some bottoms. Now, once again, they're having a pullback today after a massive rally. Of course, that's going to happen. Copper, we continue to see, and Goldman also reported on this, as well as B of A, continue to see shortages in copper at the moment. So we continue to kind of look at copper as the best place to be with the most upside going forward in the commodity space. I still think that out of all the metals has a lot of upside to go. Growth looks like it's starting to bottom. And once again, they call it copper, Dr. Copper, for a reason. And so I think that market is very constructive of kind of this reflationary risk-on style environment, even though there's some signs of some pushback the other direction for more of a risk-off environment. And if we look at crypto, we posted a trade the other day on our channel. Basically, it was breaking below 60,000, and if it gave a false breakdown signal, we'd buy it after it crosses back above 60,000. Basically, think about it. I learned how to trade from old floor traders. Floor traders basically had an interesting one that they would always talk to me about, which is if you're looking at anything with a major level, basically once you get below that major level, once you cross right back above it, as they hunt for stops on there and try to hit all the stops that they can, once you get back above that major level, most of the time you see a rally to the upside. That rally stalled out a bit, but once again, I don't expect it to just go straight up every single day. I think it could go up a lot more. So right now I'm just kind of sitting on my hands waiting for some more upside in Bitcoin, and I'll let it get back to you guys for earnings.
Oh, man, I love it. I don't even need to research this stuff, dude. You just keep me in the loop. I'm like, Copper, what's it doing? I'll just wait till 3 p.m. and Jason will let me know. It's perfect, dude. I appreciate you coming on and filling us in.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's always awesome.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, no, listen, it's always great having you on. I'd love to, if we get Josh up here at some point, again, have the two of you go back and forth a little bit, because I know that you guys are focused on very similar areas, and these areas have been doing awesome, and such an interesting points made around specifically copper the other day, where people were talking about, hey, when copper is going up, people are building things, right? That's a sign of a good economy. It's just learning these little things and then having an understanding of like, all right, where's energy at? NRG, which I talked about earlier, is up 50%.
Lower that down a little bit. You guys should be able to hear me okay now
something that
as well.
is sustainable. Well, let's take
While
a
hearing
look
this,
into
maybe one
the
higher.
earnings of the whole ecosystem and everything along those lines. Just a lot of great pieces of content here. And then, of course, you have Coco trading like a shitcoin as well. So all of these good stuff just flying around here. We do about 20 minutes left in the market today, and SPY is determined to finish the market flat. Really not doing too much here the last 20 minutes, although it did pop a little bit right in the beginning of Power Hour. So with that being said, Stock Talk, I want to come over to you for a minute here and get a little bit of thoughts. Last couple of days have been very light in the market. Have you still been able to find some powerful catalysts? Has anything really stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, we've been more selective, but, there's still been opportunities. Today we picked a name that did very, very well this morning. That's ticker AMRC, which some people might be familiar with. They actually just reported earnings, and Craig Hallam has been really good at these post-ER opportunities, and so we were looking at a couple notes this morning. We really liked this one. I'll read an excerpt from their note briefly. They said, AMRC's solid start to 2024 with Q1 results ahead of the street's expectations and also ahead of our own expectations across the board and above guidance with the year-over-year growth in all major segments. Craig Hallam says Q1 also included further growth in the project backlog, steady O&M backlog, 10 megawatts of energy added to operating energy assets, and 87 megawatts added to energy assets in development. Craig Hallam says that AMRC also reiterated its 2024 guidance, noting that timing and project conversion to awards is now improving. They see positive momentum, ongoing solid execution, and strong multi-year visibility from backlog of energy assets. So they raised their price target to 41 this morning, which as of this morning's prices was implying almost 100% of upside. So we really liked that note and jumped on it today. That stock traded higher by almost 30% today intraday. Is going to close the session probably by up about 25%. The other pick,
17 minutes until the market closes. Come on.
Also closed green, but did not have a big
good day of earnings for everyone.
That was Hexcel. Part of the reason you didn't see as much of an intraday reaction on this one, despite it being relatively strong versus the market, was because it's a little bit more of a longer-term note from Wells Fargo this morning. But I'll read what they said with Hexcel as well here, which is ticker HXL. They said, the firm sees upside to numbers, less Boeing 737 MAX risk versus peers, and a stock that is being unfairly punished for its CEO transition. While commercial aerospace is likely to grow 2 to 3 times over the next decade, aerospace composites are likely to grow about 6x.
We're getting to that 15 minutes from market close and earnings point.
Much more composite,
time to get serious.
Wells Fargo argues. The firm thinks that a new program launches at least a couple of years away. A Boeing CEO change could increase the urgency for a new plane, likely a major catalyst for Hexcel stock. So for those that don't know, Hexcel makes composite materials for the aircraft that's used in Boeing and Airbus's planes, including their major programs. So, that stock, like I said, up higher by about 1.5% today, but AMRC was a big winner. So, we are still able to find these spots, but they're harder to find. They're fewer and far between. We are making less sell-side picks than we made in, the market from earlier this year or the market from last year. So more selective, but definitely still able to find those spots. And the one good thing about earnings season is it does introduce another layer of volatility, right? It introduces additional undisclosed information, not only to the analysts, but to investors and traders as well. And so the reshuffling of the deck, if you will, as I like to say, that happening in earnings season does end up presenting a lot of opportunities in individual stocks, whether that's on a read-through basis. So in other words, you're looking at a report, You're seeing if there's any immediate
All right,
read-through
earnings
to
time,
any peers
15
in the
minutes away.
sector
Here we
or even
go.
any competitors, and then doing a sympathy trade based off that, or if it's just purely
Arm,
from
Airbnb, trade desk
reinvigoration
code.
of enthusiasm
Here's
in
my
an
4.
individual industry. Like if you see a solid report that draws volume into other peers in the industry, that often sets up and presents an opportunity in those stocks as well. So, yeah, there still have been opportunities and areas of strength. As far as the low volume action goes,
Welcome anyone coming in. Welcome.
there's a lot of people talking
It is
about it on
earnings
Twitter. I think
time.
we've talked about it here on this panel
Really
as
watching
well.
these 4, but we
Today's
got a
volume
lot
on
of
the
numbers
S&P
coming.
500 is
Trading
underwhelming
101. What's up?
as
What's
well,
up?
and we've seen
Hope you're
instances
doing
of
well.
that pretty much
We got the
all the way
spaces
back
also going on in the background, which you guys will be able to listen to, so you'll be able to hear everyone as well. Should be a good talk.
rally we've seen back through the 50-day moving average. We've had relatively low volume. Now, does that make me itch to fade the rally in a vacuum? No. I try to look at the context around.
Once this Stock Talk Weekly rant is done, we'll start talking directly about earnings. But yeah, should be a good time.
I'd like to have seen a bigger
Welcome.
a little bit of a
I'm going to be doing more of these, so if you're new in here, I see a lot of you guys subscribing, but also hit that bell button so you can get these sent directly to your inbox when we're going live.
To offer more relief today, but 10-year proof.
These are the tickers that I'm going to have on watch for earnings. All the ones pinned up here in the top. I think you guys can see them perfectly. So let me know if there's any ones that I should add. If any ones that you guys want me to make sure is on my radar. And then we have a couple moves here too.
That could be a fake
Get this
out.
back up.
We could see a reclaim of the trend line of the 10-year yield going into next week, or we could see further pressure. I think a big factor that's coming up, obviously, is inflation data. We have more jobs data coming up in the next few weeks as well. So I think both of those factors will play a role on yields. But I continue to just watch the 10-year yield. I think equities have been very responsive.
Appreciate you, Samuel.
Good guide in this market, especially lately. Like I said, equities are not always related this intimately to behavior in the 10-year yield, but they have been recently. And so as long as that correlation remains intact, then I'll pay attention to it. And for now, it is intact. So I just continue to monitor the 10-year yield for signal as far as what the risk-off or risk-on environment looks like, and just continue to operate that way. But I know Evan wants to stick on earnings, so we'll keep the earnings ball rolling. Go for it, Evan.
It is that time. It's that time of the day, time of that earnings season point. 3:45, 3:48, close enough. Like to start to switch the conversation over to the earnings that we do have, and today should be an interesting one. We have another day of those kind of a lot of like mid. This one has a little bit of larger names in it, but like decent sized companies reporting earnings. We got through a lot of the massive ones. We still have Nvidia to wait for, which could move the entire market, but ARM Holdings, Airbnb, Trade Desk, and then Robinhood as well are the main 4 that I'm excited for and watching. I know we have Instacart, Exact Science, IIPR is a weed play that I know a lot of people like to get into. Solar Edge, so we have some of the solar companies in there. It took a while to get out. But Stock Talk, I'll start with you. Oh, IonQ as well. I know that's a name that you used to talk about. I don't know if it's still on your radar ever. You watching any of these earnings? Any one of them specifically interesting for you?
There's a number that are interesting to me. I don't really have positions on too many of the earnings today, but there's a bunch that are interesting. I'm going to be looking at the Duolingo results, going to be looking at the ARM results. That probably has a broader impact at play for the rest of the semis as well. The Robinhood results that we've talked about, Airbnb, AMC, Trade Desk. There's a lot of names that I think are interesting after hours today that can introduce some additional volatility in the market, which is really what I look for as a trader, is just earnings reports that are going to introduce some volatility to not only to the individual stocks that are reporting, but to their peers as well. So yeah, ARM, Robinhood, Airbnb, Trade Desk, Duolingo, those are kind of at the top of my radar right now.
Nice. I got those jotted down. Make sure we're talking about some of those as we go forward. Airbnb, I'm looking at the candle. It's having a nice couple 5-10 minutes of moves here. We'll see how that if it can test the high of the intraday.
Because in those, I tend to pay a lot of attention to the travel stocks. I actually don't trade them that frequently. In fact, the only one I've been trading in the last few weeks, or have had a position in, was Delta Airlines, which has been quietly doing very well. I have the 55 calls for September. They're already up 70%. So I've been sitting in those. But when I'm in a trade like that, I tend to monitor the related stocks and try to look for signal. I looked at the earnings reports for Booking, Expedia, even TripAdvisor, which had a big sell-off today. But one thing I've noticed is that the strength in hotel bookings has been pretty good. Now, it hasn't been uniform. In other words, all of these travel agency style names are not all reporting that, but you did see it from Booking, and you saw a pretty good beat on actual hotel bookings. So I'm curious on what that looks like or how that reflects for Airbnb, if there's a correlative effect or if there's an opposite effect. In other words, if they're losing some market share incrementally to the hotel industry. So I'll be interested to look at that in the report as well and see if that corroborates the strength in hotel bookings. But that's just one small thing I'll be looking for the Airbnb report. Airbnb is not a stock that I've had a position in. I don't think I've even traded it in well over a year and a half. So not necessarily a stock I trade a lot, but yeah, I do think there's potentially going to be some valuable information in the report.
I'm looking forward to it. I am now. I just have I'm looking at the 5-minute charts, which I don't actually normally do coming into this. For some reason, ARM and Trade Desk are just moving lower randomly right now, heading into the close, and Airbnb moving higher. We'll see if that means anything.
There's a lot of fear about the earnings reactions. I mean, we've touched on this before.
Look at this 5-minute candle for ARM Holdings. It's literally down like $3 in one 5-minute candle.
Yeah, it's dumping here into the close. So earnings leaked? No, I'm just kidding. But no, I think one thing in this earnings season that's really important, and Logical touched on this earlier, is look, the reports I don't think have been too bad. The forward guidance has been a little weak across the board, not for every name, but I would say broadly speaking, the forward guidance has been a little weak, and that's led to some of these kind of fake out reactions where you get a stock that gaps up in the after hours of the pre-market and sells off in the regular session. We've seen a lot of that. But I think most importantly, what I've noticed is two things. First of all, looking left on a lot of these bigger names and just seeing how much they're up since the previous report. I think that's been a decent guide of where the barometer is. And, that's a pretty rudimentary thing. It's not rocket science to look left on the chart. But I think just looking left and saying, are these stocks up 60, 70, 80% since the last earnings report? If so, I think they're much more susceptible to a pullback on an imperfect report, even if it's a good report. And I think that's what we've seen a lot of. And on top of that, one thing I'll say is that a lot of the positive reactions we've seen that have actually held the move have not been in large caps, but have been in mid caps. And I think it's because they've run a lot less. When you look at last year's massive rally in the NASDAQ, the 60% rally in the NASDAQ, that drug up a lot of names, performance-wise, that maybe didn't deserve to go up. And, earnings season, like I always like to say, is a froth removal mechanism where stocks that went up and weren't supposed to, they get shut down during earnings season, and rightfully so. And so I do think mid caps have had a much, much easier job holding their moves to the upside, especially their post-earnings reactions. I mean, AMRC is an example today. That was a post-earnings name that we played. Stock's going to close up 25%, right? And so you have these spots where there is still strength, right? Toast is another example from today, TOST, which is up 14%, right? That's another SMID name. I guess they're a large cap now. They're trading like 10 billion, but barely.
Real quick, because we only have 5 minutes left, Toast and Square report strong earnings. Shift 4 is reporting tomorrow morning before the market. I'm just calling that out there. That's a potential runner to 70 if it actually has a strong print. Unlike Square and Toast, where if Shift 4 has actually a good numbers, a strong print, they are stupidly undervalued right now. This could be a big runner.
I know Kevin is going to have a hard cutoff at 4 for a little bit, so let's make sure we get him involved. I would love to hear what numbers you're watching, as well as whatever you want to talk about.
I appreciate that, Evan. Hey, real quick, I'm going to be looking at Solar Edge. Reason being, somebody's been selling a significant amount of put spreads, the $65, $55 put spreads, which those are in the money, but this individual has been putting and loading those up today, and then somebody else has been buying the $82 calls and selling the $85 calls against it. So a lot of bull flow on the call side, and then the put flow has been sells. And then also, that was Solar Edge. Beyond Meat, BYND, this one could be a mover. If you guys remember the last earnings announcement, it popped to $11, something crazy. But this one I'm actually a little bit more excited about because somebody has been literally loading the boat all day on the $6 puts, like a lot of contracts. When you're looking at the amount of contracts that they've been doing on these on the puts for.
What's up, Vadim?
I said $5 puts, right? I meant $5 puts if I didn't see it, but 467 contracts were done at a clip. 366 contracts were done at a clip. Looking at another 289.
Guys, just so we know, market's closing in like 4 minutes. Gonna have live earnings, and then Dan Niles will be joining us on this link at 4:15 p.m. Eastern for an interview. So we're gonna have these live earnings. We can get these numbers out the second I see them in front of you. Make sure you get them instantly, and then we'll have a really great interview coming up after this as well. So make sure you're hanging out for the whole thing.
They're fairly cheap. I mean, they were going for like 2 cents.
I'm gonna say that on the spaces as well.
Some of them were moving up a little bit higher than that, but once again, it appears somebody's looking for a pretty big downside move in Beyond Meat, and then an upside move in Solar Edge, which has been getting beaten down. So those are the two that I got my eye out on. And I won't be on after, so I hope you all have a good rest of your day, and I appreciate you having me on.
Appreciate you as always, Kevin. Yeah. By the way, for everyone, here's I know Wolf mentioned it quickly and we talked about it earlier. The schedule for today, we're going to be talking about all these earnings until 4:15, and then Dan Niles will be joining us on the Spaces for a live interview, which we love doing with him. So we're going to get a lot of great insights there. That's going to be at 4:15 p.m. Eastern, but we got a bunch of live earnings coming up right now. Let's just keep throwing around. Shy, I know you watch a lot of different names. I'm sure there's some today that are reporting. Which ones are you intrigued by the most?
Yeah, I'm going to talk my book first. Trade desk is pouring up the market. I've been
increasing
my...
Sorry.
No worries, man. Increasing my position 50% this year. It's a cyclical moment for them in ad tech election year. I do think the days are numbered that this name will be under 100. It's a very nosebleed valuation. I think they're trading at something like 70 times free cash flow. However, their free cash, they have 30% gross margins, growing the top line in the mid 20%. That combination is absolutely rare in an election year where we should see anticipated ad spend. I do think they're going to beat and guide up. One of those rare names in growth tech where they will be guiding up. I do think this is going to be one of them. ARM Holding, I commented on this earlier. I want this in my portfolio. It's a picks and shovel play within the new digital economy. I didn't anticipate it just gapping up 40% like they did last earnings print because they are expensive. They technically don't own any IP, and they just are one of the essentially they're
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Economy.
Market closing. Come on.
To $50. I'm selfishly hoping for a pretty big gap down on this, but also I wouldn't mind if they had a strong print and strong guide up because this is in a way.
Guys, let me know.
To NVIDIA,
let me know in the chat what stocks or earnings you guys are watching for. I want to make sure I have them all on my radar. But yeah, let me know what stocks you guys are watching for. What earnings?
Some other names I'm watching as well. IonQ is a small player in my small cap portfolio. They're super small, early innings of quantum computing. This is a total spec.
Messing with the volume.
Really
I think that's good.
Last quarter, their backlog got.
I think you guys should be hearing that pretty well.
Beat by like 40%. I want to see continuation in that as well. But again, their revenue is supposed to be.
By the way, this on the screen, this is Benzinger Pro. It's pretty solid.
In a company that small,
good for earnings. Really tough time.
Another name I'm watching, Robinhood again. I think this could be a runner. I have some debit spreads on that name. Duolingo is one that's, again, I just completely missed the ball on. I thought it was too niche, not a sticky product as much as, obviously I'm completely wrong because they're just executing with 20% free cash flow and their top line growth is
come on, here we go.
So looking to see
market's closed. Ding, 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 ding.
That name, but now the market is closed. And I do have some juicy calls for January 2025 on Shift4, ticker FOUR. Like I mentioned in Stock Talk just a couple minutes ago, Toast had really strong prints. Square had a really strong print last week. They both are POS systems. Shift4 is criminally undervalued. And
earnings incoming. Here we go.
And I'll pass it back to you, Evan, because I know some names will be trickling down.
Yeah, I'm waiting for any numbers that I get in front of me. If anything that you guys find interesting or are watching, definitely feel free to cut in here. These moments can be a little bit crazy, and yeah, so should be a good time. like we've been talking about, a lot of the earnings we're watching for: ARM Holdings, Robinhood, Airbnb, Trade Desk. According to this, ARM Holdings and Trade Desk should be out now or in an instant moment or something like that. But we also have AMC, Beyond Meat, etc. I'm seeing Trade Desk with a wick up and Robinhood as well, but I don't know if those numbers are out yet. But yeah, now is the weird time. Duolingo's out. Trade Desk is out. Looks like TTD. Does this make sense? Trade Desk revenue was... That can't be right. What am I... Oh, okay. Yeah, 491 million, beating expectations of 480 million. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. So nice there. And then a EPS of... That's GAAP diluted, non-GAAP. 26 cents, and that is a beat on expectations of 22 cents. So beat on top and bottom line for Trade Desk, TTD. That stock was initially moving higher, but it's part a little bit. It closed the day around 86 and it's at 89 right now, 90. TTD earnings are out.
And it just flipped, by the way. It's down now.
Oh, really? Yeah, damn.
Oh, now it's back up. What the heck is it doing? It's everywhere. It's down to 84 now.
ARM Holdings with a little bit of a drop down. Airbnb with a spike up too, but it's tough. I'm testing out these 5-minute candles and I don't know what's real and what's not. ARM Holdings is out. Let me get this in front of me. Okay. No, ARM Holdings is one of those ones that's going to be weird. It's going to take a little bit. Duolingo EPS was 57 cents. I'm seeing expectations here of 27 cents, which feels a little far off. So I'm not sure on that one. And then revenue of 167.6 million, being expectations of 165 million. ARM Holdings is going to take a minute on that one. They did the thing where they just say, like, it's on our website, and then you have to wait 5 to 10 minutes on their website, which is annoying. So I'll give you the update on those. How bad is the quality? Is it just a little rough, or what's up? Xbox is planning bigger job cuts after they're laying off some studios. Interesting headline.
This TTD move is just funny.
What'd you say?
So this TTD move is just funny. It was up like 3.5%, then it was down 3.5%. Now it's flat.
Paper, Monative, Frank, I see you guys down there. Would love to have you up here.
Yeah, jump up, Paper. Don't be shy. Water's warm.
Lukewarm. Airbnb, it is out. Revenue was 2.14 billion. Wall Street wanted 2.16 billion, so that's a beat on Airbnb for revenue. EPS. They always make EPS nice and a little more difficult to find.
There he is.
The request, so I was like, wait.
We did send the request. Sometimes it doesn't show. I recommend if you're waiting for a request ever in the audience, just tap the request button, and if it brings you up immediately, that means we've already sent it.
Yeah, we always send the request for paper.
I mean, 98% of the time.
94, let's be real.
Do you guys see Magnite numbers, MG&I?
I'll look in a second. Airbnb with a big wick down.
I see MG&I pumping. Wow. Well, it's certainly not me causing Airbnb to go down because I have 5 Airbnbs booked right now for the next 7 months.
Is Hood out yet?
Hood, no, I don't think so. Robinhood, Airbnb is, but I'm digging in to find the EPS number. The revenue was a beat.
Airbnb still dropping further.
TTD came in as a beat as well. We already talked about that one. I may just say fuck this at some point, but the revenue for Airbnb was 2.14 billion.
You gotta switch to the 1 minutes, Evan.
Is it time?
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, to see the shenanigans.
I have ARM here, 36 versus 30 expected on EPS. Revenue 98 versus 885 million.
What was the revenue?
928 versus 885. Fiscal year 2025 rev guide below estimates at midpoint. Q1 guide's 32 to 36 on EPS versus 31. Rev is 875 to 925 versus 882. Full year guide is 145 to 165 EPS versus 152 expected. Rev is 380 to 410 versus 398 expected.
Robinhood earnings revenue was 618 million, beating expectations of 555, and I'm still digging in. Here is
Hood is up 7%.
18 cents, beating expectations of 12 cents on EPS. Okay. Airbnb as well. I think I still need to wait on that EPS revenue number for Airbnb. Let me see if someone else has that. What are all the moves doing?
5%.
Yeah, Robinhood's still looking decent. I want to get that Robinhood and investor relations though.
MGNI route for somebody who's asking. Revenue 149.3 million, up 15%. Contribution ex-TAC is 130 million, up 12%. Adjusted EBITDA 25 million. Adjusted margin 23.3 million. Non-GAAP EPS 5 cents.
Yeah, HubSpot EPS was $1.68, beating expectations of $1.50. Revenue of $617 million, beating expectations of $597 million. The Robinhood one looked pretty decent. I need to get more of the info back in front of me.
Robinhood has faded the entire move. It is red.
Average revenue per user of $104 for them. Gold subscribers increased to 1.7 million.
Wow. Robinhood now pushing back into the green, up 1.3%. Man, they gave up that entire 7% move real quick.
What are all the moves here? Yeah. Airbnb is looking a little ugly too.
Was still down like 6%.
Yeah,
7.
Numbers.
Yeah, 7%.
The way I'm looking at it, it's hard to see percentages. I won't lie.
I got it. Because you're doing it on a different chart, right? You're doing
He's
it on
got it.
TradingView.
I would love to not be doing it on this.
I use Robinhood for the percent change. They make it super easy.
They make it super. Robinhood's UI is unmatched.
Yeah. I don't use it for like charting throughout the day or anything like that, but after hour price move percentage, yes.
Looks like Instacart earnings are out as well. There's all the ones I was prepped for. I'm waiting for the Robinhood Investor Relations one too, for them to update their website.
It looks like selling volatility is definitely the move again. Like I was saying just before all these numbers came out, because like the implied moves are higher than the moves we're actually seeing.
So a little bit. Shy, any thoughts on any of the numbers we got? TTD. What's TTD doing? It's up a little bit. Not as much as much.
Same shit, different day with the Datadogs, Cloudflares. It's just this earnings season, and it needs a bigger beat, but I am digging into it, so come back to me in a couple minutes. I can get some more color.
Heard. Stock Talk, any initial thoughts from your end?
Still reading through some stuff on ARM and Robinhood, but I'll get back to you in 2-3 minutes here.
Gotcha. I'm digging into the Robinhood one right now, too.
Hood back up 5%.
There you
Let's
go.
go. Interesting read-throughs happening. I'm looking at AMD kind of like falling a little bit too.
Oh, we have AMC earnings now that you say that. I need to think. Let me look at that in a second. Your favorite, right?
AMC earnings are not out yet, are they?
It might be a 415.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this Dan Niles interview we have coming up, too. I prepared for it. Should be some interesting convo. I may need to prepare myself for some not so nice things said about Apple.
I prepared my question, Evan. You want to know what it is?
I want to know what it is.
Evan, what questions do you have for Dan Niles? No, I'm just kidding.
That would be funny. No, I have some good ones. He sent over a report with some stuff, and there's some good questions on it, and I have just some general thoughts. I know Stock Talk has some stuff, and if other people up here want to ask a question, let me know. And yeah, so I'm very much looking forward to that one. Any more numbers crossing? I'm seeing Energy Transfer should be out. HubSpot's full-year EPS expectations came in above expectations. Their full-year revenue came in line with expectations. Instacart EPS was 43 cents. Expectations was -2 cents. Something's probably in that. Revenue was $820 million, beating expectations of $793. HubSpot guidance next quarter, EPS above, revenue below. That's a mixed one, and in this market, mixed, you're getting beat down. Let's look. Hubs, I think. What stock was that? That was Hubs, yeah. My guess is Hubs is moving lower.
HUBS,
Bang.
I got that for you.
Bang, it is. No, it is.
HubSpot is down 6.38%.
Not surprised. Mixed forward guidance, you're going to move lower off of that. What else do we have on here? Let's look at a different place.
Got that Mike Breen bang.
Exact Science, GAAP EPS was a miss. Revenue was a beat. Company maintained its forward guidance.
Yeah, they're down 7.5%.
Okay. That's a Kathy Wood name, I think.
Makes sense. Checks out. Airbnb down 8%, 8.5%. Still going down here. So Hood's really the only really nice positive reaction that I'm seeing, up 6%.
And that too, that Hood's up 60% since the prior earnings. I think the reason you're seeing a positive reaction here is the beat on profitability metrics across the board is pretty big. EPS beat is pretty big. Net income beat is very big, 157 versus 55.7 expected. Adjusted EBITDA beat is also very big, 247 versus 174 expected. So the profitability metrics are just much higher than expected. I think that's why it's being floated here.
Arm's dropping pretty hard here, down 7.5.
Magnite's up 5% after hours.
Right. That was the other one that was doing pretty good.
You're seeing the same reaction that we've been seeing, for the last week in growth. It's like if it's a good report, it's up marginally, and if there's anything a whisker of negativity in it, it's just down.
Actually, another one that's doing really well right now. App Lovin' is up 8-9%. Sorry, that was already talked about, but yeah, App is doing good. I'm really glad. I thought I was gonna fade this. It's up 700% in the last 6 months. I was like, I should really sell some calls, or I'm glad I didn't.
Bro, if Unity doesn't report any kind of strength tomorrow, I'm gonna be so tilted after the year App Lovin's had, where I'm holding a bag like Unity. It's just, hopefully it's a precursor for tomorrow's print for Unity.
Are you in Roblox too?
Hey, by the way, Dan.
Not yet. I'm waiting for that one. I want to see one more good print from them.
Dan Niles, I do see you in the audience. I shot you an invite. You just have to hit that request button. I'll bring you right up.
Yeah. Awesome. And so I think that does kind of shift, that we're going to start maybe shifting the conversation more towards the interview with Dan specifically, which I'm very excited for. Does anyone have any final comments here on earnings? Any thoughts that we'll get the way? We might even talk about some of them as a part of this chat. I don't know. But yeah, any final comments as we're maybe shifting the conversation a little?
One last comment. I think ARM has more room on the downside. So don't try to catch his falling knife.
Down almost 10%.
Yeah, the moves have been, we've been in a market recently, and I do want to ask Dan about this. This earnings season, there's been a lot of names that are getting hit pretty hard, and it feels like there's definitely a lot more names that are down 10-15% than names that are up 10-15% during this earnings cycle specifically. And we still have the markets hovering at pretty strong levels across the board, so it's been an interesting one. For sure. I changed the title up there. Should be good to go. All right. Wolf, what are you watching right now? Any of these moves still interesting for you? I'm watching ARM Holdings continuing. Robinhood pulling back a little bit now around 1890.
I wouldn't be surprised, if Robinhood pulled back again, just because that first full move just got entirely faded. And so there definitely seems to be some type of selling pressure, but it is holding up okay up here, up 6.33%. And the numbers did look pretty good. I do see we got Dan on here, though, so we can transition into that.
Awesome. Dan, how are you doing? Gonna hit that unmute button in the bottom left. I know sometimes with spaces it can be weird when you first come up. You might not be able to hear people.
Whoops, sorry.
There we go. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We're excited to have you back. I'm doing great. I'm excited for this conversation.
Yeah,
me too, Evan.
Awesome. So for anyone who doesn't know, Dan Niles is the founder of the Satori Fund. Shout out to him. He's been a really great friend and mentor coming on these spaces and sharing so much information. Probably has been on like 4 or 5 of these. Dan Niles was a tech investor who was green in that 2020 bloodbath. I love hearing some of his thoughts, even though sometimes you say some bad things about my largest holding, but I let it go. I read some stuff that got going on that there might be some good words coming about my name. It's Apple, by the way, but we'll talk about that going on. But I know you've been on here before, but I would love if you could give us a little bit of an intro about just yourself and all that good stuff as we get started.
Yeah, I mean, I've been, my name is Dan Niles, as Evan said, engineer by training, master's degree in EE, microprocessor designer at Digital Equipment Corporation, but I started on Wall Street in 1990, 4 years as an investment banker, 10 years as a sell-side analyst, and then the last 20 running money, and I started my own firm called Niles Investment Management on April 1st. And
congratulations!
That's kind of it. So, got control of my own pretty much everything at this point.
Anyway. Send me over the link or pin it up in the nest above. If you know how to do that. I'd love to get people to go and do that.
I have no idea how to do that, but it's called Niles Investment Management. So you guys can look it up if you want.
I'll get that up there.
Anyway. Yeah.
But awesome. I was reading I always read what you write, and I read what you sent me over the other day. And I want to start it with kind of 2 level setting things. I was reading your thing, and there was kind of 2 things underpinning in it. And it was, first of all, Jerome Powell and the Fed. The fact that the markets have started to kind of absorb in higher for longer. I would love to get your kind of baseline expectations for that as you do your research into the mega cap tech names of where you think Jerome Powell and the Fed are at right now, if it's going to be no cuts this year or anything like that. And then the other big thing I noticed underpinning a lot of the stuff I was reading was AI and kind of the AI haves and have-nots, specifically in mega cap tech, and how that is really important for a lot of your long-term thesis there. So I would like to kind of level set and start here and just get your like baseline expectations for the Fed and for AI.
Yeah, so I don't spend a whole lot of time, honestly, worrying about the Fed. It matters in the sense that if you go back to 2022, when you had the fastest, rate hikes in history, the market struggled because you switched from this idiotic transitory, view, which I never believed in, to, oh my God, this is real and it's going to be a problem. And so every stock got crushed regardless. And then you switched to 2023, and it was the exact opposite, where you went from the fastest rate hikes in history to a Fed on hold. And then at one point you thought there were going to be 7 rate cuts coming this year. So then everything went up, and it didn't matter if numbers were coming down either. So for example, Apple was up over 40%, but December quarter EPS came down 10% over the course of the year. Stock was still up. Or take Tesla, where estimates came down 50% in 2023, and the stock went up 100%. So the Fed matters, obviously, but within that framework. But now you've got sort of a Fed on hold, not doing anything. And, whether you get no rate cuts or, rate hike or rates go down 1, I think you're sort of in this, 1 plus or minus kind of for the Fed. But for me, I have very concentrated positions that I take, and a lot of that's related to fundamentals. And so that's kind of what I count on to get me through. But to your question directly, my guess is we get, 1 at most in terms of rate cuts, because I do think the economy looks pretty strong, and I do think inflation is higher than what we think it's going to be. And so in that environment, you're talking none to 1, most likely, is my guess. And there's enough deflation, maybe you could say, being imported, because don't forget, we're doing well, but Europe GDP's at 0%, and China is sort of who knows with the official figures, but it hasn't been the greatest for most of our companies. So I think that kind of keeps inflation from getting too out of control. And energy prices have gone from being up 20% year to date to up 10. And that's the thing I probably watch the most. Then to your second thing on AI, to me, the analogy I would draw to make it very simple is to the internet, which is if you say Netscape Navigator, which was the first mass internet browser, showed up at the end of 1994, and Cisco was kind of the NVIDIA of its day, right? Cisco became the most valuable company on the planet by 2000. NVIDIA's at number 3 right now. And Cisco, from the quarter before we heard about this thing called the internet to the peak in 2001, their revenues went up 16x, 15 and a half, I guess to be exact, from the quarter before to ultimately where it ended up. Now, if you look at NVIDIA and you say, well, ChatGPT really started this thing called, generative AI and all the stuff that we're focused on, then you can look at NVIDIA's revenues and go, well, that went from $4 billion to $24 billion in this quarter that they're supposed to report. So that's up 6x. Well, up 6x is not up 16x, which is kind of where Cisco ended up. And the companies that are spending on generative AI are the biggest, most profitable in the world. So it's, Microsoft and Google and Amazon and, Meta. Back in the internet days, you may remember a lot of the companies that were spending a lot of money were these companies you never heard of that were borrowing money, that were burning tons of cash flow. And so their ability to spend was really driven a lot by capital markets versus any cash flow that they were producing themselves. So I view generative AI as the most transformative thing we've seen since the internet, or the smartphone, whatever you want to call it. And so I think we're still very early from a time perspective. It's only 15 months versus 5 years, for the internet build out before that bubble broke. And the amount you've spent so far, if you use Cisco versus NVIDIA as an example, is not even equivalent. And the final piece is, Cisco at one point was trading at, 135 times earnings. And NVIDIA right now, if you look at, calendar 24, is trading at 40 times. So it's not even similar from a multiple point of view. So that's kind of how I think of where we kind of are. Now, that's not to say that NVIDIA can't go down, 30% very easily in this, while you're going through this, because if you go and look at a Cisco chart, you'll see that the stock went down 26% in like 1995, and I think it was 38% in 97 and 34% in 1998. So you can tell I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, which means that, it wouldn't surprise me to see NVIDIA do the same thing. But the stock was up 4,003% from the end of 94 to its peak in 2001. So NVIDIA is up over 400% from the end of 2022 to today, but up 400+% is not up 4,000% either. So anyway, that hopefully gives some perspective on it.
No, that was really great. I appreciate starting us out there. And before I let some other people get in and get in with their questions, I need to make sure we get my largest holding talked about, which is Apple, which I know generally you are not so bullish on. And I always love hearing really smart people talking about the opposite side of my stock, so I'm excited. I know generally it's been the right call to be not bullish on it, at least so far this year for sure. And I know we have a pretty major Apple event coming up, WWDC, in June. So I would love to hear your thoughts about kind of Apple going up into that event and maybe coming after it. I know they've kind of been considered behind on AI, but from the maybe it's copium, maybe it's whatever. But from my perspective, Apple has built the reputation of a company that will underhype and then actually deliver a great product. They're not going to release a chatbot, call it Gemini, let's say, and then it has all the problems first day, and it's a big embarrassment. So let's hope Apple doesn't make a mistake when they first release it. But I would love to hear your thoughts on Apple and kind of any updates for in the short term up until that WWDC event, and then more of the longer term. How you view it?
Yeah. So the short term. So I'm a big believer in stacking the odds in my favor when I invest. And so if I look at Apple, I like it quite a bit right now because of the statistics of them going into an event. And so if you look at Vision Pro as an example, I think most rational people viewed that as this is going to be a huge flop because they're trying to sell a $3,000 to $4,000 ASP product in this market to consumers. And we've already had Google Glass, Snapchat Spectacles, so there's no way this is going to do well, or at least that was my view going into it. And I think what we've seen is, as Apple said on their call, they're pivoting, which is another term for it didn't work the way we thought, to the enterprise. Now, having said that, the stock went up 9% in 1 month before that event, outperforming the S&P. So I would argue with a product that people should have known was a flop, it ran up anyway. And by the way, that's what it does before all of its product announcements, or I shouldn't say all, but it has a high propensity to beat the market as well as go up before product announcements. So if you know that, they have an AI event coming on June 10th, where we're almost within that window right now. Everybody is praying, who owns this thing, that this will somehow reinvigorate growth. And maybe it will, and maybe it won't. I'm more in the camp of it won't, and we'll get into that in a second. But in the near term, it really doesn't matter because there's enough people that want to desperately believe this will fix their problems that I think the stock will outperform to get there. Now, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. So here are the facts. If you look at Apple, their revenue in the March quarter was down 4% year over year compared to March quarter of last year. The Mag 7, the Magnificent 7, on average, their revenues were up 42%. Apple's the second worst stock within that group. Only Tesla's worse at down 9%. If you say, well, yeah, but that's cherry picking. It's only 1 year. Let's look at a longer period of time. Okay, let's pick 3 years. Over the 3-year period, March of this year, 24, to March of 21, Apple's revenues are up a whopping 1%. The Magnificent 7 revenues are up 86%. Even if you take NVIDIA out, it's up 45% on average. So if you say, well, yeah, that's still too long term, let's go all the way out to 5 years. Okay, so that covers COVID, the quarter before COVID, March quarter of 2019 to today. So Apple's revenues are up a respectable 56%. You compare that, though, with the Magnificent 7, their revenues on average are up 275%. The worst company beside Apple is Microsoft, where their revenues are up 102%. And even if you take NVIDIA out, the rest of the Mag 7, including Apple, are up 155 on average, so triple what Apple's up. So I understand why somebody who's long Apple wants to desperately believe that AI will fix the issues, and maybe it will, maybe it won't. For right now, I'm in the same camp with everybody who wants to believe this will fix the problems. But my view is very different, which is Apple's got an issue with competition, which isn't going away. Because Huawei, which we cut off from chips in 2019, came out. And by the way, Huawei at the time was the second biggest smartphone vendor in the world, competing with Samsung for the #1 title back in 2019 in terms of units. Then their market share dropped to single digits. And then this year, they came surging back. They launched a new smartphone in September, I think, of 2023. And they've been picking up a ton of share. And that's what Apple's problems are coming from, is that, plus they're behind. A lot of the Android ecosystem has AI capabilities already. And foldable phones as a category have fixed some of the screen crease issues, et cetera, which is pretty popular in Asia. And so Apple's behind on that as well. So getting AI on the phones will just get them caught up to what a lot of the other Android vendors already have, which obviously Android's Google's product. And, that's part of the issues right now. And none of this would matter if Apple had a low PE, and so you're getting paid to take the risk. But the problem is Apple trades at a 27 PE. The S&P trades at 21 times. And as we just went through with the growth profile, the facts are, you may believe Apple's a growth company, but the facts tell you it is woefully underperformed most of the other mega cap tech peers, the reason the stock's done well is the multiples just kept expanding because people, everybody has an iPhone in their pocket. They have tons of share in the United States, and people just want to believe, and they will right up until they don't. Now, maybe this fixes the issue. I mean, it's possible that AI forces a big upgrade cycle because a lot of us, upgraded during the COVID years. But those are the facts for the last 5 years, and thankfully the multiples expanded to bail you out. I find it interesting that Warren Buffett's selling, and we could say that's risk management or something else or tax reasons, which is one of the things he brought up. But at the end of the day, he is still selling. So we'll see how this works out. But in the near term, I'm on board with all the bulls that think this AI stuff's going to be a big deal, and then we'll see how the numbers go. So maybe this is the turn. I mean, there were some numbers out of China this morning that showed that Apple's, revenues in the month of March actually did well and were dramatically better than they were in January and February. So maybe after multiple years, arguably 3 years of problems, maybe we finally turned the corner. So you got to stay flexible when you're investing, and that's what we're trying to do right now. So that's the short term versus long term for Apple.
Dan, on Apple, what do you think about the share buybacks? 90 billion a year over the past couple of years in terms of announcements, 110 billion. It's essentially they're going free cash flow flat, which means that they're probably going to have to borrow, given a lot of their cash is overseas. And on your math, 27 PE, you inverse that, it's like a 3.5% earnings yield versus where they can borrow. It doesn't seem very accretive unless they think they're growing double digits going forward. Do you think that the buyback is compensating for some of the slower growth numbers that we've been getting? And does it make sense for them to buy back stock at close to a 33 PE?
Well, the thing you have to ask yourself is, I look at it slightly differently because everybody's like, oh, Apple's a great tech company. I go, no, they're not. They don't spend nearly as much as a lot of their competitors, which is why they're always behind. So if you look at CapEx to revenues, they're at 3%. Amazon's at 9%, Google's at 12%, Microsoft's at 17%, Meta's at 19%. If you say, well, what about R&D? Apple's at 8% of their revenues is in R&D. Amazon's at 14%, so is Google. Microsoft's at 12%, and Meta's at 26%. So these guys are always behind, and that's why they're talking about, partnering with Google or partnering with OpenAI for the AI on their chips. And to your point, I think they could take that money that they're spending on buybacks and really increase their R&D or CapEx to not be behind. But they're doing buybacks instead. And that's to your, to kind of what you kind of alluded to there. That's, we can create earnings per share growth if we go ahead and buy back shares and try to control it that way. But, it's a game that eventually runs out of gas at some point. And so, we'll see how that comes out. But I go, you really can't find anything better to do with your cash than to buy back your own stock, like investing more in technology. That also bothers me when I do those ratios and compare Apple and how much they're spending compared to their peers, and what they're spending to advance technology. So the buyback in a weird way bothers me that they are spending so much.
Yeah. I 100% agree with you, and I thought that was described quantitatively and very well. I mean, if these guys are underspending everyone else by 50% on R&D and CapEx, how are they going to catch up when it comes to AI?
Well, that's the thing. Otherwise they wouldn't have to work with Google or OpenAI. So, they've kind of proven that themselves. And so, I mean, the great thing about a name like Apple is we all probably were on this call have an iPhone, right? And so it gives you some comfort because you have something sitting in your hand, and so it makes you feel better about the stock. But I laid out the facts on revenue growth over the last 5 years, 3 years, 1 year. So I laid out the facts on CapEx to revenue, the facts on R&D to revenue. And you can have your own opinion on they'll be great anyway, even with the multiple that they're at, which is a premium, by the way. At 27 times for no growth, you can get Microsoft at 33 or Meta at 23 PE, or even NVIDIA is growing revenues at 100% at a 39 PE, or the market. You could buy the S&P at 21 times. But, in the short term, and that can be a year or so. Like, nobody cares about facts. It's all about how you feel and opinions. And right now, the thing is, AI is the deal. And if Apple can get, their 2 billion subscribers to upgrade, then that's going to be huge. So we'll see what happens. In the near term, the good news is I'm kind of aligned with those people who are bullish on Apple on a longer term basis.
Dan.
And Dan, I'm glad that you stepped in there and talked a little bit about Apple. I've been trying to tell Evan a lot of that stuff for quite some time, so I'm glad he heard it from you. And
but don't forget, right? The goal is to make money. So if we make money on it, like, who cares what the facts are? Because in the near term, it's not going to matter. And so I always tell people, do you want to be right, or do you want to make money? I want to make money.
I agree. So let's transition this a little bit.
Really quickly, before we do, last question and over to Stock Talk. It kind of sounds like you think Apple has a culture problem. And I've heard a lot of people talking on here that they think it's time for Tim Cook to move on as Apple CEO. Do you think that's true, or do you think it's just kind of where their product cycle is at right now?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you can either be a leader or a follower, and people always like to say Apple may not be first, but they do it best. And, what I would say is that when it comes to smartphones, they have fallen behind a lot of their Android competitors. And when you're running 40-something% gross margins, right, which to me, I look at gross margins as an indication of how much value are you adding. And then you compare it against the gross margins being run at an NVIDIA or Google or Microsoft, where, you're running numbers 60 to 80%. And then you go, okay, so despite having low gross margins, you're also, the way you've managed to manufacture your EPS with very little revenue growth is you scrimp on your R&D, you're scrimping on your CapEx, so your depreciation is low. So you can keep your margins at a pretty good pace. That's fine if it's a consumer staples, low growth stock, but that's not the way it's valued. So I guess it depends on what you want the company to be in the future, because an AT&T and Verizon trade at a very different multiple than an Apple does. And people say, well, you'll never give up your iPhone. Yeah, but you'll never give up the service that you're using for your iPhone to actually work either. So to me, there's a real dichotomy there, and these things will take years to ever sort themselves out. So with the Tim Cook question, I mean, if you're an Apple bull, you can just look at the stock and go, the multiples expanded. They probably they've done the best job of repositioning themselves and convincing people that they are a leader in technology and a growth company, when if you look at the actual facts, they're really not. And so you have to give them a lot of credit for the multiple expansion and the capital allocation, the buybacks, the dividend, all of that happened, under Tim Cook. And, kudos to them and what a great job they've done in terms of, all of that financial engineering and multiple expansion. And
well, it was Icon in 2013. I mean, when I was long Apple, if it wasn't for Icon coming in and changing the way they think, like I think their buybacks may have either started a lot later, or the composition of their capital allocation would have been completely different.
Well, they've also done a great job with the government. I mean, Tim Cook, whether it was Donald Trump as president or President Biden, he was one of the first CEOs, if not the first, to meet with President Trump. So, he's more than happy to put his personal feelings aside, whatever they may be, for the good of the company. And so you have to give him tons of credit for that. And every CEO has its pluses and minuses. But in terms of managing a really, very different political landscape during this whole tenure, I mean, he's done an amazing job. So there's a lot of kudos, too, you have to give him as well in terms of navigating this.
Awesome context there on Apple. Okay, Dan, we're going to transition a little bit into another category that I know a lot of people are interested in, and that's certainly going to focus in the markets, which is semiconductors. Now, obviously last year in the wake of the ChatGPT era, if you will, most of the focus was on NVIDIA and the sales of GPUs, and there remains a lot of focus in that category. But as we've seen, especially in the Q1 of this year, people are starting to speculate on where else that pricing power may move in the industry. Because as we all know, GPUs aren't the only component necessary to enable this AI race. And so kind of similarly to how we saw Micron, for example, in Q1 post not only a solid guide, but a really solid beat on the quarter. The stock was up about 20%. There are a number of other names in the industry that could be beneficiaries downstream of supply shortages and all of these different hardware components and semiconductors. So the first question being, what names are on your radar as potential beneficiaries that may not have seen the type of favor that NVIDIA, and SMCI and Dell and these names have seen? And also, what do you think is preventing that from happening, if anything, going forward? So just your general thoughts on semiconductors here. Obviously, SMH up 28% year to date, but the pullbacks recently on these names, especially the intraday pullbacks, have gotten a little aggressive. So curious to hear your thoughts in general on semiconductors here and any names you might be looking at specifically.
Well, this is a question I would ask you guys. How many semiconductor companies outside of NVIDIA have actually had their forward estimates go up over the last year?
Not many, but a couple. I mean, Micron.
No. Well, if you go back a year ago, right? Micron got negative.
Ago, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying over the last year since this whole ChatGPT thing started. So the point I guess I'm trying to make is that for a lot of companies, and by the way, it's not just them. I mean, if you kind of look at, the guys that reported, right? Google's revenues for the next quarter edged down a little bit after they reported in March. Meta guided below the street formally for June when they reported in March. Microsoft guided formally below the street when they reported revenues for March, right? Funnily enough, Apple's the only one that really kind of held. Obviously, I'm excluding NVIDIA from this. But the point I'm trying to make is if you look at AMD, right, they guided below the street when they reported for December for their March quarter. Then when they reported March, the numbers really didn't, I think they guided slightly below for June. Because the point is that for these semiconductor companies, their AI business is booming. But for pretty much everybody other than NVIDIA, the other businesses have gone down enough to offset the stuff that's going up. So, you're not going to like this answer, but it's the one I'm going to give you, which is is NVIDIA expensive? No. It's at 39 times. There's actually a whole bunch of semiconductor companies that are more expensive than they are. And I'm talking GAAP EPS, by the way. So just to be clear. So I look at that and I go, has their revenues gone up as much as I think they're going to before this is said and done? No, because the revenues are up 6x over 5 quarters, where Cisco's were up 16x, 15.5x over 5 years. And I've got a much better customer base spending with them. So I'm kind of looking at this, and you guys started off talking about ARM, and the reason it's down obviously is the full year guidance. When you look at the revenues, you kind of go, okay, well for the full year, ARM, is guiding revenues to $3.95 billion for March of 2025, and consensus is at 3.98. So technically, it's a little bit of a miss for the fiscal year. They have AI, but they also have a humongous smartphone business, which I would guess is why you have that disconnect. So for me, I go, are you an unhappy person if you owned Amazon and didn't own anything else and didn't bother figuring out what the derivatives were? Probably not. And so for me, I go, NVIDIA is not so expensive like an Apple is relative to its growth rate. Now, by the way, this does not mean I don't risk manage my NVIDIA position. I absolutely risk manage it. So the day they report, I probably won't be in there, depending on where the stock is. Obviously, the stock's gone straight down into it because, inflation's high and the Fed's been raising or something. That's a totally different situation. But, for me, right now, because I look at the valuation as a measure of the risk I'm taking, and I go, hey, the good news is I got a whole bunch of stocks I can short against NVIDIA that claim to be AI plays where the numbers aren't going up. that I think are going to get worked over. I think NVIDIA is going to have a massive beat and raise. I'd rather be with them than with one of these others where they talk about AI every time on the conference call, and then the numbers don't do anything or they go down.
Right. So you're saying you'd rather just stick with the leader at this juncture because you feel like they're reasonably priced, and why not?
Well, that second part's the important one, right? It's not Cisco at 135 times. NVIDIA's at 40. And that's GAAP. That's not the made up, non-GAAP EPS.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I think there may be some other potential semiconductor questions from the rest of the panel there, but I'll hit you with a follow-up question in a little bit of a different category before we go to the rest of the panel, which is in your thoughts on cloud. Now, I know, based on the Google and Microsoft and Amazon reports, there's a lot of optimism, not only around cloud acceleration, but around digital ad spending as well. So what are your thoughts on those two categories? And same question goes from what I asked before. Any specific names in either of those categories that you're looking at outside of the Mag 7, of course?
Yeah, so I think I'm really not looking outside the Mag 7 right now because I've got two very powerful things going on. One is I've got the most divisive, horrible presidential election we can all imagine coming up. And there's going to be so much money spent on social media to influence voters. It's going to be crazy. So for me, I look at that and I go, and that's going to happen regardless of the Fed's raising or cutting or the economy's in a recession or not. So why would I want to own anything other than Facebook in that scenario, especially with the pressure now on TikTok from the government? It's reasonably priced, right? It's 23 PE. The S&P's at 21 times. Meta's growing revenues at 18% this year. The S&P's at 5%. They grew revenues at 16% last year. And one of their big competitors, TikTok's under a tremendous amount of pressure, and I don't think the Chinese government will allow it to be sold. So I love that for spending. And then when it comes to the cloud stuff, I'm kind of cheating because Amazon and Meta, to be clear, were two of my top 5 picks coming into this year. Amazon more so because of their retail business and the leverage there. And if you look at Amazon from your perspective, which is the AWS piece, revenues for AWS were up, I think, 40% year over year. I think they peaked at 2021. They came down to 12%, I think, in June and September. Then went up to 13% December, and then they accelerated to 17% in March. And they printed their best operating margins in AWS ever while doing that. But the real leverage is coming from the retail business. So with Amazon, you get a little bit of both things, where they printed the best operating margin in their history at over 10% versus the 8.1, I think, or 8.2%, which was the prior record back in, I think it was 2021, for a quarter. And so there you got EPS that can double year over year, and that's driven by cloud and the acceleration in AWS that we just talked about, going from 12% to 17%. And for those viewers who don't know it, they are the biggest public cloud vendor on the planet, with about a third of the market share by themselves. And so if you're thinking about, I want to test this AI thing out, that's where you kind of go to run it. You got Google and Microsoft, obviously, after that. They're also seeing business, their cloud business accelerate. Google went from, I think, 32% growth, I think, in Q4 to 34% in Q1 on the Google Cloud platform. I'm 99% sure that's right. And so that's obviously accelerating, but Google's not an enterprise company, right? They're more of a consumer-facing company. So now Microsoft actually is probably the best because they're an enterprise company, and their revenues also accelerated from 28% growth in the prior quarter to 31% in the most recent quarter. And obviously they have this great relationship with OpenAI, which we all know, ChatGPT, that's what they produce. And they only have 3% search market share And Google has 93% search market share. And so if you believe that all the spending on AI is going to have some return, I got to believe that 93% share at Google goes down and the 3% share for search at at Microsoft, goes up. So that's why I kind of, if I'm thinking about cloud, I go Amazon because I got the backstop of the retail business where margin expansion is huge. And I got Microsoft, and I don't like Google because my basic view is I think AI is real. I think it matters. I think there's a lot of good other companies out there like OpenAI or Anthropic or Mistral or Perplexity or you pick your favorite. And I gotta believe that 93% search is under assault, and that's their bread and butter. And that's why longer term, I think, and by longer term I mean years or a decade, that's going to be under assault for a period of time, especially as we change our habits on quote unquote searching, where instead of searching, we may just have an AI assistant that we ask a question that gives us back an answer, and we're not clicking on 10 blue links having to research something ourselves. So that's how I think about the winners or not.
I was going to throw it over to the panel, but I'll ask you one last follow-up since you did bring up Amazon, which happens to be a darling favorite of mine as well. One question I want to ask you on the Amazon front is, what are your thoughts on international revenue for Amazon and the idea of some additional international fronts turning profitable? I know this.
Well, yeah, that's the next phase, right? Because that's been unprofitable for a while, and so that's the next part
this quarter, right?
Yeah, that's the next thing is getting that up to scale. Because the simple thing with Amazon is, like everybody else, they thought the benefits of COVID would go on for longer than they did. Then e-commerce turned lower, and they had massive overcapacity, and now they have huge incremental margins because now they're filling all that excess capacity. And I like earnings growth. I like profits. And if you look at them, they beat their operating profit forecast by 30% last quarter. 30. And so that's what I want out of my companies. And also Amazon's a little bit recession, beneficiary. I wouldn't say resistant, because no company's resistant, because they pick up share during recessions because people go price shopping. So I like that about it as well. So, and to your point, international, getting more profits out of that segment, that's a huge growth driver. Like, there's no company other than NVIDIA that I can think of size where the EPS is going to double from 23 to 25 on a GAAP basis.
Yeah, they have so many unpenetrated verticals too that they're opening up now.
Yeah, and they spend money. Like, they spend a lot on R&D. Like, we talked about those numbers before. But unlike an Apple, they spend, CapEx to revenues 12%. R&D as a percentage of revenues 14%. That's 26% added together. Apple spends 3 and 8, which is 11 added together. Like, these guys actually invest in technology. And I like that if I'm going to own a tech company.
That is fair. Okay, I appreciate those thoughts there. Monativ, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, hey Dan, good to see you here again. So a couple of things. I'll start off with one comment. It's not like Apple is spending cash to buy back. They are loading up debt. It's over $100 billion and increasing at a pretty nasty clip. Yeah, I get the tax benefits and all that, parking cash and not bringing it back, but it's still a scary amount of debt that they're starting to carry. So I'll try to tie some of these together. So, corporate refresh cycle, we've been waiting for that. A lot of companies are just not seeing it. We're not seeing it in the guidance so far from the ones that have, that have reported. So are you seeing any signs that could come about? Because that could help, the rest of the semiconductor, or at least some of them. Certainly AMD, for example, could pick up some, or could see less weakness in the other areas where they're not catching up on AI, right? So that was my first question, and I'll follow up.
I mean, you said it yourself, right? We're not seeing any signs of it right now. It doesn't mean it won't happen. A lot of people hope Microsoft end-of-lifing their latest Windows product will help an upgrade cycle next year, but we got to get through this year. And is there an economic slowdown? Because the one thing that's come out from all of these companies on the consumer side, or not all, but a big portion of companies that reported recently, McDonald's, Starbucks, go through the list, is that there's some pressure on the consumer. So we'll see what happens, because at the end of the day, the U.S. is a consumer-led economy. And if there is pressure on the consumer, then, an upgrade to PCs or smartphones, you have to take that into account as some pressure on that. But I have my long-term forecast, but I look at the day-to-day data. And to your point, you don't see any evidence of it right now. So, and the funny thing is, if you're a bull every year, right? And we went through the Apple numbers for the last 5 years. Every year, without fail, somebody comes out and says, "Oh, there's going to be a big upgrade cycle," and there isn't. So, COVID drove one, obviously, but that was for a totally different set of reasons, because everybody had to have their phone and working from home. But since then, there's been nothing. So I'm hopeful, but right now I don't see any signs of it. And so, hope is not an investment strategy, as I like to say.
Yeah, fair point. So the follow-up question I have, a slightly different topic, but what you just mentioned, a lot of guidance is starting to be weak Q2, but keeping 24 numbers, which means they are expecting back half growth. What are they seeing in the back half growth? Obviously, they're not talking about it. That would, that would justify, well, okay, it's a little bit farther away, but besides that, are you seeing anything?
I hate companies that guide long term. I think companies just shouldn't do that, because if what always gets me is companies that say, okay, well, I'm going to guide for the next 90 days. I'm taking my numbers down. And I always joke, I go, I've never met a CEO that doesn't think 6 months from now his business isn't going to improve. Because in the near term, your business may suck, but to some degree, to be a CEO, you have to be an optimist. Elon Musk, I think, kind of said it best. Doing what he does is like chewing glass and staring into the abyss. So you've got to be an optimist to be a CEO. But I think the problem is that people go, oh, well, they have some special insight into, well, the near term's terrible, but 6 months from now, so I'm going to keep my full year the same, but I'm lowering the next quarter. And so all that does is it puts added pressure on the back half of the year. And I think we've all just been talking about how things look like they're, kind of slow a little bit.
So Dan, that's a really good point, because we've seen that all quarter. There's several, especially in the software space, seen companies downgrading Q2 and keeping estimates for the rest of the year. And when you do the math, we're now looking at a fourth quarter for S&P 500 companies with 18% growth expectations after 8% growth in the fourth quarter last year. So difficult comps. So if we just keep doing this, we keep saying, second quarter won't be that great, third quarter won't be that great, it pushes all your growth into the fourth quarter, which just seems unrealistic.
Absolutely. That's why companies like Apple that don't guide more than a quarter out, that's the way you need to do it. And by the way, Apple's had every quarter last year after they reported the forward numbers have come down. So at least they didn't have a full year estimate they had to deal with. So they've done a good job with that. So I really hate long-term forecasts, because I've been in this business long enough where, the downturns are always worse than you imagine. The upturns always go on for longer than you imagined. And the best these companies can hope for is to look out 3 months and hope they get close. And I think we've seen this often enough to realize that's the truth. I think CEOs, for their part, I always like an aggressive CEO and a very conservative CFO, because I think that's the best combination at a company. And so I hate seeing the next quarter cut and the full year maintained, because part of that is to hope on their part, because the near term is where they have the most visibility. The longer term is where they have the least visibility. And so, like, why do that to yourself and set that bar? Because the analysts, and I did that job for a while, 99% of them, they will all just put out whatever the company says in their models, and then all that does is it increases pressure on the back half. And I go, yeah, and like energy prices are up 10% year to date. They were up 20 at one point. Interest rates have gone up. We're talking higher for longer. And stimulus, benefits that used to be in people's savings accounts, those are running out, especially at the mid to low end consumer. Like, you have all of this stuff going on. So why on earth would you leave the full year the same if you have to cut near-term numbers? Which is why when I started the year, my forecast had been, I could see the stock market up 20% in the first half of the year, but I could also see it going down 30% in the back half if some of this other stuff, comes to fruition. And so I manage the portfolio. I manage, my positions day by day, and try to balance the risk versus reward. And what I've seen this week on the consumer side definitely makes me nervous. And quite honestly, the guidance for June from the big caps that we just talked about, where numbers didn't go up, despite AI.
Dan, you did talk about Elon Musk there for a second. Hey, we're on Twitter for 45 minutes here, and no one talked about Tesla. That's probably a record, but little joke. But we'd love to hear your general.
Talks enough about Tesla every 30 minutes,
Well, I mean, I'm a massive Elon Musk fan. I view him, and I've said this before on your podcast, I view him as the Thomas Edison of our generation. You think of a man who's changed so many industries by his sheer force of will, whether it's solar or space exploration, or even what he's doing for, transportation with his tunnels. He's just incredible. But when I look at Tesla, Warren Buffett has a saying, when a great manager, or I'm going to paraphrase this, I'm going to butcher it, but when a great manager meets a bad business, the business will keep its reputation intact. And for right now, the EV business, for whatever reason, demand for electric vehicles is slowing down. You've got tremendous competition coming from the Chinese. And financing costs for automobiles have gone way up, along with interest rates. And unfortunately, Tesla's got an 80 PE. So you put that together, and despite the fact that Elon's probably the most brilliant guy on the planet, it's going to be a tough road. And people care now. They didn't care last year. As I said, estimates went down 50%, 50 last year for the fourth quarter that they reported. And the stock was up 100. But that can't go on forever. And obviously that's turned this year, where estimates have kept going down and the stock's now down 30. And with an 80 PE, it's just hard, as much as I want to be bullish on Tesla.
Have you tried full self-driving or FSD supervised or whatever it is before? And do you have any thoughts on that one? When the bulls talk about Tesla, that's I'd say the normal bulls.
By the way, I have the big. I don't have the Cybertruck, but I don't have the Cybertruck, but the Tesla truck before, not the S.
The Y.
The Y, yes. Sorry, I keep forgetting the letter here. My kids always make fun of me for that. But yes, I have the Y with the funky doors, which I love, which remind me of the. Yeah. So anyway, but I've checked it out. I'm a control freak, so I hate having my hands over the wheel while it does its thing. But my son, who's in his 20s, when he takes it out, he loves it. He uses it with with the full self-driving. He thinks it's great. For me, I like having control of my car, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask. But I love my Tesla. I think it's the best. It's a computer on wheels. It's a marvel of engineering. So, yeah, now the problem here, this is a different issue, which is, it's really unfortunate that because Tesla isn't unionized, that, but to be fair, the government is suing every big cap tech company for one thing or the other. And so, to me, I view America as the greatest, country on the planet. I'm not from here. I immigrated here. I'm a U.S. citizen now. And so the opportunities here are unbelievable. And it just saddens me that we're not supporting our companies against the rest of the world, because the Chinese are sure supporting their companies against the rest of the world. And Tesla has the best technology on the planet, regardless of whether they have a union or not. But they're constantly under pressure from the government. But to be fair, the government's after every one of our big tech companies, so I guess they're playing fair by hating every one of them.
I was on mute, but that got me a little chuckle there. I got one more question on my end of the plant stuff, and then if anyone else has any things. I know we like to go in about an hour here, and we got about 10 minutes left within that, but we're going to stay as live as possible. I want to hear your favorite Mag 7 pairs trade. There's one name. I guess it could be two longs or two shorts, but preferably one name that you think that would go long or one short, and honestly, whatever time frame you want. Could be year, could be 5, could be 6 months, whichever one you want to throw from the hip from.
Yeah, I think we already talked about it to some degree. Like Google over the long term, if you believe in AI, they have 93% share in search. That's their bread and butter. So from a longer term basis, now obviously they're going to benefit from the election spending too. But that's the one over a longer term basis. They have to cannibalize themselves, but everybody else is trying to cannibalize them too. And then I look at Meta and I go, reasonably priced, good, revenue growth. They're going to benefit from the elections. TikTok is, I don't think, going to be here. I think from a longer term perspective, that sounds pretty good to me.
It feels like Meta is also one of those companies who could encroach in Google's search area. I don't know have you seen the Meta AI thing that they've added into different areas?
Yeah, and that takes away from Google's search revenues. The other thing too, which we haven't talked about, is I really wonder if the Ray-Ban, Meta Ray-Bans, that becomes the surprise winner in this whole. The Vision Pro, I think, is a joke at $3,500 for the average consumer. But I go at $300 for a Ray-Ban $350. Could that be the surprise sleeper hit when they go through their next round of changes and add some AI features to it and such? And so, we'll see. I live in Florida now and I don't speak Spanish, and so it'd be great to have a pair of glasses that automatically, change the menus on the fly and give it to me in English and help do auto translations or whatever, right? And if you can get it to me for something that doesn't, nobody's wearing a Vision Pro out on the street. You can wear your Ray-Bans out on the street, right? Nobody talks about it. I get why, but I do wonder, 2 years from now, could you put a little more features into it at a price point that the average person that can afford, that's not dorky looking? And we talked about how much Meta is spending. They're spending 19% of their revenues in CapEx. They're spending 26% of their revenues in R&D. That's 44% combined. Unless you think every engineer they hired is stupid, there's probably some return on that at some point, and it may not be today or tomorrow, but a couple of years from now. I think Zuckerberg is pretty smart. We'll see what happens. And I'm not paying a lot to get it at 23 times. And by the way, if something goes wrong, like we saw in 2022 when he said he was going to spend, an exorbitant amount on the metaverse and the stock got hammered, and then he came back and said 2 weeks later, no, I'm going to spend less. That gives you a margin of safety because you can always decide I'm going to spend less than what I'm currently spending if there's an issue, which, a company like Apple doesn't have that luxury. They're already spending very little. How much more can they cut it? So that's probably the pair that I kind of think about in my head from a longer-ish time basis. The one thing that keeps me up at night on Meta is obviously, they've got, if you exclude China, which they can't get access to, they've already got a good portion of the world using their products. Like, at some point, you just run out of people on the planet you can add. So at what point does that become an issue?
It's like 50% or something like that of the world's population uses a Meta product on a monthly basis, I think it was, or even daily.
Yeah, and so that's my point, where you go, like, there's multiple ways to grow, but that's one of them, right? You add more people. The other one is you have each of those people paying more for what they're using. And, and then the last piece is you have them spending more time on your stuff. So that's one of the three things. And so eventually you run out of people on the planet that you can get to, right? So I don't know where that is, but like, that's the one thing with Meta that I kind of sit there and think about and go, like, when does that become a problem? Because it sure doesn't seem like a problem right now, which is pretty amazing when you think about it.
It's pretty hard to pitch the idea that Meta is in their first half of acquiring users. It is still in the first half of acquiring users, where I believe for the long term. Will take a couple decades, centuries for that one to come about. I find the Ray-Bans to be very, very interesting. Less for what they are right now, but because that's, in my mind, the form factor for if the metaverse or if AR, which is what we market now accepts, that's what it needs to be. I'm one of those believers who actually believes the Vision Pro and the Meta Quest will be competing in a big new space going forward. I probably think it's in that 3 to 5 year range, just given how hardware has developed over the last couple years, a couple decades. It might be closer to that 5-year one, because those headsets are bulky. Apple's batteries are literally on the outside. That's horrible. So there's a lot of rough things about it now, but the Ray-Ban glasses, I think, are the complete other end of it, where they have the perfect form factor, but not enough features yet.
Yeah, well, and it's always a combination of the two, right? Like, do you need a Ferrari to get you from point A to point B? Not really. And so for me, my kids will call me cheap, but I like to think of myself as frugal to some degree, and this fits a nice price point, right? Not everybody in the world can afford a Ferrari, but a lot more people can afford a Toyota. So I kind of look at these Ray-Bans in kind of the same vein. Like, at $3,500 for Vision Pro, that's a totally different price band than $350, which is still not cheap, obviously, but it puts you into a totally different category of people who can at least check it out and see if it works. And they look actually pretty good too, right? So you can wear them out in public and nobody will look at you funny. So and you're right, the time frame on this stuff, unfortunately, I'm a technology optimist, and so I always think things are coming sooner than they will, and that's probably the case with this. But let's face it, AI has made unbelievable strides in just the 15 months since we heard of ChatGPT, so we'll wait and see.
Let's go over to Stock Talk for the last question on this.
Well, on that point you just made about the strides that have been made in 15 months, first of all, I agree with you. But one criticism you hear pretty often is that you haven't seen the earnings power permeate through the industry the way people expected it to. And I personally find that to be a hasty criticism. I think, in the next 10 years, we're going to see a lot more, not only productivity as a result of this, but earnings power as well. So what do you kind of see as the next frontier? I mean, we talked about semis earlier. We talked about the idea of, GPUs continuing to be a pretty high demand business and will likely be for the foreseeable future. Where do you see the next big shelf of earnings power rising in this theme, if at all? And I know I'm asking to speculate there, but I'm curious of where
I think where the next thing will be is which companies actually harness this thing well. Meta has done a great job, right? They're showing you the videos that you want to see. They're surfacing those, so you're spending more time on the platform, and then they're using AI to help optimize the amount of dollars they get for every ad that's shown. So the question is going to be, out of all of these other services that sit on top of AI, who's going to do a really great job? And I honestly haven't found somebody yet, and I'm looking. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's interesting, but for me right now, much to much like you started the thing, you like, there's all this optimism, but like, where have the numbers really changed? Really nowhere. And so, if you want to be, and I'm not a pessimist on this, and this is not what I believe, but there's also the school of thought. You go, well, this is just table stakes, right? Everybody's going to need to have some AI capabilities. Everybody's going to spend a bunch of money, and it's just going to, and then your term is going to bring down, profitability across the space because of that, and then it'll monetize. And the truth is somewhere probably in between. So, we just talked about Meta. Could like the Meta spectacles be, glasses be, Ray-Bans be like kind of the next big thing? I haven't really seen something where I go, yeah, this company is really going to use AI well. We've already talked about the Mag 7, so outside of that, like, there's not one name that I go, oh yeah, this is the one. I'm quite honestly, like, if I'm looking at derivatives, I'm looking at kind of like power. Like, one of the top picks coming to this year was the uranium, ETF, and you're hearing more and more about nuclear, because the thing that's obviously getting brought up now is not, you can get the chips now. The problem is now getting the power to these things. So that's kind of where I'm sort of looking, and it's not sexy, obviously, but like, if I think about it and I go, okay, these things are power hogs, like maybe that's a good place to go look. But at some point you will come up with some company. It's just I honestly, I haven't found something that I go, yeah, this is the one. Because quite a lot of the software names that have said we're AI centric, and I'm going to not name names here, but I think you guys all can pick your favorite. They all talk AI, and then they report, and the guidance goes down, and people are like, wait a minute, you said you were an AI company, and then why are your numbers getting cut? That's the problem you're running into it with pretty much all of them right now.
Awesome, Dan. I appreciate you joining us on this Spaces. I really do. We're lucky to be able to hear from you it feels like every quarter or so. So I appreciate you for joining in. Just quickly before, I just want to make sure everyone down below, if you enjoyed the Spaces, make sure you're following Dan. There was a lot of really great information shared on here. The recording will be available after this is done, and we're going to clip some stuff up, so there's a lot more of this will be seen, will be easy to view. And also, I pinned up in the nest above Dan's new website. Congratulations on finally owning everything you're doing. That's a really great feeling. So, and it's so recent. So congrats for that, and we appreciate you. And I want to know if there's anything you want to leave people with, any final comments, anything like that.
Stay nimble, stay adaptable. Don't have any fixed thoughts in your head, because I think you're going to need it in the back half of this year. But that also, volatility creates opportunity. So best of luck to all of you in your investing. It should be a fun back half.
Sounds like we have a good Spaces or two coming in front of us, talking about that half. Awesome.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Appreciate you, Dan.
Thanks for having me on, Evan. Bye.
Have a great one. Awesome. That was a fantastic conversation there, capping off a pretty big day of earnings. Love it. Awesome. Stock Talk, you have any takes on what we were talking about there? I was excited to at least, even if he was going to say some bad stuff about Apple, which I knew was coming and is fair, at least we got until WWDC, their AI event, it could be good. The classic Apple run up into event and sell off after it. We'll see if that one happens. Overall, definitely more positive from the Mag 7 front on NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta. A little bit more bearish on Tesla, Apple, and Google. When asked about that pairs trade, kind of more for the long term, you would say long Meta, short Google, talking about how their search area is being encroached into. And I did see something recently, 1 percentage point in that search market, I think as of like 2 years ago, was worth $2 billion of annual revenue. So it's a pretty massive market. But Stock Talk, what you have any thoughts on that?
No, I mean, I'm usually on the same page with Dan. I was glad that he, his favorite Mag 7 is Apple, Amazon, and his least favorite is Apple. That's kind of where I'm at as well. But look, I agree with him that the AI story can be a tailwind for Apple, especially headed into the event, maybe even past the event. This is a narrative-driven market. The entire AI theme has been a narrative-driven theme. I mean, if you look at outside of NVIDIA, which, Dan made this exception as well, and I think it's important to make that exception because NVIDIA's fundamentals objectively improved last year, and they improved by a lot more than anyone expected them to. And so, NVIDIA went up for good reason last year. But outside of NVIDIA, a lot of stocks went up that shouldn't have gone up, and it's a rising tide lifts all boats effect. And there's, a lot of AI beneficiaries whose stocks doubled and tripled. And I put AI beneficiaries in air quotes, but they either don't have a moat or aren't anywhere near their peers in development of those softwares. So that's a problem. And there's going to be just like there was in the internet era, there's going to be a lot more losers than there's going to be winners from this theme. I mean, that just is how new technology themes tend to be. They're more disruptive than they are participative. And that's going to be the same thing for AI. I mean, there's going to be, I think in the early stages, probably a bigger pool of beneficiaries than you'd expect, but very quickly that'll get narrowed down. And, even with Shy a couple of weeks ago when we did the first Wolf podcast, when me and Paper did it with him, we talked about the server market a little bit. And, the server market has been a huge beneficiary of the early stages of this AI theme. But the likelihood is that market is going to become commoditized very quickly. I don't want to say there's no innovation in it, but the barrier to entry to being a player in the server market is dramatically lower than the barrier of entry to being an AI chip player or being an enterprise software player. And so that, I think, is the distinction. And so there are corners of this market that, as it gets bigger, by virtue of scale alone, will be eroded as beneficiaries. Because once an industry stops becoming a next-gen frontier and goes from being that to being a mature industry with hundreds of billions of dollars in annual revenue and every major company in the world participating, that industry makeup is a lot different. These supply gluts that you're seeing in corners of the computer hardware market now won't exist forever. Even with Micron, which is a name that we've talked about a bunch that was a beneficiary last quarter, their tailwinds from an HBM standpoint, they may not even last a year. In fact, that might have been the only quarter that we see it. I have no read through to Micron's next quarter. I haven't really started doing research on the next quarter for Micron yet, but maybe in their next quarter, they'll say, hey, look, we've seen that boost in pricing power we saw from the supply shortage come down dramatically already. These are short-lived impacts. That's the issue. Most of them are. The GPU market probably has more tailwind because that's the core component of this whole game, right? And so you look at the GPU market and you're like, okay, I could see that having tailwinds for 3, 4, 5 years. Now, that doesn't mean NVIDIA is going to beat every estimate. That's an entirely separate conversation, right? But I think the industry has legs to grow. And I think at some point, once the GPU market on an annual basis becomes large enough, then you'll have companies like AMD who introduced competitive products in the back half of last year, haven't really seen the big boom style impact that NVIDIA saw last year. Eventually, they'll have roles in the industry as volume players, right? When an industry is new, everyone wants the best products in that industry to remain competitive. And that's what you're seeing with the big tech companies. Everyone wants NVIDIA's GPUs because they're the best in the industry. And they want, if Microsoft's going to be competing with Google and Google's going to be competing with Amazon, and these companies are all going to be competing with each other in a sphere, they want to have the best hardware. But eventually, once this becomes more quote-unquote public
These guys,
access,
I don't disagree.
and
I don't
more
like
smaller
small
companies
caps,
become
but that's just
involved
me.
in the AI thematic, then there's room for a high-volume player. And I think that's where AMD's opportunity might be down the road. And look, even though there's memory shortages today, as the industry gets bigger and bigger and people realize, okay, not only do we need GPUs,
Definitely
we need
coming up on the
cooling
end of this
components,
one.
we need servers, we need memory components, we need
Been
high
live for 8
bandwidth
hours
memory,
and
we need
40
DRAM.
minutes.
Once the industry wraps its mind around this and it gets big enough, then the supply will be built to provide those corners of the industry. So the supply dynamic is kind of in favor of these pricing power waves right now because it's such a new industry. But as it grows, the ease of those pricing power dynamics will slow, and you won't see as many of these random spots about performance as we've seen early in this theme. But look, I think the theme has legs. I think I love the point that he made about it being a 15 months in, and we've seen crazy progress. I mean, look at the image generators when ChatGPT was released, go back and look at the AI image generators and look at them today. And it's like, it's a little over a year. And now they're dramatically better. They're better to the point where people can make like full-length videos that are pretty compelling. I mean, the ones that OpenAI released as a sample of theirs were pretty impressive. So, yeah, I don't think this theme is dead. I think it's far from dead. But the fundamental relationship between the theme is where people find their criticisms, right? They cherry pick and they go, well, look, I thought this company was an AI beneficiary and the earnings per share didn't reflect it. And it's like, okay, that's fine. That one company not being an immediate beneficiary doesn't mean the theme is dead. As long as you look at the 3 or 4 leaders, like Dan said, NVIDIA right now being the only distinguishable one, but also looking at the Mag 7 and looking at their spending patterns. I remember when we covered the Mag 7 earnings, Evan, you asked me, you were like, what is the main thing you're looking for in these reports? The first thing I said was, I want to see how much money they're spending on AI. Because they are the arbiters of whether this continues or not. If Microsoft, Google, Tesla all want to spend, an accelerated amount of additional capex year over year for the next 5 years on this theme, then it will remain a theme. I mean, they are the arbiters of whether it remains a theme or not. So, yeah, those are kind of my general thoughts on everything you said. I agreed with 90% of it. What's up, Shai?
I fully agree with everything you just said. It's a lot more transitory than a lot of people think, this AI theme, specifically on the hardware component. Would you say it's super far-fetched to say that the stickiest part of this AI theme would be the data? So you have to just track the data, and the best way to capitalize on this AI theme is find the data, owners of the data, the software names will capitalize on the data, because that'll be the stickiest thing in the long run that won't go through the cyclical trend of the hardware or like the hot potato game of the price needle power.
Yeah, so the data question is interesting because both Sam and Elon have talked about this, which is like this question about quantity versus quality of data. And I think when it comes to training models, quality of data is more important. So, yeah, I'm not sure that that's like a permanent frontier either. Once AGI, or if and when it's achieved, I don't want to say if because it probably will be at some point in our lifetimes, but when it's achieved, I think data sets become dramatically less important. So I don't know. I don't know if there is a permanent frontier here because none of us really know how that would unfold. How the discovery, like if somebody said they had an AGI model and they released it, like I just don't know how that would unfold on an economic basis. So that's really hard to project. But look, the hardware theme I think is fleeting, mostly on the peripheral components. I think the core components, like I think GPUs are going to remain a pricing power haven for a long time. Arguably longer than all of the other peripheral components. I think it's areas like memory, servers, like I talked about, that are in jeopardy of losing pricing power edges as we go forward. But when you look at the software side, I think if you're going to ask me what has the most staying power, I think it's the enterprise software side. More than and maybe that overlaps with the data side a little bit too. But if I think there's one permanent winner from this, I think it's the enterprise software side, because I think enterprise software is going to become so much better as a consequence of this that you're going to be able to charge unheard of subscription rates for those enterprise software products. And I think that's where the real end game winners are, if I were to guess. But I mean, obviously no one knows what's going to happen is, the very early innings of this theme. Like Evan likes to say, it's like the very beginning of the first inning. So we'll have to see what happens. But that would be my guess, is that enterprise software is the permanent winner.
Awesome. All right, I think this was a pretty good talk here. This is a jam-packed Spaces. Had a lot going on, and I think this was very informative. I know it was very informative. The recording of that whole conversation over the last little bit will be available once we close this. And then I'm also going to clip it up to its own thing with that Dan Niles interview. So be on the lookout for that. I appreciate the speakers for coming in and making this so fantastic. So make sure you're following them. If you're going back and looking at the recording and hearing this, that means that you're at the end. And what are you doing? You're kind of crazy. You just listened to a 3-hour thing, not live. But also make sure you're following everyone up here. And yeah, with that, If anyone has any final comments, Jay, I appreciate you coming in and sharing so much.
Sure thing. I have a flight tomorrow to Europe, but if you guys are interested in software and the cloud, you should look at Arista Networks and listen to their call. It was a very interesting call.
Jay, are we going to an undisclosed location, or are we disclosing what country we're traveling to?
Oh, I'm going all over the place, but I'm going to start in London and make some rounds. Might meet a couple clients, and then we'll come back the following week.
Nice. Ooh, following week. Okay, so you got a lot going on.
It's going to be an 8-day trip. 8-day trip.
Okay. Croatia's a great place. Croatia and Greece, two favorite places I've been to in Europe. Mr.
Greece, I love Greece. I love Crete. I love Mykonos. I have to go to Croatia, but I think I'll do that in June.
Crete was fantastic. Underrated. Better than all those like touristy islands. Shai, got anything you want to add in at the end here? Appreciate you joining in.
Yeah, I mean, what Jay just said, Arista is the most underrated infra player right now, and a lot of people don't cover as much. So I love what they were saying in their earnings this week. But yeah, what StockTrack was saying, that's exactly why I'm positioning my portfolio for the enterprise software names, where that is going to be the lasting power. And I know that's going to be like the end goal of this AI theme will be enterprise software. I have no freaking idea when we're going to finally see that inflection points in their earnings. I just know it's for sure going to happen. But it's not going to happen for all software, enterprise software names. You have to be very selective on which ones will be the direct beneficiaries, because the ones who aren't, they're going to be gobbled up like guppies by the bigger software names. And it's going to be a really dangerous, polarizing time where you're going to see a lot of these software names who used to be big-time winners, specifically like the CRMs or even the DevOps names, where they're not as valuable anymore because a lot of their products can be mimicked on like the platform approaches from the top software names, like the Datadogs, the Snowflakes, the MongoDBs, the databases, etc. So be very specific on which names to invest in, because I do think quality software is going to be a lot more important down the line than it is right now. And that's why I'm willing to pay the premium on a lot of these names, like the MongoDBs, the Cloudflares, the Datadogs, because I know they're going to have lasting power and they're going to be here for years and years and years from now. And I won't have worries of them being the guppies eaten up by the sharks in the software space, because that will be happening down the line. And I just don't want to have this believe this AI theme, and I knew it was going to be a massive thing, but I put my chips in the wrong. I just didn't invest in the right name, and I missed out on the opportunity. You do not want to have that feeling, because it's a gut punch that you're right about the overall theme, but you just miscalculated where it would go, and you just missed out on it. So
yeah, the point. Sorry to try not to jump in, but the point you're making, I think, is just worth reiterating and emphasizing, because I see this really often. Like, I want to be abundantly clear about this. Even though we talk about AI all the time up here, and we sound, or at least I personally sound, and Shai sounds certainly hyper bullish on the theme, you have to understand that believing in a theme and making money from a stock, again, I'll repeat that. Believing in a theme and making money from a stock are two entirely different things. If you want to trade and invest in a theme like AI or like electric vehicles even, or like any industry, some of these cutting edge defense companies that a lot of you love, if you want to trade and or invest in these companies, you have to do the work to monitor them on a quarterly basis, to monitor their peers on a quarterly basis, and to make judgment calls about whether their moats are still intact, whether their financial management is still intact. What is their CapEx being spent on? If they're accelerating CapEx, is it for a good cause? Are they overly diluting shareholders? What does their earnings power trajectory look like? These are the questions you have to ask yourself. If you're not willing to do that work, you're not going to be able to pick stocks effectively in AI or in any other thematic. So the reason I make this point is I don't want people to think this is as easy as saying, I believe in AI, and so I'm going to buy a bunch of AI stocks, and 10 years from now, I'll make money. No.
I mean, absolutely agree. Just look at EVs. Look at Lucid. Look at Nikola. Look at FSLR. Look at Polestar. Yeah. Like every single EV company outside of one has just gotten destroyed. right? And the same thing will happen in AI. Like
if you bought those EV OEMs and said, you know what, I believe in EVs, so these stocks are all going to go up, you got fucked. So if you think that way about AI, you will get screwed over. You will have stocks that go down 40, 50% on earnings reports because they're floated on the enthusiasm of the theme and they don't have the fundamental backing to hold the stock price. This is going to happen over and over again. It's happened this earnings season to a lot of people, but I'm cautioning people by saying this because I see this all the time. And I don't just see it with thematics. I see it with products too. Okay? The same thing I'm saying right now applies to products. If there's a product you love and you think it's the best product in the world and it's the best in its category and you use it every day, that doesn't mean the stock is going to go up. Okay? That's another very important thing to understand. A product is very different from the underlying stock. Okay? And sometimes even very different from the underlying company itself. So separate your passionate belief in a theme or a product or anything really from the actual fundamental and technical outlook of the stock, because otherwise you're just going to own things for a very generalized reason and you're going to have no idea what's going on internally at the companies. I would say most retail shareholders I talked to today, when they ask me about whatever portfolios they have or they talk about their portfolios, most of them don't even know the names of the CEOs of the companies they're holding. And I mean, this is an exception for companies like Apple, obviously, celebrity CEOs are different. But, you have to know, what is the management like? What have they been like? Are they a new management? Are they a legacy management? What does their trajectory look like over the past 8 quarters? Have you listened to the calls? Have you looked at their balance sheet in the last 2 months? All of these things matter, and it takes an enormous amount of work to be a stock picker, so keep that in mind. You can participate in these themes and benefit from these themes, but you have to know where to pick your spots. You're going to get crushed because just like last year, even this year, year to date, there have been a lot of stocks that are up 30, 60, 90% that should not be up that much. They have no fundamental basis to be up that much. They're up that much because they're loosely related to the theme, and one of their peers is a beneficiary and went up, and those stocks went up with it. There's been a lot of that this year. There's been a lot of that last year. So you'd be careful. You have to know what you own. You have to be willing to do the work to go and look into a company. Don't just ask your friend, hey, do you know about this company? Do you know what their EPS is? What's their debt look like? What does their cash burn look like? Oh, they have a risk of going out of business in the next few years? These are all questions you have to ask yourself. There's 1,000,001 questions you need to ask. So don't be an idiot that just buys random stocks because they're AI related. That's really my broad point.
And then it's not just valuation either. Some people say, well, if you buy a low PE name, it's safer. But look at Intel, for example. Look at Pat Gelsinger. You look at NVIDIA's performance versus Intel's performance, and it's just very poor capital allocation. A company's in investing mode versus harvesting mode, and investors are completely throwing it aside. So if you don't do the work, even if you're buying companies that are cheap, you may not have the same gap down if they miss earnings like you do with growth. With growth names, you could see a 30-40% growth gap down. But whether it's growth or value, you actually have to know what the market is expecting, what your expectations are. You need to understand the business. You need to understand profitability, debt, revenue growth, gross margin, moat, and also in this environment, political landscape, like the geopolitical issues. So, investing there's a reason why, right? Most active investors fail, right? They lose to an index. And that's simply because, it's very hard to take in that information and make a decision. That's why, there are 2 ways to do it. You can either focus on, a couple industries and know them really well, or just, index, right? Or a couple strategies and know them really well, or have a team to do it for you. It's very, very hard, right? With all these calls that you're listening to, right? Without any help from anyone else or any tools, right? To do all the work that's necessary and make the right calls, right? That's why, the gentleman who was on here before, right? He makes the big bucks running money because he has a large team to do it. And it's his entire life. It has to consume your entire existence if you want to do this full time when it comes to equities. Like, debt is easier, but if you're going to just do equities, it has to consume your entire life. You know, whether you're retired, whether you're working, it's not as easy as people make it seem.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. And most people, and I say this all the time, most people should just buy a broad-based index and contribute to it regularly and find a job they love and do it. But if you really want to be a active trader investor, which some of you do, and, you know, I respect the grind, but it's a hell of a grind. I mean, you know, I spend probably 5 or 6 hours a day just reading investment research every day, every single day, without fail. Sometimes I'm sick, sometimes I'm tired, sometimes I didn't get enough sleep, sometimes Evans asks me to do spaces in the morning. Like, it goes on and on and on, but still, you have to do the work, or else, because there's some days I don't find any opportunities. There's some days where I'm like, oh, wow, I did all that reading for nothing, but it's not for nothing, because that's how you stay up to date with the markets. You wouldn't spot the opportunities you did spot if you weren't doing that work every day. And so, yeah, alpha is very hard to generate. It takes, like Jay said, a complete dedication of your time. And if you don't want to do that, then picking a handful of the best companies in the world, or picking a broad-based index, or a little bit of both, or just flat out going to an investment manager, which some of you shouldn't be shy to do either if you don't have time. You know, doing that is probably the best route for 90% of people, you know. But hey, look, there's money to be made if you're willing to put the work in, but it is a hell of a lot of work.
Also, I mean, I fully agree with everything you guys said, but there also is some dumb luck. Sometimes that happens. Like my fiance, I love you, Sophie. If you're listening to this, turn it off. But like, she outperformed me the past 12 months, and I made 87% because she invested in Celsius, Abercrombie, and Elf Beauty. Anecdotal evidence. And there is certain situations where you don't necessarily have to do all the grunt fundamentals, technical analysis that we all do, and you notice things in your own personal life, like, wow, this is an interesting product that is really affecting me, and I think it's going to blow up. You can just do a little DCA in that element, but I do just want to call that out because I thought she still gives me shit for it, that she's better at this game than I am. I dedicate to 6 hours.
Luck isn't a replicable investment strategy, right? Like, Abercrombie underperformed for like a decade. So, you know, you should take some credit for the work that you do, and I'm happy that she did well, but luck and hope are not investment strategies.
100%. That was supposed to be just a funny little story of...
No, yeah, good anecdote.
Rubbing that in my face.
No, yeah, good anecdote for sure. But yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, like, I mean, this is the problem, is that, like, a lot of new traders and investors, they get lucky in their first year or their first 2 years, and then they just develop this bias that what they did to have that successful trade or investment is replicable, and 99% of the time it's not. You know, it's just a stock that they bought that happened to go up, and then they're like, oh yeah, I'm a genius, like, now every intuition I ever have, I should just dump money into it, you know? And
I remember there are guys who took $3,000 and made it into $550,000, right? During, I personally have gotten messages like during 2020, 2021. And some of those same people lost everything because they just thought, oh, I must be a genius. And then they just put it all back into the market using options.
Yeah, it was the same thing during the SPAC craze too, right? Like, a lot of people held those SPACs for years thinking that, like, they were appropriately valued. And that's a huge problem too, right? And it's like, there are phases in the market where there's euphoria and it makes sense to own and trade things that don't make sense to in other markets, right? And having the intuition and the knowledge for that, and the ability to observe markets constantly on a daily basis, is huge time suck. I mean, an enormous amount of your time has to be dedicated to it. So, yeah, I mean, look, I know a lot of people in the crowd are probably like, oh, I don't want to hear that. Like, I want to be a trader, but you can still trade. I mean, look, if it's capital that you're trading with on the side, that's disposable income to you, and you want to learn about markets and you feel like you want to participate from time to time, that's one thing. If you're taking your life savings and divvying it up into 10 stocks that you know nothing about, that's an entirely separate conversation, and that's something you probably should not be doing.
I'll tell you from my own experience, I started trading when I was in school, and I would say for the first 5 years, my P&L looked like vomit, right? It was just like horrible because I was targeting all the risky things. This is decades ago, but I was targeting all the risky names. I was targeting small caps, even dabbled in futures. I dabbled in options. And you have to assume that you're not going to make money in the first couple years unless you're buying high quality, good companies, oligopolies, right? Compounders. You're not, just some of the trades that people post on FinTwin, they post those charts, right? Those charts, right? That could be like 0.1% of their net worth that they're posting. It doesn't mean that they're putting their entire life's net worth into something. So you have to be very, very careful when you're trying to copy someone and you don't know exactly what they're doing. You really have to, especially in your first couple years, you have to kind of put the amount of capital at risk that you're willing to lose. And, if it's options and if it's companies, right, you have to assume that you may not be right immediately. And it's hard. One of the biggest things in finance is behavioral finance and really knowing how to check yourself, right? And someone who does that really well is Druckenmiller, right? He constantly questions his own thesis. And you don't have to time everything right either, right? He bought NVIDIA at 150, sold at 900. Who knows? If it goes to 700, he might buy it back, right? But he has a risk management process in place. He has stops in place. He has an analyst team in place. He's constantly talking to people. There's a reason why he's overweight and his hair's white, right? Not just his age. He's constantly talking to people. And some people will say, well, yeah, you need some balance. You do need balance in life. But in this game, right, where you're fighting algos, you're fighting active, you're fighting passive, you actually need to be fully invested, and the time value of your experience is 100 times more valuable than the time value of money. The more you learn in your young years, the more it will compound in your later years.
I love the conversation we've been having here. Pretty fantastic. We've been going for 2 hours and 45 minutes now. I'm actually have some very, very late lunch and early dinner ready for me downstairs. So I am going to drop off here in a second. But yeah, I appreciate all the speakers. If anyone wants to say any final comments, all up to you. Good to continue the conversation going, but it would have to be Wolf or something. But I do just want to make sure I say one more time. Make sure you're following all the speakers. Jay and Shy are fantastic. Stock Talk and Wolf, it's been great co-hosting it with them with them for a year. I was trying to talk too quick there. And if you enjoy these type of live free conversations, make sure you're following the host of the spaces. We're live every single Monday through Thursday, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern at least. It's 5:45 right now and we're still going. But yeah, just want to say I appreciate everyone.
A year and 3 months, but yeah.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
A year, 3 months, 6 days, 17 minutes? No, I'm just kidding. Good stuff. Jay, thanks for hopping in with us, man.
His girlfriend's anniversary.
Appreciate you, Jay.
Only he had a girlfriend. Nice. Shout out, Jay. Thanks for coming on. Shy, any final words for you?
All right. I appreciate you guys. That's going to be it for me on this this live stream as well. It's been a long day. We're live for what? 9 hours. That's a long freaking day on this stuff. I appreciate you all. What's up, Emperador? I am tired. Emp, we've been live for 9 hours here. Craziness. So, yeah. I'm going to work now, go eat. I have a call. I'm going to get a recording of that Dan Niles interview up so I can post it on YouTube. You guys can listen to that back. I'm going to make sure I push that out a good little bit. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably go live streaming a little bit then. That's part of the plan. So I appreciate you all. If you're still in here, you should definitely be subscribed, but you should also hit that bell button. Turn on your notifications so you know when I go live. I'm trying to do this a bunch more. I was live for 9 hours today. I think that's a good example of the days I'm willing to put in front of this computer for all you guys live streaming. I'm pretty much doing it anyway, and now I'm at the point of why not do it for you guys live on the spaces, on the stream. So shout out to that. Follow me on here, subscribe, hit the notification button, and I appreciate you all.
I have it scheduled. Let's call it tentative, but I have it scheduled. Charlie Schumacher